I should know better than to run right back to you. Losing my mind over how you knew I met her. I know I didn't think it through. Caught up in ways I can't undo. We're so perfect on paper. take it all back. All the love I gave running through my veins, take it to the grave. In my state, I'm an insomniac. So perfect on paper, can't get you, I can't shake ya. Got nothing left to lose. Have a little faith, have a little game. I don't wanna play. If you stay, then I take it all back. Take it to the grave in my state, I'm an insomniac. All the love I gave running through my veins. Baby, I just have to let go. Baby, I just have to let go.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Hello, everyone, and welcome to a day of regional rivalries here at London's Copper Box Arena. Now, they may know each other inside and out, the coaches, the players, the playbooks. But today, familiarity counts for nothing. Win and you're through to the playoffs, lose and you're in the danger zone. I'm your host, Victoria, joined by Billy and Minnie. Now, we are going to be seeing your region quite a fair bit today, and they're looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, looking very strong right now. It's a little bit surprising. I like to keep it a bit cool and be like, yeah, it's okay. But
no
yeah,
big deal.
APAC,
We're just like that.
Where are they right now?
I talk so much crap, and I was wrong.
It's quite
Pacific
sad.
was not doing so great, unlike you guys
the
today.
The poll didn't go as expected yesterday. The fan poll, the Mastercard fan poll, yeah, it didn't quite go as expected. But I'm happy for EMEA. I don't want to overact, like you said, Minnie, when we think back to Santiago, first stage of Swiss as well. I don't want to get too excited too soon, but in my head, I'm like, oh my God,
I think you should celebrate.
We're winning it all.
You should celebrate all the wins that you can, EMEA. Yeah. It's been over 1,000 days since a trophy, since you were on the stage, Minnie. Now, before we get into these matches, a quick reminder that if you're watching on Twitch, we're using the shot call extension. So be sure to get involved and make live predictions because there are points to be had and a global leaderboard to climb. It's available on desktop via the Twitch extension. You get these drops.
I just love how depressing they all are. A party of one, rubbish, gutted. It's just very British. I'm quite proud of that.
Yeah, you guys got that nailed. Rubbish. Being rubbisher. Speaking of rubbish, I know that's what some of you are saying about the draw show yesterday. Let's take a quick peek at the Swiss bracket, and this is where we are. And yes, the EMEA teams were absolutely on fire over the first 2 days. America's also pulling through. We're going to be seeing these teams.
Yeah, the two best regions there in the upper bracket with the two worst at the bottom. Victoria, what do you think?
I think something's wrong with this. I think I want to have a chat with the Pacific teams and the China teams to ask them, well, what's up? But today we're going to get some banger matches. And I think unlike the first day where everything was sort of a 2-0 except for that very last match, we're going to get a lot closer ones today. I see a lot of these teams coming in way more revitalized.
Yeah, I'm seeing 6 maps today. I think it's going to be a very close series in both of the matches, and I think we're going to get it all the way through.
I hope so. We only got our first 3-mapper yesterday, and I was begging for it. I was really, really asking for it. So yeah, I'm hoping today is a lot more competitive. But like we mentioned, we have so many regional matchups here where they kind of know each other's tendencies. So
I think you're going to get it.
Hopefully we can still make it exciting.
I think we're going to start getting overtimes now too. It's happening today. Now that we've seen all the teams coming in today, it's time for some hot takes. Billy, would you like to start first with your hot take? We each have a hot take, and we're going to rank it.
Minnie's looking at me like giving me side-eye already before I even start. But my hot take is that Foots are going to finish top 3 in this event.
Wow.
You told me that your hot take was going to be hotter than your original one, which was EMEA were going to win the event.
Yeah, and then I decided to like rein it in a little bit. Do you not think that's a hot take?
I think the Foot one is less a hot take than EMEA winning.
Yeah, we got to rank
Really?
this.
Top 3. Okay, rate it then. You got to rank whether you think that that's very spicy. Is it heat?
Pretty spicy. Pretty spicy. I think Foot's looking good, actually, and I think they could be one of the dark horse teams going through. So
I think before the event, extremely spicy.
Yeah.
I think they're falling into recency bias a little bit, I think.
But
I
that
think
is what Valorant is.
bias.
It is recency bias, the small sample size.
Okay.
Let's just overreact.
Okay, do you know what? I'll take
Foot are
it.
winning it all.
that's a hot take.
Let's calm
That's
down.
the hot take. Is that your hot take, Minnie?
No.
All right, Minnie, give us your hot take.
My hot take is that Vice is the most important and the best agent at this event.
Oh, okay. Really? Okay. Vice? Okay, I'm gonna
trying to decide.
I think that's mild.
I think that's mild because you've heard my propaganda every single week at EMEA.
I'm used to this.
So right now in a double duel matter, we've seen a lot of teams continue to play that Neon, and I think Vice is the only agent right now able to slow it down. I think the further we go into this tournament, we're going to see a lot more of those Vice teams in the playoffs, and I think it's going to be the defining factor of how to counter this meta right now.
I think that's a really good point to raise as well, because we saw so much Neon, and I guess it does come down to the map pool that we're seeing at the moment from those first couple of days. So yeah, we set this tournament up as we're going to see a decline in Neon, but I think because of the maps that we've seen those first 2 days, we're seeing quite a bit of it.
Well, I think it's a little spicy, but I'll defer to the experts here. So now for my expert opinion as the host, I think my hot take is going to be in top 4, we're going to see either DRG or Global Esports. I come from Asia region. I could take a little spice. Oh, Extreme Heat, you think no?
DRG or
Global.
What's the DRG angle here?
I think they haven't shown what they got. I think they absolutely flopped, obviously, on the first day, and I think they were a little nervous coming into it, and I think we haven't seen their full potential. Okay. And they're going to have a Wolves-like run going through the bracket. They're going to shock you guys. Everyone doubted Wolves, too.
Okay, so I will say DRG definitely did have one of the tougher opponents in their opening game, for sure. So I'm hoping that they can have a redemption arc in that sense, but of course they're going to have to eliminate their region by being able to do so. But I do still think that that's a hot take to expect them to make it all the way to the top 4.
Top 4? I mean...
Global Esports, I think that that's maybe region bias.
Global Esports still got a chance top 4. They had an extremely close game.
Okay.
So maybe it's pretty spicy. I almost discount the DRG take. That's extremely spicy.
It is really spicy. Watch me be right, guys. Just you wait. All right, now that we've given our hot takes, let's get some of your prediction for the Mastercard fan poll. We want to know which of today's team you think is going to be London's dark horse. We got Vitality, Foot, Energy, or Lev. I'm really eyeing Foot and Lev especially here. What do you guys have?
I don't think Energy are even a dark horse, so maybe that's my obvious pick.
I don't think they're a dark horse either. I mean, they're literally a champs.
I think before coming into this event, maybe you would have considered them a dark horse because they came in as the 3rd seed, right, and had to have that lower bracket run in Americas. And I think even when you consider their opening game, they were literally in Kiko's backpack. So maybe there is a sense of they've not quite found their footing yet. I think out of those teams, though, Leviathan would be my dark horse.
Yeah, I think Lev is definitely probably, top 2 for me on that list. Now, we're here in London. I know you guys have been teaching me some proper English, but Tom Biz has also taught Foot a little bit of proper English. Check this out.
Hello and welcome to Proper English. As you can see, I am joined by Sop and Yetaje, and today you have the horrible task of trying to guess some Cockney rhyming slang. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, those are words that you say the first word and the second word will rhyme with what I'm actually trying to say. I'm going to try and act it out because some of these are a little bit difficult and also it can be quite confusing. So I want to start off with dog and bone. So the sentence I'll give you is, I want you to give me a call on the dog and bone.
Dog and bone.
Yeah, so what do you think the word I'm hiding will be? If you were to give me a call on the dog and bone.
Bone.
So
Call? Bone? I don't know.
what rhymes with bone? You had it, I think.
Call?
No, the next.
Bone? I said bone.
Oh, okay. But what
Bowl.
rhymes?
Bowl?
Your
Phone.
Phone.
phone. There you go. So you were so close. You were close to it, but okay. So the second one is, I'm gonna give you the sentence first. If I said that I had lots of hair, right? That would be a porky pie.
Pie.
Porky pie.
So what rhymes with pie?
Perfect. Huh?
No, pie.
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 Lie.
I would be telling a lie.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
He's getting
I
it
get
now.
you.
He's getting it. He's getting it. So to get up here, you had to go up a lot of apples and pears.
Pears.
So what was it? What was it like? If you
Pears.
were to walk up this
Stairs?
everything stairs.
I'm so good.
He really is. He's on it. He's on a roll.
I will
an
let
absolute
to
roll.
do now.
No, do you know what? I'll give you a harder one.
No, we are a team, no?
You're a team. Yes, you're a team. Of course,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
a team. I'd never separate you.
Yeah.
We're gonna go for dinner today, and we're gonna get a Ruby Murray. That's what we're gonna eat. Can sometimes be a little bit spicy.
Ruby what? You
A
said?
Ruby Murray. So it's like
Hot? I don't know.
It's hot. Yeah, it is hot. The food is spicy.
Food is spicy.
So it's a Ruby Murray.
Ruby. I don't know.
You don't know?
You got any ideas?
Spicy noodle?
No. Maybe like Indian cuisine.
Indian.
It rhymes with Murray. What did you say?
Curry.
Curry.
Yeah.
There you go. A Ruby Murray is a curry. It genuinely might be the best
It
of this.
doesn't rhyme with curry and Murray.
Murray,
No.
curry.
Ah.
There you go. There you go. And then the last one, because we'll end it here. I think you've done well enough at this point. If you were to cheat on a test at school, you would get in Barney Rubble.
Beat?
Lots of Barney Rubble.
Cheat and beat, I don't know.
No, because it's rubble. It has
rubble.
to rhyme with rubble.
Bubble?
No, but if you cheat, normally you would get in. If you got caught,
Yeah.
your teacher would say you're in big
Trouble.
trouble.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay,
You got this, you
Sop
got
has
this,
managed
guys.
to get one at the end.
Yeah.
I think they've absolutely nailed this. At this point, they are proper
Without you,
English.
we can't win. We can't win without you.
Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you in a bit.
I'm not gonna lie, I knew nothing. I was as clueless as the two of them there. But how are you guys
I think
doing on
this
that?
content goes to show the kind of made-up words that happen in a lot of the different regions in the UK, because as a Scottish person, even I was looking at that and I was like, I could figure it out based on the rhymings, but it's not something I would use in everyday
that's
context.
Cockney, so Cockney's just London. That's not anything we would usually use, but like porkies to lie, I quite like that one.
Okay,
Stop telling
porkies, put it in the
Victoria.
sentence. What?
Stop telling porkies.
No.
APAC are not the best region right now.
What? Okay, it is kind of a lie right now. But let's talk about vitality and fun. Okay, let's stay focused here. We're talking about EMEA. Now, there's a bit of recent history to vitality and foot. These two teams just faced off in EMEA's upper finals. You guys were there. Billy, talk us through what happened.
Yeah, so we had a 3-map banger in the upper semi-finals between these two teams. It was the first time that they'd faced off against one another this year, and Foot pulled out the ascent when it came to that BO3 series, and I think that was what was the tipping point for them to be able to make it to that very third map. The main takeaway from that as well was the amount of clutches that we saw from both sides. It felt like a very intense environment for both teams to be in.
Yeah, it was extremely close 2-1 with Vitality coming out on top. Foot were the only ones to take a map dominantly. Vitality had to win 2 maps through overtimes. And honestly, a lot of the clutches that Vitality had to win, I think that Foot probably should have won that series.
Yeah, and I think right now they're going to want a little bit of revenge coming back in. And I think, would you say both of these teams are looking a little bit different than when you saw them back in Berlin?
I think the way that Foot played yesterday in their kind of first game coming into this event, it was so dominant, I think, from what I was expecting. They were very aggressive, and that's not to say that they weren't playing very aggressive in EMEA, but what I think had changed since then was I saw those elements of strategic prowess coming in from them, which at times in EMEA there were sloppy rounds and things looking a bit disjointed, but they looked super cohesive yesterday.
I kind of disagree. I honestly think that because there's a lot of British people in EMEA, we like to play it a little bit cool, say we're not very good, and then suddenly we look pretty good, because I think that they've just been playing the same like Valorant that they do in EMEA. It's just that the rest of the world doesn't believe that EMEA is good right now, but we're showing that we're not so far behind the other regions.
Yeah, well, so far so good for EMEA. You are right on that one. And now I have my eyes on both of the IGLs. We got Yampi and Sociable. They shared an eventful year on BBL together, going through the trenches, trying to qualify their globals. But who's going to have the edge in the IGL battle now that they're facing off today on London stage?
I think it's really exciting that both of them get to be here at this global event when you consider the year that both of them had on BBL last year, this international BBL roster that we got to see for the very first time. They played in, I want to say, at least 3 qualification matches last year in EMEA to be able to make it to a global, but kept just missing out narrowly. It was really such a heartbreaking year for both of them. I think something that we need to keep an eye on is how they focus on the mid-rounding coming into today. They're both relatively newer IGLs when it comes to especially playing on that global stage when you consider Sociable being here on the global stage for the very first time. But for one of them to play and go through to that playoffs today, I think is also an exciting prospect.
Yeah, and the crazy thing to me me is that I still look at them and I still see a sociable from a few years ago who was maining the Rays and being an explosive duelist. Yampi was a few years ago a Jet 1 trick. And it's just very strange to see them both now as IGLs. And I think the styles here are very interesting. Vitality, that more EMEA structured approach. And on the foot side, it's a little bit more, let's just contact and go. It's going to be a little bit more pressure on Yampi to make sure his team is dealing with that aggression.
Now, Sayonara is a player that we were really excited to see come and officially play in EMEA. We had a quick debrief from him after their win over DRG in our HyperX player moment. Check it out.
Hello guys, this is Vitality Sayonara. I think this match is a bit special to us. We didn't let DRG get into the game at all, that's why the game looked easy. I don't believe DRG is a bad team, I think they will bounce back. But we're looking strong, we're improving day by day, and we're looking forward to whoever we're playing in the next stage. I think the team is happy and we're looking forward to show again that we can be even better, that we can destroy anyone.
And a great stun on backside already. Seems to lock it in. Yampi the only one left to deal with. Low HP on Vukashu. It does get a little bit spooky. They want to push him together, but time is ticking. It could force a mistake, and Yampi's timing around the back seems so good. Dodging that peak as it comes in, running the clock ever lower, bringing it to a 1v1. Yampi so close to the ace.
Thank you all for coming out and supporting. You guys are insane. It's an unbelievable crowd, unbelievable feeling. I hope that you guys keep coming and keep supporting us, and we will deliver a good result for you guys.
Definitely great stuff from Sayonara. And we also saw peak performances by Sop, Durka, and Zeus, who all made it onto the top 5 leaderboard for ACS during the first round of Swiss.
Yeah, and here, I actually want to highlight Zeus here, a player in EMEA that we sometimes see lagging behind Sop on the double duelist. He's been struggling on agents like Phoenix, but at this event, he has turned up. If the double duelist of Sop and Zeus together are firing like this, Vitality are in a little bit of trouble.
Listen, I know Kiko's on NRG, but EMEA on top when it comes to that top 5 ACS. And I agree with you, Mine. I think Zeus is someone, this man on your screen right now that we're seeing, is kind of in the shadows a little bit. I think I agree with you in the sense that in EMEA, he doesn't always have those top performances. But as far as global debuts go, I think that he certainly impressed us coming out onto that stage yesterday. And I think that when Sop is putting up the performances that he has done and how he came onto that global stage yesterday as well, it's very easy to forget about someone like Zeus. But he has grown into such a great and more confident player, I think, since the arrival of Sop onto this team.
Yeah, and when he joined in EMEA, he was supposed to be at that level. I thought that he was going to be one of those Turkish shooters that come in and dominate. If it is just taking a little bit of time and a little bit of confidence, then I'm fine with it. I want to see him do it at this tournament.
Well, speaking of Sayonara, let's also hear from the man himself, who spoke with Jen Lee just earlier.
Jen here with Sayonara of Vitality. Now, Sayonara, we see that confidence isn't an issue for you, but what are your thoughts on not letting it become overconfidence?
I think of both teams today, us and Foot, confidence is a main source of what we are. I think every single player uses it to their advantage. Of course, it can turn into overconfidence, but it all depends on the player and how he uses it. I think and as most players on today's game, that they use it for their benefit and they don't let it leak and make it seem like they are presuming stuff that is not going to happen. So I believe that there is no such thing as overconfidence in the right hands. And I believe I have the right hands to maintain my confidence and my high ego.
Okay, thank you so much, and sayonara for now.
I love Jen's interviews. Confidence is name of the game, especially on that first day there. We saw a lot of new players come to the stage for the very first time, including Sayonara. And we always wonder, are they going to crumble or are they going to thrive under pressure, Billy?
There's no such thing as confidence in the right hands. Someone write that down. That is iconic. I think that he's showing so much maturity already, right? Let's not forget, this is his first global. He only just debuted in VCT EMEA this stage as well. And now he's spitting bars like that in interviews at the global stage. He had the performance he did in his debut game here in Masters London as well. I'm really impressed with his attitude and approach.
Yeah, I think there's two different types of confidence there I want to see. Confidence for Vitality, I think, is more about their game plans and their structure, and for Foot, it's more about the individuals themselves. Because Foot are a lot more based on those individuals, so it's going to be, are they going to crumble or not? I don't think they are. They're looking extremely strong right now, but Vitality are a different team than the full sense that they played the other day.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, speaking of experience and confidence in that experience, let's talk about Durka. This is you know, a very experienced player, and he was making it look like 2021 again against DRG. But Minnie, tell me, when it comes to Durka versus Turkish teams, how does this play out?
Well, I have a bit of a narrative that I think Durka struggles a little bit more about against the Turkish team. Sorry. In the past few games, he has not been putting up positive numbers. He's only gone positive at the start of the year against Ulf, who had 2 substitutes. So the narrative for me is that, yes, Durka on the global stage, he is frying. Yes, on that jet, he is frying. But when it comes to go against Turkish teams who are getting in his face, making him feel a little bit uncomfortable, is he going to deliver like he delivered in the last game?
Yeah, I think that's the question we're kind of looking at when we're considering Durka here. I think the positive, though, is the fact that we're finally seeing him let off of that Neon jail. We're letting him let loose on the kind of older traditional agents when we're thinking of the Jet, the Raze, as you mentioned, Minnie, the agents that he's proven to be so great on when it comes to that global stage. And I think that he was able to put up such a great performance the other day too. We just need to see, as you said, Minnie, how does that translate when you're going up against not only a stronger opponent, but also a familiar opponent when we consider them regionally.
That's right, and we have to give props to Foot as well. Their duelists are also looking pretty solid, and we were talking about Zeus, and as good as Zeus was, Sop is definitely man of the hour. Man just dropped 332 ACS in his global debut. 0 first appearance jitters for this gentleman.
Yeah, and talking about debut appearances, 31 out of 31 times this year, this man has been playing the Neon. The first time he plays the Jet, he's dropping 401 ACS, and then a similar performance on the second map. He's looking like one of the greatest Jet players in Turkey at the moment, one of the greatest Jet players in the world, and it's just very poetic that this man, Turkish Jet, is back in full force, and he might be going down as one of the best in history if he's continuing this performance.
I think it's crazy as well, when we were seeing his POV in the replays throughout that match, the way in which he was moving around was almost as though he was still playing that Neon, which is really exciting. I think if he can continue to bring this confidence and no fear approach, there quite literally is going to be nothing stopping him.
He's also playing Jet on maps where I don't usually consider Jet a great agent. On that Fracture, for instance, 401 ACS. Like, it's just crazy to see that usually with players switching agents, you're thinking maybe a little bit of time is needed. You give him a bit of grace. This man apparently doesn't need any grace period at all. He's just going to kill you no matter what he's playing.
I think what's really impressed me about the EMEA players and teams coming into this event is we saw the same with Sayonara on his opening map. He aced within the first 5 rounds, so I think seeing these head-to-head rookie players going up against one another today is super exciting.
Do you think the Blonde was any extra buff at all? I mean, he's playing Jet on maps you didn't expect. He's playing even better than he was over on the EMEA
yeah, it's like
stage.
that Super Saiyan Sop we got right now.
Just
He's
going
just
full
going,
out.
going higher, going higher.
Well, even though he says a lot on the server, as you pointed out, Minnie, Sop is not a man of many words. So let's see how many Gen Lee managed to get out of him.
Jen here with Sop of Foot. Now, Sop, you guys had a tough series against Vitality the last time you met in EMEA. What are you guys planning to do to turn the tables this time?
I mean, it was really tough, I'd say, but I think we'll just keep playing how we play. And let's see if I break another record today.
Oh, okay, we'll be looking forward to that. Thank you.
Yesterday, Minnie, we were saying Primi is not a man of many words, but when Sop says a few words, they're really impactful. And even then, just now, I think he's done it again.
I just like his throwaway delivery too. It's almost like he just like trails off like the most like crap talking thing he could possibly say, and it still kind of lands in the weirdest way. Like, I like to see that personality from a player who doesn't like Sato is like big and energetic, and that's kind of cool. But Sop is just like. Yes.
I feel like he's nonchalant final boss, almost.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, like he quite literally is nonchalant final boss. And he's like this in EMEA as well. We kind of mentioned in their opening game where he won't really get up and shout across the stage. He'll just get up and stand and look at you. Like he's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I took your head off. Like, it's everyday business for me. Does the postman celebrate when he delivers the post? Like, this is literally Sop.
The one thing I do think about it, Santiago, we have BBL giving a lot of crap talk, a lot of bravado. Sop has the same thing, and I'm very interested with his trajectory too. BBL, not here, not looking as good, and I want to see if Sop is able to continue that even in performances where he might drop off, or does he just continue to think, I'm never going to drop off, so I get to just continue my way of delivering crap talk.
His little gentle crap talk there. Well, Foot was one of the dark horse teams. We asked you guys on the Mastercard fan poll, who do you think is going to be the dark horse in this tournament amongst these 4 teams today? And it looks like not by a lot.
Foot top 3, baby.
Foot.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, honestly. Dark Horse, yeah, I think after their performance yesterday, I think this is completely fair to say. I know that Minnie and I had Lev in there as our Dark Horse. Quite surprised at NRG sitting at 23% there, though.
Yes, because they aren't a dark horse, of course. And so people are like, well, they're not a dark horse.
Same with Vitality. I think.
Yeah,
do you think people are like,
No, I think that Foot are the exciting ones right now. I think a lot of people are surprised. Most people had them in their like bottom 4 teams of the event potentially, and they showed up in a way that was dominant over a region that people think is the strongest right now.
Yeah, that's right. So I think this is, you guys have good cases for both, and today was a little bit harder to predict. Now we're gonna have our very first skirmish here in Masters London, and between these two teams, who would you guys pick as your skirmish night?
ooh. They were sending Pal into the, skirmishes for Vitality
Was
quite
he any good?
a lot. No, I don't think he had a very good win-loss.
He wasn't one of those coaches that was doing well, no.
No?
No, I think I got Foot for this one. Aim Demons.
Okay, well, who would you pick?
Yeah,
like,
but
which player?
individual,
Oh, which player?
Nominate.
Foot, Sop.
Sop and
On the other side,
Vitality?
Durka.
probably Darko, yeah.
Darka?
I feel like it's an easy answer.
All right, well, let's have a look and see who the teams have put forward in the 1v1 skirmish.
Okay, we got Yampy and Zeus. I think Yampy coming into this is actually quite good.
Yeah, I mean,
Minnie.
there is a tactical element to who you send to the veto. Sometimes some of the players like to chill out and relax a little bit, and so Yampy probably is the only one who's like, yeah, I'll go and take one for the team and be sent to the skirmish and try and diff some kids. Going to try and do that to Zeus today. It's not looking so good for him right now,
I think we also need to probably speak about the map veto here and the implications that's going to have on this match, because as we mentioned before coming into this, Minnie, it was a 3-map banger last time that we saw them. We are going to see Foot come in with the advantage in that skirmish. So yeah, I think for me that leaves for an interesting map veto and how that's going to end up looking.
Yeah, I mean, to your point about Turkish Aim probably dominating there and Yampy trying his very best. You're right, maybe it is a bit of a mental game if he ended up coming through there. So Foot does have the map ban advantage here. Let's see what the map veto is and what they ended up doing with that.
Hello and welcome. Let's do the map veto for Vitality versus Foot. So Foot won the skirmish and they're picking their side. Let's go.
We pick Team B.
All right. Foot is
operator.
Foot is Team B, so Vitality is banning the first map.
Okay. Ban Ascent.
All right. Ascent it is, and Foot is banning the second map.
We ban Breeze.
Breeze is banned as well, and Vitality picking their first map.
We should pick... I like water, it's rainy weather, so I pick Pearl.
Pearl. Great pick, and Foot is picking their side.
Defense.
Defense. And your map pick, Foot.
Haven.
And side for Haven.
Defense.
All right. We have Fracture, Lotus, and Split left. Vitality is banning first.
We ban... You know, it's a hard decision, but I'm gonna make a split decision here and ban Split.
Nice. And Fracture and Lotus left.
We ban Lotus.
Lotus. That means last map is Fracture, Decider. Vitality.
We start attack.
All right. So quick recap. We start with Pearl, Foot defense. Then we have Haven, Vitality defense. And if we go to the Decider map, which is Fracture, Vitality attacks. Everything correct?
Yeah.
Please check your notes, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you guys. Good luck.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Pearl Haven Fracture is going to be the map veto, and for those of you wondering, Yampy's binder there was completely blank, so I don't know how he's working with these notes.
Forever the comedian are Yampy, but I think just to touch on this map veto, Vitality opting to pick into that Pearl, kind of expected it because it has been a strong map for them regionally. I think the Haven is interesting for me. When I spoke about the strategic elements and the improvement that Foot had, or at least from what I could see yesterday against Full Sense, that was the map where I was seeing a lot of that. And then Fracture is a Decider. I'm really excited for that, Minnie, because this was Vitality's insta-ban back regionally when we think about their performance there. So we've not actually seen it from them just yet. I'm wondering if this is Foot expecting to be able to pick into it or not.
All right, well, I also want to talk about our predictions here. Who do you guys have going through winning today between these two EMEA teams? I mean, you guys are the experts. You've seen them play so many times.
I think it's going to be Vitality, but I think it's going to go to that third map, and Vitality are going to have to cook something there, because that, as Billy said, permaban for them in the past.
I think when I look at these first two maps that are being played, Foot could potentially 2-0 this. So I've gone for Foot today.
Okay, well, I've gone for Vitality. I really liked what I saw the other day. And yes, you can say they had a little bit of an advantage with super team versus like newer team, but I overall liked what I really saw here. So how you think it's going to be a 2-0 though today?
No, I think 3 maps. I think that Vitality heavily favorites on that Pearl.
Okay.
I think the Foot will go on that Haven, and I think we're going to get a banger Fracture to finish things off.
Well, we have players who are very familiar with each other, so today's going to be very exciting. Either way, I'm expecting a 3-mapper. 2 of EMEA's best are here with a playoff spot on the line, and this time we have Sociable facing his old teammates on the London stage. So the question is, who's going to come out stronger this time? We're going to welcome Foot and Vitality back to the stage. Welcome, London. I hope you're ready to get things going.
There's little micro things that Energy is doing here on the map that are really impressive.
I don't think we were close to our peak form in Santiago. Gonna work on that and hopefully show here. We're not here to mess around. We came to London to win.
Eu estou jogando no palco internacional. É algo muito bom para mim porque é algo que eu queria desde muito pequeno, desde que eu tinha 4 anos. Eu sempre sonhei com isso.
I would say this meta suits us a little better than the Neon meta. I think Lev from Americas was a very top team, and I'd like to see them play now after Neon nerfs, and I'd like to see what they've come up with.
Mano, então eu acho que sempre eu achei a Energy time muito bom. Os caras também são campeão mundial. Então, se os caras têm títulos e coisas assim, é porque eles estão trabalhando muito. Eu espero que seja mais 2-1. Acho que eles são bons e vão dar batalha contra nós, mas nós vai ganhar obviamente.
Just so you know, you're just our stepping stone to playoffs, and we're excited to play you, and we'll be ready as well.
So many players locked in on the angle, but a decent start from Sayonari.
There is nothing as no pressure. It's just how you handle it, and I believe I handle it very well.
And it is only 4 rounds in, and Sayonara already enters the international stage.
In some occasions, like the grand final in EMEA, I fell short of that.
As Sayonara is sent away, the Heretics have come through.
I let it get to me, I got in my head a little bit. But now, with that experience in mind and with my teammates helping me, there is not a lot that can get through me.
Yani şu an çok önemli çünkü burada iyi bir performans gösterirsek Champions'a da katılabileceğiz. Türklerin ne kadar iyi Valorant oynadığını burada göstermeye geldik.
I want to compete with the best in the world and I want to win. We're going into every game showing that we can beat absolutely anyone.
Playoff'a çıkmayı çok istiyorsunuz ama bir maçınız daha olacak. Biz kazanmayı onlardan daha çok isteyeceğiz.
You've never heard of me, but after this tournament, you will for sure remember me.
London, get ready for your first matchup. It's Team Vitality versus Foot.
Some of them come, some of them X up. Mosh pit crew holding the center. Big long beard, big black temper.
What a day for Masters. We get Vitality and Foot vying for a playoff spot in their own region. And Minnie, Billy, you guys have seen them so many times. Please tell me your thoughts on this matchup.
I just want to see Foot getting into the face of Vitality and making them sweat. I think that Vitality are not as good when teams are going at them, not letting them play at that EMEA pace that they're used to in that region. And Foot, even though they are an EMEA team, they don't play like they want. They're going to be in their face, Sop and Zeus, every single round. First 20 seconds, they're going to be going for those entry frags.
And the question is, how can Vitality contain that? We've already spoken about how Yampi and Profek, Pal, once teammates with Sociable on the other side of the stage, playing on a Turkish organization last year, used to having that kind of Turkish style. How do they contain it coming into today? I think I'm really excited to see how Vitality are going to approach that and deal with it.
Yeah, and if we go to the maps, Pearl first, I said Vitality should be heavy favorites here, but their defense side has looked immaculate. But they're starting on that attack where there has been some shakiness. They've been winning like 10 rounds, 9 rounds every time on defense, so we haven't seen much of their attack, but it hasn't looked great in what we've seen so far. So, starting on that attack, are we going to see a bit of shakiness coming out? What I want to see is if they're continuing with the same composition, Chronicle on those extremities with that chamber. That is the key thing in the matchup today for me.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality don't really have any reason to move away from that Pearl composition that they were running regionally when we consider how great they were, undefeated in their region when we consider their Pearl performance. For Foot, definitely things to work on when it came to that map. But if you are Foot, you're definitely coming into today expecting Vitality to have picked that map up against them.
Do you think they'll have prepared anything different today from 2 days ago and yesterday? It's not a lot of time.
I think that Foot must have gone back to the drawing board with their Pearl. I think that to lose so many times, you have to have added new things. I'm hoping that they've studied Vitality a little bit, the obvious map pick for them today, and I'm hoping that they're going to dissect that attack side a little bit. There are weaknesses here. If they get up and play aggressive like they usually do, Foot on that defense side, I think that's going to be a strong way to get into this series. But they end up losing this map. I do favor them on the second, and the third is a complete unknown from Vitality.
Yeah, I think we really kind of want it to go to a third because of that, right? It's such an exciting regional matchup that we have here, but I think when I'm thinking about Foot's Pearl, yeah, I want them to try out something new. In previous times, we have seen them run that Perma Neon, right? As you mentioned, Sop only just jumped onto the Jet the other day. Are we expecting to see a Jet? They have run the Phoenix as well. We have been shouting about how Phoenix is going to be that pivotal agent this event.
I do want to see that Jet. Honestly, if Sop is playing like how he is, I want him to be on the most dynamic agent, the one just going forward, getting into Vitality's face, being able to be anywhere on the map. Make Vitality question where he is every single round. He is not on the Jet, it is Zeus instead. Sop Chamber.
Okay.
Interesting.
I'm here for that. We saw how great he was on the snipers in their opening game yesterday. I think him jumping onto this chamber, he's definitely not going to be able to get away with the movement that we were talking about earlier. He's going to really have to play disciplined here by picking up this agent.
But the big thing for him is he's been performing no matter what agent he is on. He's played 31 games at Neon this year, 2 games at Jet, and now the first time on the chamber. I'm looking at that Chronicle Sop head to head, and I'm hoping that it's a banger.
Another thing that we need to pick up here is the fact that they've moved to a double initiator mini. We're going to see Sociable pick up that Fade and Yetijay on the Astra. Yetijay was previously on the Cypher or the Killjoy this map, but now they're leaning into that chamber as their Sentinel. I'm intrigued to see how this looks.
Now with this regional matchup, Mini, if you were the coach of either of these teams, what is the advice you would give them going into this? It's so different when you're facing a regional team versus someone from a different region.
Well, I think Vitality are the ones that need that advice. They're coming in here, looking at a different composition, and Pao, you can see him talking already. He's looking at the comp and trying to see what can we do. I think that because Vitality have the KO and the Sova, it's going to be about trying to contain those extremities early, pushing Sop off of those deep lines, pushing Zoops off of those deep lines, and then once they've got the map control, then making it awkward in the mid-rounds from Yampi's mid-rounding.
And I think if you're Foot, you're probably hoping to show that strategical element, right? Prove that Turkey is not just a region that relies on mechanics, that relies on shooters. Show the global stage that you can very much bring theory and strategy to this game.
Well, one thing is for sure, both of these teams are oozing with confidence. And to take us through Pearl, it's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Oh boy, what a game this looks to be. A massive change in the compositions for Foot, as we're going to be seeing SOP picking up the chamber. This is looking to be a barn burner.
No, I'm really excited about this. I mean, SOP versus Chronicle is like a dream matchup on the chambers. Two very, very talented players. And here on coming into this attacker side for Vitality, I'm curious to see if there's going to be any changes. If Chronicle's going to be able to pick up in the fragging department on that half of the map. He was brilliant on their defender side in that upper finals in EMEA, but kind of slowed down here. So a big part of this as well. I'm looking at this double initiator comp. SOP does clear the drone.
They're just committing a couple shots to that, but it's all to play in Zeus. He's swinging around that pillar, and Sayonara going to be taken down first and foremost. Solid start for the side of Foot on this defense. Let's find some damage forward onto Yetijay.
You can see they're already leaning over towards the other side of the map. Curious though, Vitality maybe looking for a pick.
They'll find it.
Yeah.
It's going to be Durka taking down Sociable. Fade now out of the equation. Trademark still here. Will alert this presence at Art. Closer and closer to this site. Oh man, Zeus lucky to be alive, but Durka's going to be able to find another one as Yetijay gets taken down. Yampi will finish the job on the enemy jet. SOP now. Just one bullet remaining in that Headhunter. So relying on the Classic to try to get a bit of damage in and finish off Durka, who's now down to 3 HP. The counter strike coming in, putting in timing, but no, Cristali keeps him covered. Now Durka has to clutch it up, and he cannot. SOP will find the finisher. The fuse is in, and Foot take the opening round.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea here from Vitality. I think pushing the tempo a little bit more than maybe what you would expect your opponents to expect. And then it actually is just well read by Foot. They're leaning A the whole way. They're able to find some good crossfires with that art control that they're able to take thanks to Durka. Good kills found, but Cristali playing really well. This is something I was really impressed with Foot against Full Sense, was their teamwork, their coordination, their trading was really, really optimal. And they win another pistol here on Pearl. They won both the last time they played, and they're continuing on their merry way.
The round is beginning. We'll talk you through this. There we go. Thank you, production. Sorry about that, guys. Let's get a couple shots in. Chronicle again going to be taking some very early damage. Tag down to 10 here.
What if we just watched an entire round from the coach's cam?
Honestly, I'm about it. I think a lot of people would be as well, but they do want to see the action, and that's going to be Yampi eliminated as Ravik and Sayonara will be able to peel back a hell of a lot of pressure. Durka gets one with the stinger as well, and all of a sudden, this is looking rocky. Swing in the corner. Durka favored 10 times out of 10 at that range, and now suddenly it's just Yetijay. Try to clutch us in a 1v3. The swing out finds the first, drops out, and cannot find that final. Vitality rallying back, tying it up 1-1.
This is a great call here for Vitality. Every round on this attacker side is going to feel like it's worth its weight in gold. And they're able to come through and do some serious damage. Picking up some guns along the way and finding those big early openers. Able to scoop up some of those guns, put the pistols to good use.
Come on!
And that's huge. That could be a difference maker in this map.
That's absolutely monstrous. Get ready to go into the round. Chronicle taking some space forward here at A main.
We just have to cast the round off the coach's reactions. Just try to
yeah?
figure out what's going on.
I've had to do it before where there's just no video feed and I have to just cast off audio.
Oh, yeah. Or how about one time we had to actually watch the monitors behind us?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Toronto.
Yep.
Shout outs to that. Hopefully no issues like that, as we will have things very much slowed down. Just a right hook to the jaw of Foot, dropping that anti-eco round.
And it looks like Vitality going to be making a decent read here early. Just seeing what damage Kron can find. He might get pressured. Sees at the ready here for Sociable.
High-low, and will be able to find some damage, but cannot get that elimination. Tags both players to 45. Meanwhile, the exec over onto the B site, getting ready to come in. And this will be Foot realizing that they gambled on the wrong side of the map. Still rewarded with that kill, but to be able to get this back into the lead for themselves in a 5v4 with no real weaponry.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of space here early, too. Want to try to get ahead of the curve.
Watch out! Watch out!
Nice little bait out there.
Tuck away from SOP. try to fight back into this one, but will just get sprayed down. Yappy coming away with that elimination. Here's the backpedaling as well from YetaJ. Same time, Sociable Zeus gonna get cleaned up. And it looks like Vitality very well slated to go ahead and get themselves into the lead in very clean fashion. As they do need to die to the spike. Still a ways away. YetaJ waiting for a lurk that will not come through.
Just looking to see if he could fish with the shock dart.
Last player standing.
Yampi will find Crystali though. And YetaJ does claim Yampi's life for that, so not the end of the world there, but didn't die to the spikes.
Yeah, so it's just a stinger carried over. It's got some money, but it will just be getting the armor reinforced here, get some of that util back online as well. So a little rough around the edges here, 4 foot. As Vitality take the lead by 1. Durka on overdrive at the ready, but does of course still have a rifle.
And you're pretty far away from most of the ults. Other than YetaJ, he's one away from a Cosmic Divide, so some retake options there, and they're just gonna have a main battle.
Oh God, okay, up and over. Durka not quite seen that one, but doesn't really matter. He just faces forward, is able to find Crystali, and overall it's gonna be a massive trade up for Vitality. 4-3, General Command now in play from Yampi, will be put down on the board, and that stinger that YetaJ recovers and carries over, ends up doing an immense amount of work, swoops forward, finds that headshot, but cannot get the kill. Prophet able to stay alive, but can he get the res? It's just such a rough position to try to find it.
Last player standing.
Yampi will just bleed out on the floor. Prophet now in a 1v2 to try to maintain this lead. Just that Bulldog, and he's none the wiser that that flank is coming in. Sop just scaling forward. Catches him in the back of the head, and now Foot tied up 2-2.
Yeah, and again here, Vitality pushing the tempo a bit more than you're probably used to seeing them. They're generally a team that's going to re-clear space. They're going to take their times, especially after these early contact fights that Foot wants to take. But, you know, the effective bonus for them, they want to try to see if they can just catch them a little bit off guard, and instead they walk right into that stinger.
Let's go!
They're fired up about it.
Yeah, YetaJ recovering that one. Suddenly looks like a genius move. Carries that forward, now ties it up. 6-3-2 is right there alongside Durka. See if Vitality going to be able to regain control, but that is good early damage. And Zeus is going to be tagged down to 10. Does manage to escape with a slight bit attack for now, but how much more impact he's going to be able to have in this round certainly is up for question.
Yeah, so this is more of what you expect from Vitality. Taking a little bit of a poke over towards Long B, and then going to re-explore some other parts of the map. There was that early contact fight here. They love to set up these crunches in towards mid. Durka just going to be making his way over, looking for any opportunities. Sociable around the corner. Does have a Prowler and a Seize ready, but kind of a one-and-done position here.
Durka doing a little bit of a favor actually by making that noise. Knows that Neon's there, now can backpedal, because if you're trying to get that Seize out, you're not really going to be able to catch that Neon with any strong reliability. So now watching this angle. Scompy on the other side, ready to pop flash after this Nebula, and it's going to be a full connection. Sop quickly does manage to rendezvous out to safety, down towards dugout. Cosmic Divide going to be calling at the same time. Does still have a corner to plant on, and Yampi's going to take that opportunity. The Watcher on the back. Chronicle, quick ADS in, finds a shot. Zeus eliminated now. 4v5 for the retake. Want to be able to regain this lead.
Still have the shock dart, still have the Astra utility. You can defuse it.
Oh, it's using it against him. Sociable's got some cover. Yampi with a spray and pray will be able to find Sop. So he's going to be interrupted. He finds another one. Crystali now dead as well. Yampi is just tearing him apart with a stinger in range. And Prophet now has the lurk. And what looked like it was going to be a clean retake from Foot ends up just completely slipping out of their grasp. 4 players survive in Vitality. They get themselves back into the lead.
Oh yeah, the timing here on when the Cosmic Divide goes down and Yampi hits a couple absolute crazy shots. Who knew
remaining.
Stinger was going to be the best gun in the game here so far.
He is a Stinger player.
He is.
He's wearing a mask. That's Valen on that stage, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Similar haircuts.
This does put back onto an eco. They have the knives, but not that tour de force that you would love to have alongside it to really get that extra oomph.
Yeah, Kron going to be rocking the Outlaw there. Looking to see if he can find any value, but Foot back to their kind of default here, this 2-3 setup. Just looking to, you know, hopefully get some contact fights over towards B. If Vitality pushes too far.
Oh boy.
You want to play?
Yampi
Let's play.
flying away at the tour de force, ends up getting popped, and Sop, he gets dialed in on the angle. Yampi just not fast enough, wanting to try to get that slow creep. Not getting that ult out fast enough, comes away with a good early kill. Knives, however, not going to be connecting, and Dirk is able to take that kill. So one in exchange, waits out the concuss, slides in the back calls. Crystalli going to be sending that pop flash and hits one hell of a shot. Immediately the null command going to be invested, but the spike is being ushered elsewhere.
You're going to have an opportunity here, maybe, for Yetajay. Just misses the window. But look who's gotten in behind.
Very quickly flanking back through Art.
Profik.
Crystalli reading this, does manage to find a good amount of damage, but just can't quite get that kill. At the same time, though, Yetajay is arriving, and he's not connecting the shots. Sop, however, will maintain control of the A site as the spike is now on the floor, and they had already noted the enemy Astra.
And now time becomes an issue here. Profik gonna have to just pick it up and go. Let that chamber right on the outside.
10 seconds left.
Looking here on the corner. The haunt having to be cleared, so there you go. A Mastercard thrifty for Foot to tie it up 3-3. That is a massive swing round in their favor.
Yeah, and it all starts with Sop. Just barely able to get the ult orb, get that tour de force in hand, and reads Yampi trying to punish it perfectly. Just so well prepared, so disciplined. You give him that open space. We saw it against Full Sense. He's got a sniper in hand, and he's gonna make you pay. He is very clean with it. Just not much hope there at the end for Profik. Great map awareness by Foot as well. Able to mirror a lot of the movements of Vitality and be prepared for some of those deep lurks, that deep pressure. Even though they lose a player to it, still doing damage along the way.
Chronicle's turn now. Sends the tour de force off the rip. Starts working forward into Art. 3 other players. No space being taken here. Well, Sop still anchoring on the opposite side of the map. The Nightfall, however, will go forward, connecting onto 2. So they look for these eliminations, but Zeus is unable to hold his own. Sayonara takes him down at main. Opens up this side of the map a little bit more, but now Vitality considering a pivot.
Yeah, that's a huge individual win there for Vitality. And it also puts a bunch of confusion into Foot. They've had to give up so much space. They don't have much extremity control. They don't have much mid control. All they've got is site control. Just going to try to rely on that a little bit. Meanwhile, Vitality trying to take their time, trying to put some confusion into the Foot ranks. See if they can spring a trap. And it's going to be a rough one, it feels like, for Crystalli. Let's see what they've got ready. Thinking about the flash setup. That Cosmic Divide.
0 point, gonna be sent down, ends up getting cleared. Flash, cheeky little rebound, but himself gonna be flashed up as well, so has to pull back. Opposite side of the wall, sending out another one, he's looking for a kill. Chronicle, however, avoiding taking damage, starting out, just praying through that wall, but it's gonna be Yampi finding him a dugout. And now that you've got that operator in play, Sop and Yetajay, no other recourse but to strip back and save Vitality, reestablishing a lead by 1.
Yeah, they're doing a really nice job, our Vitality, of creating some map control, creating some pressure. You know, Foot was so good against Full Sense in terms of just controlling the extremities of the map, pushing the pace, but against Vitality, it's a very different beast. It's a much more disciplined style. It's a much more util-heavy style. Whereas Full Sense wants to take contact fights, and of course they know it. They face this team, they face this comp, they know what they're getting into. But Vitality doing a really good job. Being very patient. Durka looking to try to find that operator.
And if you can get him in this last second, if he swings it, that would be devastating, but he will not make it around the corner into tower. It's a big round win to be found here for Vitality, and immediately Foot is going to be calling a timeout off the back of that.
Yeah, I think right now you're probably going to be talking about mid-control a little bit, how to establish a little bit more presence there. Don't let Art be such a pain point. And Crystalli tried to buy as much time as he could, but maybe a little unfortunate, but a good reactive fragment from Yampi there as well, dissuading him from really taking an aggressive push through that Cosmic Divide. So I think this is more about map control right now for Foot. They need to, in this Coinbase win condition timeout, just try to force a little bit of a fight maybe, see if they can set up with the double initiator that they've got, throw some over flashes, see if you can get Zeus going a little bit here.
Yeah, I think that's a critical part of this one, because at the moment we're not seeing anywhere close to the same impact that Zeus was having just yesterday. He was looking incredible, especially on that raise, but at the moment trailing behind just a little bit. And when you're going to be running this solo duelist, the chamber kind of fits in there, but you don't have that two-pronged aggression that Foot were bringing to the table yesterday. So he needs to be doing a hell of a lot more if they want to take Vitality's map pick away from them.
Yeah, and this should be a comp that you feel a little more comfortable on this defender side with compared to what you used to run with the double duelist setup. So not getting that value just yet is probably feeling pretty painful for Foot going into this. Meanwhile, Vitality already 4 on an attacker side on this map, feeling really comfy, situated with a couple big ults coming through as well. Something you got to talk about. They're really good with some setups to get traps on players with the Hunter's Fury and look for that early contact to see if they can do some damage. Instead, it's just going to be Kron sneaking forward, tucking in. Meanwhile, Prophet giving up a lot of space over at A. You can see Foot looking to try to use those flashes to maybe set up Zeus a little bit. But look at the mid control. I like this overall theory here. Leave the trademark over at B. If they go that way, so be it.
Vitality's going to be thinking that that flash has maybe gotten some more attention tied towards the B side of the map. That would be incorrect. Heavy stack here. 2 in art, 1 behind the doors, and it of course is that Bucky. YetaJ taking a quick little timing. There's a swing out. Gun Barrel's going to be spotted. Chronicle's going to be taken down immediately. Pushes forward, rescues that weapon, now backpedals away. Top of the deep angle, hits the shot. Durka sniped out of midair. Now the counter swing comes in. Sociable tucked in behind the box, and Sop shuts down Yampi. And once again, it is Profek. His IGL bleeding out on the floor with no way to rescue him. The spike right there, just out of his grasp.
Standing.
Finally bleed out, and now it's just down to Profek. Wiley to try to see if he can get some damage, and he cannot. Another big round here for Foot. Not quite a thrifty, given the weapons carried over, but it was a mishmash of weapons, and they get the job done.
No, this is a great timeout. Really, really identifying some of the weaknesses of what they've been facing so far against Vitality. It helps when Sop's hitting shots like that. Really clean, and a good setup there. Again,
no, 1-2 punch.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. That 1-2 punch.
Well, now tied up 4-4. Vitality,
Checking the situation.
economy starting to get a little bit shaky. Still able to afford a full buy, but drop this one as well. That's when things are going to get rough around the edges. Robin on that 0 point. We'll get the spot out here onto Zeus, and that is rough tidings for him. A couple more seconds before he can get any of his util back up. They're trying to make an exit here. Will just be the updraft. He dashes into the wall, and Yampi will strike him down. Catastrophic. Durka able to get out in front of that seize, not getting caught. Relay bolt going to be sent through, does end up stunning himself. He's a little bit of damage from the friendly fragment, but otherwise pretty damn healthy. Yampi holding his own. Sociable going to be struck down. Swing out though. YetaJ able to hit the transfer, coming away with 2 kills. Giving his teammates an opportunity. Sop is able to find Durka now into a 2v2.
1 enemy remaining.
Cristali will fall, and Sop has to get it all done. There's no real reason for them to try to swing. They can just maintain these angles. Allow him to swoop forward into their sightlines, and he does. Vitality take the round after a very rough start for Zeus.
Yeah, like the changeup here from Yampi. They haven't showed a lot of B presence, and they put the pressure onto Zeus, and he gets caught before he even really gets to that wall almost. Yampi's so ready for that spot. Great util with the drone. Thought he had an exit, did not. Sayonara clean, and good awareness at the end of the round here by Chronicle and Sayonara to make sure they don't give that operator any chance. Still gonna have that Hunter's Fury as well, so Vitality making some good adjustments. Now Foot has to shore up the defenses here at B. They're gonna try to let Sop and his op do the job.
Not going to be able to get the scout here on this, but Sop won't be able to find the flick either. Sociable now, the one who's stranded on a bit of an island, and Durka, he is coming out for blood, and he will be able to find it.
Recovering it.
Immediate pick coming through, just no way to peel back that pressure. So it's another early play or dead, and Durka's able to find YetaJ as well through the screen.
Oh, this is great coordination with the util. They're just smothering Foot. Nice shot by Sop.
Quick peek, sees another. He's trying to get that aligned with the headhunter. Manages to dodge! Oh my god, I thought he had the collab. Will still get taken down by the fragment once again. Gives his teammates an opportunity to try to win this one out, but Zeus is still a world away.
Again, Vitality taking a pause. Waiting for Foot to get anxious. Cristali is making a bit of a swing. Trying to reposition. Seeing if he can get into an unexpected spot. Don't have the relay bolt to clear that back hallway, but you do have the recon darts. You confirm presence.
Clears it out, and there's the Hunter's Fury. Invested just trying to get the catch here. He swings out, though, and he's able to find one. He does get tagged, and now needs to try to avoid this, but he cannot. Sayonara has him aligned, and now it is down to Zeus to try to see if he can pull off this 1v2 clutch. The Nebula Pop Prophet just using that to walk across over towards backside. The check on this angle. The swing in, and Zeus just cannot pull the trigger fast enough. Prophet finds that kill, and Vitality march on to 6.
This is just crazy work. I mean, if you had watched these two teams play in Pearl in the upper finals, it was clutch after clutch after clutch. This time, there's a lot more discipline. There's a lot better post-plant setups for both squads, or at least for Vitality for sure. And Foot this time not able to pull off some of those miracles. Both teams were pulling off miracles, to be frank, but they're doing a really nice job.
I think Durka might have actually seen a bit of the aura around the Astro when she goes into the Astral form. Able to get that spot out, and just knows that Yettajay is tucked in behind screens. Once again, going to be some pressure applied towards this side of the map. Stop playing in this position, obviously. Going to be a lot more reliable for you, especially when he comes away with kills like that. So Chronicle down nice and early. Looking to try to tie this up at the half.
Filthy from Sop. Ooh, had a moment there to Durka, but didn't quite have the crosshair in the right spot. And this is all a little bit of a bait there. Neon trying to sell that they're still thinking about B, that they're still leaning in that direction. This time around, Foot, good mid control. Gives up a little bit of space on this part of the map, but that should be A-okay. You've still got good tools for this retake. You've got the Cosmic Divide, got some extra guns picked up. A couple sheriffs in there, sure, but
Fast lane situated, but Sociable, a massive shutdown, immediately finds a headshot on the Durka, the overdrive. No value to be found. This will be another critical round win for Foot. They can get up to 5 with this buy, and they've got a 2-player advantage. The spike going to be planted deep in the backside by Sayonara. He swings back over towards the stair side, just pushing up into that Nebula. It's going to be Yampi coming away with a kill, though, as Sop will fall over towards that spawn. Yettajay eventually able to find the headshot. Prophet going to be taken down. Sayonara now making his presence known, and Sociable will fall. Tries to get that spray aligned. He cannot! And oh, Zeus! What an incredible clutch up! Surviving with 5 HP! To Yampi's dismay, the round goes Foot's way.
5 HP. Oh, Yampi. He knew that if they could get that one, that could have been the dagger. Winning that 3v5 would have been absolutely massive. Love the way they play it, putting 2 players to control the airspace. Ooh, Yampi. That is a quick little shot, but Zeus able to upgrade and get the instant headshot onto Yampi. Oh, my word.
Just incredible.
That's the clutches I've been waiting for.
Yeah, need to be seeing more of that from Zeus. Still trailing behind. The Foot now with an opportunity to try to tie this up at the half. Yampi's going to be going back over that stinger. That was working so very well for him earlier on. See if he can find similar value, but for now these players just disrespecting that 0 point, continuing to push forward and trying to gain control over A main.
Got his ults. We could shut down the tour de force, but still the rifle in hand behind it for Sop, so
they're rotating back into this.
It's going to be that. Are they going to expect that extra layer of Zeus behind the chamber? That's the big question.
Well, now that Rendezvous cannot be taken, and Zeus cannot find that kill. Yampi will be able to find the one, but as he gets dropped, he's perfectly safe for the res, so Sayonara brings him back from the dead. Sop now will try to hold the line as his teammates join in alongside him. Yampi sprinting over. Follow-up shot from Sop. He just can't get that scope out fast enough, so Chronicle is able to claim his life. Sociable now here. Dugout just trying to spray and pray, but again, catches a stray. Chronicle finds the headshot. Suddenly, it looks like Vitality are going to be able to get a lead, but what a drag across from Gastali! Hits the jackpot, finds the headshot. Gives Yettajay a 1v2. The spike still not planted.
30 seconds left.
It's right into that smoke.
Slow creep up.
Need that back.
Popping another one, Prophet. He's rotated toward that secret side now. They're aware of his presence. Yettajay finds the first, 22 health. Tapping, just trying to bait out the util. Swings the corner, but cannot find Prophet. Untouched, unscathed. He gets Vitality, the lead of the half.
That's a really nice half, though, for Vitality. Getting 7 on their attacker side, going up against a new comp, some new ideas. Really, really impactful. One thing that I am pretty curious about is the no Cypher, but anyway.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays as we do swap sides, but for now, we'll go into the halftime break.
Can't use that yet.
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November.
Here with Durka of Vitality. Durka, when it comes to facing Foot, Soap and Zeus, how much problem will they be for you today?
I mean, not really much, I think. I think we got used to them in EMEA, and it's a regional matchup, so it's like, yeah, back in Berlin, you know, a normal day for us.
Feeling confident. Thank you so much and good luck. Here with Zeus of Foot. Zeus, how much trouble are you planning to be for Vitality?
We're gonna see. Yo, Durka, we're gonna face off on server.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Not the most confidence there from Zeus in that interview, if I'm going to be honest, right at the moment. You see Durka out in front, Zeus still trailing behind the rest of the team. Needs to rally back as they shift over to this attacker's side. He has to be that tip of the spear. Sop is the one who's going to be playing back a little bit more now that he's shifted over to this chamber.
Yeah, exactly, and this is where Chronicles should also come alive on the other side of the coin. He's very, very disciplined with the chamber on this defender side of Pearl, but one of the things that I'm concerned about here for Foot is no Cypher. I think hurts them on that defender side where they don't have the ability to control that space and get a little bit deeper information, and I think that's going to potentially be a problem here on this attacker side as well, where they're not going to have that flank control, they're not going to be able to watch the backs.
Oh my God.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, I'm going to have to see that one back. That's a hell of a shot to find off the rip. Durka now dead. This forces Vitality into a 2-2 split. Chronicle going to need to deliver very similar accuracy if he wants to stem this attack that's getting ready to strike the swing of the corner. And he'll just take one shot, makes his exit. Flash over the top, fragment gonna be sent in, but it's gonna be Zeus coming away with the kills. Chronicle does get taken down, swings the corner, finds himself a second and maybe. He's warming up. Swing in, gets the third. Now 3 players alive, Prophet the 1. Has to try to clutch this out. Low health on the enemy jet if he will be able to find it, but it's going to be this slow, steady entry from Art down the stairs. 2 players, now 3, ready to counter swing out of main as they hear this tap. Gravwell not even going to be committed yet. They're not believing in it. There's the Haunt. Tries to swoop forward. Will be able to find the first, but Sociable counter swings back in, and Foot take the pistol for themselves, 1 round away from tying it up yet again.
Yeah, just a really good disciplined play here from Foot, just taking their time, finding that early pick, working the map a little bit. You don't get caught up too much. A little bit of a delayed reaction here from Vitality on this execute. The fragment maybe just a hair later than you'd like because you have to fall back with the chamber, and you don't know if they're going to push the tempo right then and there or not. That's when Foot opts to spring into action.
The thing about how this all started, it was the pistol going the way of Foot, and then Anti-Eco ends up getting dropped. Seems unlikely to occur once more, but Vitality could find it. That might just be this map under wraps for them.
And this is a curious eco from Vitality. They're going all over the board here. Do have that trip to watch for the 2 players out along B. Nobody going to be home at Art. It's just going to be trying to play up close and personal to see if you can get some damage out of those classic right clicks. I'm gonna smoke this one off, but I think that Yetijay is aware.
Watching for this, but it is just a ghost who can quickly be overwhelmed, but he's able to find the first. He's looking for that second. Chronicle running out of bullets. Nothing left in that headhunter, and now whittled away down to 11 HP. He's barely able to find anything on that opposite side. Meanwhile, Yampi's gonna try to pinch in, get this potential flank, but he just can't scale forward, because as he does, well, Sociable's gonna say hello. Takes a headshot, but he's able to eat that. Survives with 22, and at the moment, Foot still on pace for a flawless.
This is a great idea from Foot to have that extra layer with the trademark to make sure that those flanks are clear. That's something that I was concerned about, and they've already been addressing it very early on in this half. That's really encouraging.
Soft now, rewarded with a quick little shot. Sayonara will get taken down, and Profik, the last one standing, will be able to push forward, grab up that bandit to try to get a little bit of damage in. A couple players that would be susceptible, but it's going to be Cristali checking in on the street side, who will be able to find that kill. So Foot, they tie it up 7-7 in flawless fashion.
This is really, really good stuff from Foot so far. A new comp, new ideas. And here on the attacker side, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, making sure that everything's basically accounted for. You got to be feeling confident coming into this. I love the way Yetijay's been playing here on this Astra. You know, normally on the Cypher on this map, and a little bit of frustration there from Yampi, who's had a stellar map, that fragging IGL for Vitality. You know, he's done such a good job to rally this squad back, both with his firepower and his big brain, but that one frustrating him just a little bit. Felt like maybe he should have got the kill. This time, to push up the gut. Just the trademark of Chronicle to watch.
It can be a quick counter swing from Durka, but of course would make noise if he goes sprinting around. Will just be slow scale forward. Clear out that trademark. Yampi, his eyes trained on this position, Vandal in hand. Ready to try to slow it down, but it's going to be Sop coming out on top. As Yampi will fall. A-side opened up a bit, but Foot still not feeling comfortable enough for this. As Yetijay pushing in the mid, will be able to find Durka completely unawares. That Stinger claims his life. Now the B site completely open, primed for the taking. His Foot start drifting their way down the street. Only Sayonara nearby enough to try to do anything about this.
They're re-clearing space so nicely there. Catching Durka on the backside, that was huge.
Tailwinds into his teammate. Sayonara has not been detected quite yet, but it seems like Vitality also not fully committing towards this side of the map yet, or at least are watching for a potential very late lurk. We'll start shifting over, checking on that water side. As we know, everyone from Foot positioned basically here on the side itself. Swing forward, Profik unable to catch that shot. Cannot find the damage, flash out. It's going to be Sayonara taken down. Chronicle will be able to find one. Profik has to backpedal. The rendezvous situated. It seems like from here, it's just to try to play to get some more damage, to take these weapons out of their hands, but it's Vitality, the ones that are losing out. Profik now tucked into the spawn, and Foot, they smell the blood in the water. The jump on the corner, Yetijay giving his life over so Sociable can collect. Bonus is converted, and Foot are in the lead.
Yeah, this is excellent, excellent work here from Foot, from Yetijay in particular. I am so impressed with the way he's been playing throughout the last couple months. When I've been watching the VODs, getting ready for this event, the one thing I was really happy about with Foot is how it feels like Yetijay so reliable there to watch your flanks, to be that guy who's gonna do the selfless duty of also setting up some of your duelists and things like that in moments when he has to kind of be the bait a little bit. Tremendous flank awareness, and that's exactly what Foot needs. I was kind of curious if Vitality was gonna maybe rip an early timeout, but they're gonna let this round go. Couple sheriffs, couple bandits. Chronicle just a headhunter, of course, and Vitality looking to get a thrifty of their own to see if they can turn the tables on this one. This half has been rough, to say the least, so far. Again, this is usually where they're really doing a lot of damage. On Pearl is on this defender side, so this time they're gambling A, but they are gambling incorrectly.
And you have to feel like after this one, a timeout call.
Yeah.
To come through for Vitality. Foot still taking the time, not wanting to fall into a trap.
Covering it.
Pings down, and Sociable just continues to apply this pressure around A. Keep everybody focused on that site. 40 seconds remaining. Slow creep up can continue. Sociable.
Catch them.
Just look to try to clear out this trademark. It continues to scale forward, in fact, but now has to backpedal away, trying to get himself over into the cubby, and does end up getting taken down. That's going to be a weapon handed over. So Durka does get himself a Phantom, and suddenly there's an opportunity for Vitality to at least get an immense amount of damage through this round. Stop though. So fast on the adjustment, looks for the second flick through, cannot find it, but the spray and pray from Zeus will be able to clean up Yampi. The trademark down, Chronicle arriving around the back, looking to try to line up the headshot on a Crystalli. He cannot. Foot not allowing for the Thrifty to come through. They stretch the lead, now up 9-7.
Again, another great, well thought out round from Foot in terms of selling a little bit of fake on the other side. Sociable gonna give his life for the cause there, but then the other players immediately start taking space because they realize that the rotations are going to be so late for Vitality that they can get into positions where they can cut them off before they're really ready to fight. And that's exactly what they do. Sop does a great job, and then the reinforcements are right there coming up the ramp behind him. So here in this Coinbase win condition, a lot to talk about for Vitality. You are going to finally be able to get into that operator. That was another thing I was really thinking about with these 4 rounds in a row that you're able to string together as Foot. You're keeping that operator out of Chronicle's hands. You're not allowing any kind of economy to be built up as well. So it's going to make it that much more difficult if this round doesn't go Vitality's way. It may just be GG. It just may be map.
Yeah, I mean, you see here in the Coinbase win condition, he does have that operator, but he's so far away from that tour de force, so doesn't have that potential opportunity to go back-to-back should he lose this weapon, so he needs to maintain control of it. At the moment, it feels like Vitality certainly feeling a little bit scattered. Foot have the upper hand. They're one away from hitting double digits. London, let me hear you if you want to see Vitality bring this back.
Okay, they're coming into their ult cycles. They're really close to it as well for Vitality. One away from the Hunter's Fury and the Cosmic Divide, but so are Foot. You have the Blades for Zeus. J one away from his Cosmic Divide as well. Crystalli not too far away from the KO ult. Same with Yampi, so pivotal rounds here in this map. Went to overtime the last time these two teams played. It's Vitality going to be able to make another comeback.
Oh, Zeus, did he catch a glimpse? I think he might have done. But it's going to be Hunter's Fury now out. Swing in the corner, Chronicle dead, the operator down, Sop favored on the angle. This Yampi tries to play forward into the smoke, but Sop just disrespects it. Lunges in. And at that HP, the shorty will still get the job done. Vitality once again now on the back foot. A 3v5, a couple players low. Zeus playing point, however. Durka is completely caught off guard. Spotted onto the jet. Shock dart gonna be lobbed in. Zeus will get taken down. Quick little exit, and Sop able to avoid execution.
He's got to save. Nothing left to do. Couldn't find any more value.
And they can't get to the operator either. It's just stranded there on the site. Foot are going to get themselves up to double digits. Meanwhile, J, he's sprinting all the way through A main. He wants to take these guns out of their hands. He knows that they're in dire straits. Whether or not he can find it, we'll have to see. But yes, he does. Just locks on. Finding Sayonara right as the spike goes off.
Look at how locked in Foot is right now. This is usually a team that would be getting on their feet, that would be kind of trying to get in their opponent's heads, but they're just so dialed in. It helps when Sop is just so good at point of contact. He's been incredible when you give him an operator, and so reliable so far here in London. And then they just do a great job using that fade to clear into that smoke to make sure that Yampi's attempt at a cheeky little play doesn't profit anything. Here goes Sop again.
Durka trying to take this forward space, but counter spam out. Barely able to find any damage on the Sop. He gets whittled away at down to 70 HP. And immediately Vitality just make their exit, giving up this space, and it looks like Foot are just going to pump the brakes, play it quiet, and then rescale forward.
They're definitely feeling confident. Feeling like they can take these fights. It's a little bit of a tricky read for Vitality because we've already seen that sometimes the fade will be on their own. just seeing Sop here.
Oh, Prophet going to be lucky to be alive. Sop's been showing that he's typically going to be good for those, and that's why he's continuing to push forward. He's just disrespected this Nebula. He's sliding in behind 2 players. He hears this drone going. He sees the burst, and he hits the top! Sop is destroying them! As Yuppie is able to find 1. But he will then fall. Yetijay just turning back, cleaning up the enemy KO. Whoa! However, fighting back is able to find 2, but Sop hits the quick scope. Prophet dead. The A site opened up. And now it's just Chronicle to try to see if he can somehow turn the tides, get this clutch.
He's done it before.
Sees the weaponry, has to make the noise. Swaps off the Guardian Sop again. We're gonna be dialed in, but okay, Chronicle able to fish out the kill. Takes it into the 1v1, and once again, Yetijay is playing this patiently. Delayed reaction, setting up that grab well. Chronicle tries to bait him forward. The jump peek out, damage not to be found. Yetijay trying to play the timing, but now he's gonna be taken low. 10 bullets remaining, the swing forward. The Chronicle will be able to find that kill. But dear Lord, it ends up getting so very close. It looked like Foot had that one in hand, but it's a Red Bull clutch for Vitality to try to rally back.
And this is exactly what Vitality was doing previously, getting these clutches, getting these 1vx's to give themselves a chance to send it to overtime. And who else but Chronicle to do it again? My God, Sop, absolutely nasty.
So many players would just maybe whip that follow-up shot, maybe not connect with the head. He's just so damn fast with it, but yeah, that is a devastating round to drop for Foot.
You want to play? Let's
you know, it would have been curtains if you could get that one. 2 ops here. If you include the tour de force for Vitality. Sop still has one of his own. Again, a lot of ults available for Foot in this round. A couple on the other side for Vitality. Some great retake ultimates there for the defenders. Chronicle inched so far forward. Is there going to be any opportunity?
I need it.
Yetijay not going to give him anything just yet. Wouldn't expect him to try to challenge this.
He is on an island. He's quite far away from that rendezvous. Yuppie, however, going to be setting up that null command. Trying to slow down this approach. Meanwhile, Chronicle has the jump. Yetijay just not checking that angle at all. Damage taken, now the finish. Yuppie able to find Zeus through that smoke. Foot are in danger of having Vitality be 1 round away. Prophet anticipating this push up in the tower. Sociable still just having his attention tied towards that spawn side. Will reposition. Meanwhile, Sop unable to find the opener. Goes for the repeat, gets taken down. Chronicle able to find him with a tour de force. Sociable checking underneath, is able to find the first, but needs to do so much more. It would have to be an ace clutch, and he can only get 1. The defuse in again, and Vitality suddenly are 1 round away from tying it up.
And now they're finding their footing. All it took was that 1 Chronicle clutch. And they're right back into it. Nice little maneuvering here by Chronicle too. Just shows his great awareness. Moving a little bit further forward. Yuppie able to hold the line on site to at least get 1 and not give up his life for it with that no command in play. Really slows down Foot, who I like their approach to this round, using that Cosmic Divide, setting up that crunch. They just couldn't get through because Vitality players just ever so slightly outpositioned and outthought them.
It's going to be the Blades and the tour de force committed here from Foot to try to get a full buy together. Double operator available though for Vitality. As Chronicle and Dirk are going to be looking for some opening picks. They do end up stacking these on the same side of the map, but Chronicle's still going to be able to find value. Just a dry peek of the corner. And Zeus has fallen.
Prowler was behind it. They just weren't anticipating him to take that tight of an angle. Ceding a lot of map control here are Vitality because they still have extremity control. Give up a little bit of space in mid here. Make the shots a little bit more difficult on those entries. Can set up the crossfire here. On to B.
Chronicle again. Just kicked in on the angle, and there's just no way to really clear these. They're not committing the utility ahead of time, and now Yuppie is out on the wider angle. Sociable is dead. Spike is on the floor. Yetijay is going to be able to find 1. The jump in, though, and Sop Quick exit tag to 33, tucked into the corner, and absolutely screwed from this position. He pushes forward, Chronicle, another monstrous round. Gets the 4K and ties it up 10-10.
He's coming alive. Took a little while here, making Vitality fans sweat just a little bit. 5 rounds in a row seeded, and now they've got 3 of their own, and we're all tied up. Exactly what you expected between these two squads. The back and forth, and now the frustration starting to build, starting to brew. And it's going to be a timeout for Foot.
It has to be. A hell of a lot committed to that one. The 2 ults, unable to find anything. Zeus just dead off the rip. It's time to pump the brakes. Trying to get these players focused back in. And I don't even know if the double up was scouted in this round. I'm not sure if Durka really sent out a shot with that, so they might still be unawares that that is online at the moment.
I didn't see it, so I think you're absolutely right. It's a good start, though. SOP 332 ACS, but still some work to do. 22 and 12 right now, so just right in line with that average KDA. But I think the problems here are more that I'm not seeing the initiators being able to get involved here for Foot. They're not able to tee up Zeus or Sop for some of these plays where it's a little bait and switch, or able to get the utility there in time. You know, that round, Chronicle just a little bit ahead of the curve initially, gets that early kill onto the Blade Storm. So things like that probably got to be talked about here with the coaching staff, with these players, to make sure that, hey, we're running double initiator for a reason. That means that we're clearing angles with the prowlers, with the flashes, with the knife. All these things need to be happening to make sure that we're not giving up these freebies, because they're starting to kind of fall for some of these traps, taking some dry contact. That is not what Foot wants to do here.
Oh, Zeus is able to find a catch.
There it is.
Sayonara taken down, solid flash set up. He's able to find that early kill, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered. Jump peek out. Chronicle spotted, Prowler going to be sent through. Disrespects that, wants to try to get onto the angle, but Foot do wait it out. They hear the exit. So Nightfall's going to be committed and doesn't manage to collide with anyone. Robic, however, now going to be scouted out, unable to try to clear that haunt in time, and Sop will find his head. Scale forward into Secret. Chronicle peeking into the angle, will be able to find that opener. 3v4 as they look to try to get this retake going, but Zeus is able to strike again as Yampi will fall to push forward. Chronicle now to the covering fire, will be able to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but Zeus does take him down. Cash aplenty, Durka doesn't need to try to hold on to the operator, but he won't be allowed to. Zeus, a monstrous round in his own right. They call the timeout, he comes out swinging, finds the 4K, and Foot find the lead once again.
This is absolutely beautiful. Great timeout here from Vlad and Bambino. I mean, doing a really nice job. You get that over flash, you get the setup, you use the Prowler to clear Chronicle off the initial angle that he's trying to take. A little bit of a jump bait there as well. So this is just that coordination that you needed. I don't know what they're mad about. I think that was a pretty solid round.
Yeah, still frustrated about some things. Could have been cleaner, I suppose, but critically they're able to find that win. But as mentioned, the money is still there for Vitality. Still have this by the slide forward, but it's going to be Zeus counter spraying to take down Durka in the aggression. He's immediately denied.
He got hit by everything there. The haunt, the flash. The headhunter even found a shot in there.
Worried about this push, but no one really from Vitality going to feel comfortable enough to scale forward towards this position. But then again, maybe Yampi does. He's going to be feeling like he has to make something happen, has to make a play to get them back into this round with Durka dead.
Great awareness there. Foot again showing that they've started to figure out again how this comp is supposed to operate. Using that Prowler to make sure that mid, they have to re-clear it. They're getting the proper info. This time, though, they commit to this. Going to be a little bit challenging. There's a couple players already in position.
Chronicle still a little ways away.
See if this flash catches Yampi.
Stars out. Fragment's going to be sent to try to delay. Recon as well. Committed, and there you go. Sayonara able to play off the back of that one. Cleans up a kill on the Zeus. Brings it back into a 4v4 with Duelist dead on either side. Jump forward, Sop trying to scale up into that smoke, but Yampi lying in wait is able to find the kill. The pop flash out, goes swooping, but Cristalli not fully caught by that. Is able to find the kill, but now the time is starting to dwindle down. 14 seconds remaining. A 2v2, the Fragment to try to zone away, stop him from being able to counter, spray through the wall. At the same time, though, Chronicle now has the spot out and will be able to strike him down. Sociable able to hold his own for one. Slots back over towards the main side. The shot not registering, but Chronicle gets it done with the headhunter. Just a casual shrug, another day at the office as he keeps Vitality alive.
Because of course it's Chronicle again. Again, I love the early util combos here from Foot to get that man advantage, but it's really nice positioning on site from Vitality. Some good anti-flash positions. Frustration from the Foot coaching staff. I think they're out of timeouts. I think only Vitality left with one, so gonna have to ride this out. Back into double operator effectively. Tour de force.
Prowler will get the spot out. He's able to make his exit. There's a Jane. Quite going to be caught by that one. Push forward. Saba's trying to make a play over here at A main, but he's completely alone, and Durka has Sayonara protected, so now the orb can get taken. The Hunter's Fury going to be online.
There.
More ultimates ready to go here for Vitality, and of course the Tour de Force already enacted. But Durka will get caught off guard. Yeta scaling forward, flush against the wall. Is able to find that kill. Spots out Sayonara, swings out, and cannot win the fight. He barely finds any damage.
That is massive.
Well, the null command just pulsing out as Sociable tries to go on the check, but Sayonara has him outdone. Just Zeus and Crystalli boxed in. Sayonara ready to strike, and they are not paying attention to him at all. It's a spray down. It's another 4K for Vitality as they move up to map point.
Big round here for the Sova. A nice little change up in the formation. They've been leaving Sayonara kind of on an island to control long A as that Sova, and this time Durka ready to use Sayonara as a little bit of bait, and then Sayonara just cleans up the rest of the round, just catching Foot off guard time and time again.
And look at the economy, the lack thereof. There is basically nothing to really work with here for Foot. A Vandal in hand for Zeus, a Stinger for Sop, a Guardian for Yeta, and two Outlaws. And there's the first. Didn't have to make it a headshot, but he does. And Chronicle will take down Sop, denying the potential heroics.
And you've got 3 ults to face as well here. This is just bad to worse for Foot. That Hunter's Fury is still there. Durka's ult still there. Now Yampi gets some information.
Hunter's Fury going to be invested. Sayonara fishing, trying to find any kind of connection that he can, and will be able to get quite a bit of damage on the Zeus, puts him to 45. Yampi just going to be backpedaling away, giving up that angle into streets. Knows that they're still very well favored in this round.
Yeah, they've got full map control effectively. The only thing they don't really know about is long A, but that's where Durka's holding the line with the Outlaw.
And he can quickly pivot back towards Art, as that trademark is going to hold them in position. 40 seconds remaining.
This is beautiful map theory from Vitality. We've got all their bases covered right now.
Clear the trademark. Updraft into the drift in. Looking for an angle, and that's a hell of a shot. Zeus now. Blade's going to be popped. Takes down Prophet to start things off, but they need a hell of a lot more than that as the overdrive is going to be enacted. Durka sprinting forward, pitching through the smoke. Is able to find the one. The Planter now eliminated. Sociable has to commit to this one. Down to 17 health. Zeus still at 45. Foot have their work cut out for them, but they've made this a possibility. But Sayonara, he wants to take that away. Feels like Zeus with the knives, having to deliver, but he cannot find a damn thing. Just Yeta with a Guardian, and Yampi claims his life. Close but no cigar. Vitality persevere. And they take them map pick 13-11.
This team has shown again that they have so much resilience. They came back, they were 3 rounds down in the upper finals on this map to force OT. Here they lose the first 5. On their defender's side, and they're able to roll it back.
The Foot have their map pick coming up next, but they're going to be kicking themselves because this was so very winnable for them. We'll see if they can recover as we get ready to go to that map 2 after the break.
You just use ChatGPT, make anti-strat.
Yes.
I tried that one time.
I had an idea who was, let's say, making pistols and just
Wait, which one was it? Posty?
Oh.
Here we go again.
Wrong way.
I gotta be me.
Gotta be me. The dream that I see makes me what I am.
He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! He steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
I wasn't. All right then, Andrea, we're going to test. Right, make some noise if you're here for first. And make some noise if you're behind Team Vitality. Oh my goodness. No. But we've got to be louder because we want this to go to all three maps. But make some noise! Vitality fans, make some noise! All right then, London. I'm excited for this next match. So all together now, let's be united in riotous cacophonies of sound. In 3, 2, 1, make some noise! I'm having so much fun.
Jen here with Pala Vitality. A quick comeback in the second half. How'd you guys close it out?
To be honest, it was all the boys. My bad to them for the pistols. I think they, to be fair, Foot I think had a really nice start on their attack side there. They did some things that, even though we kind of knew what we had to deal with, it's just very hard. They won a lot of great rounds and individually they played really, really well. They caught us off, but to be honest, the boys found something that worked for them and they just kept running with it and running with it and running with it. So yeah, we managed to get the momentum back in our way and the boys thrive on that for sure.
Yep, still undefeated, unpearled.
Surprisingly,
yeah, surprisingly, all right. Good luck on the next map. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
Nice! Hey! Sup!
of the back and forth there between the ex-teammates and folks that are really familiar with each other here, and they kept it extremely competitive throughout. Vitality started really strong on that first half there, but there was a moment where it looked like maybe Foot was going to close it out.
Yeah, it was real back and forth. A lot of thrifties, 2 pistol round wins for Foot. It could have gone either way, and at that end, I thought Foot were going to win.
Yeah.
But it was Chronicle who said no in the end. He was coming up big in a lot of these rounds.
Yes.
Yeah, welcome to EMEA. We have a lot of back and forth over in EMEA. And it does get to a point where you look at it and you're like, I don't know who's going to win, because they do match up so well together and go head to head with one another. But yeah, I think, as you said, it's a super close matchup.
I do want to ask about SOP and the chamber role and Zeus being on the Jet instead. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that it's about Foot not really finding comfort on this map at all, and they've just gone, what can we do that we've not done yet? Chamber's pretty good, SOP's good with the op, let's try that. Zeus has not been very good on the Phoenix, which is very common on this map, and so just letting him go back to his comfort. He usually is a Jet player, so I don't mind it, to be honest with you. I thought it was all right. I think that SOP did a lot of great things this map, and I think the composition was fine. I think that the theory on the map needs a little bit of work. Comp fine with me.
Yeah, you can see just how back and forth it was there, and Foot managing to pick up more first kills, but in both pistols too, but unfortunately losing out in the end. And I agree. I think when it comes to the composition that Foot decided to pull out today, it's a question of if SOP doesn't play Chamber, then who does play the Sentinel in this type of situation? Because obviously they leaned into the double initiator thinking that they needed to change that up from what they were playing previously. Usually we would see Yetaji on that Sentinel, but of course he was on the Astra this time around. So I think it was more like, what is their theory and thinking behind it? Because it does come to a point where you would ask yourself, what does Zeus play if you don't want to go for the double duelist approach? So obviously they decided to have SOP onto that Sentinel instead.
And on the side of Vitality, like you mentioned, Kron decided to step it up. You know, he had it. He wanted to close it out, and he did totally bring it back.
Yeah, he started a bit slow on the attack side. He wasn't really set up for success there, in my opinion, but the defense is where the Chamber comes alive. And in some of these later rounds in the clutches, it's Chronicle. He is one of the greatest players of all time, if not the greatest of all time, for a reason, and he ain't going to lose those clutches. Even here, 4K with the Operator. I think maybe the global stage doesn't know that he is actually quite good with the Operator right now. Not something he used to do back in the day, but yeah, really good for Vitality here, and a key person to make sure that they close out this map. A very crucial map in this series.
And we spoke about this coming into today, that the last time these two teams faced off in that upper bracket semi-final back in EMEA, it did come down to the clutches for either team to be able to win it out. And I think by the end of that map, Kron pretty much decided, no, we're winning this map today. We're keeping our flawless streak on Pearl.
Yeah, and of course, you could always count on Kron. The man does no wrong. Now, you were mentioning Durka versus how Turkish players a little bit earlier, Minnie. Let's take a look at our HyperX reflex moment from SOP.
Yeah, it was a beautiful moment here. We saw the Neon nerf maybe coming into effect a little bit there. You know, no, can't jump in the air quite as easily anymore, and SOP able to capitalize on that one. SOP was fantastic in this game despite the loss on that Chamber again. First time he's played it this year, and it was just like, are we going to get a map where he plays bad at this point?
No, I honestly don't think so. It feels as though this guy could do no wrong, which is crazy. You know, we kind of told his story yesterday where this guy was playing to get into challengers this time last year, and now he's coming out on the global stage and doing things like that to a veteran such as Derka. It's really nice to see.
Well, we do have another side that was coming really close. Let's see what Jen Lee had a chat with the coach. See what they had to say.
Here with Vlad of FUD, new comp, great momentum in the second half. What was missing?
What was missing? I mean, a little like 2 different clutches and the confidence from our boys in the first half, of course, losing Eco after pistol. I mean, almost everything was perfect in the end, but we just couldn't deliver.
So confidence will be the key. Thank you.
Well, Foot shouldn't be feeling too bad about that performance there. Like you said, Minnie, they had a lot of the right pieces. It was just a little bit of cleaning up that they needed to do to pull through, especially as we go into the next map. We saw Foot play Haven yesterday against Full Sense, played really well with that double duelist comp.
Yeah, they should be favored here. Pearl was not their map pick at all. They've not won it this year. Vitality have won it every single time. Expected result. The actual end result, the fact they made it so close gives me a lot of hope. They are going to be a lot better on that Haven. I think that they are extremely good on that map. They know how to be aggressive. They know how to send it out. They know what they're doing with their rotations. So I think that this is the chance for tool back into this series.
Yeah, we were highlighting some of the deep extremities that they were able to have against Full Sense yesterday. I'm thinking of Sop propping himself up C long with the operator, how they're contesting for that A main space as well. It was really impressive, but for Vitality, I'm intrigued to see what approach they go down. We saw Sayonara move away from the Viper and onto the Phoenix last time this was EMEA, and it looks as though they're going to do the same thing here, Mini.
Yeah, exactly the same. Vitality want to highlight here, starting on that defense side. I don't think they're very good on this defense side at all right now, and I'm hoping that they've upped it from their regional performances. They do not stack the sites enough. They are not aggressive enough in the early rounds or in the mid rounds to get high numbers on this defense side, and that needs to change. And the person I want to highlight here is Durka. He was 3 and 10 on that defense side of Pearl, and I think on Haven he is the key piece. I said before, he struggles a little bit when people get in his face, and that's what Foot is going to do, and I wonder how he's going to deal with it this time around.
I think starting on this attack, something to keep an eye on with this double duelist composition is how quickly can they take that information away from Vitality. They have Chronicle with the trips, probably propped up in Garage or B here. I think that's going to be key to their success. They also have a Sova there to be able to get rid of those cross-map and create that pressure so that they can kind of create question marks for Vitality, because realistically, what do they actually have to re-clear that space with this defensive composition?
Speaking of Sova, I'm looking at Yumpy here. He played excellently, especially in that first half of the first map there. Do you think he'll be really critical in Haven?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think, like Billy's saying, it's about the information game. Vitality don't have much of it. It's going to be about him doing it with the drone, with the recon, and with the calls. Telling his teammates, we need information, let's push out, we need to do something. Right now, Vitality are far too passive, in my opinion, when they've been playing this map in EMEA. And I think that against Foot today, it's going to have to change.
Yeah, they do seem to like those overtimes on this map, and I'm pretty sure they don't want any of that today. You want to go strong into playoffs, who, if they do close out this map, they're in. They're in. They're going to go join the big boys in the first seed towards Masters London Trophy. So let's see if Vitality can keep that momentum going, or Foot is going to bring it back as we send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Here we go. Haven Foot's map pick. Can they rebound after that nail biter, that close loss on Pearl? This would be a monstrous way to try to push this into a map 3. London, do you want to see this go the distance? Do you want to see map 3?
I know,
right there with you.
I want to see that fracture. I want to see Vitality's fracture. That's what I'm really keen about in this matchup potentially, but we got to get their Foot. Great on the pistols, won both on Pearl. Looking to see if they can continue that streak. Kron gonna have one of his trips cleared early unless he grabbed it back, but I think it might have been shock darted, and he's just getting out of dodge.
Paranoia gonna go through, but Sop is still able to collect the kill. Chronicle gonna be taken down. Great boss of the former map now eliminated. Durka quick on this flank, but it's gonna be held at bay for the moment, and Yetajay tucked safely around the corner, not to be spotted. Clears that out. Trying to play off the cam. Be able to get that dart, but Sayonara still scaling forward right here alongside him. Curveball at the ready. Tournament though. Yetajay so very fast with that. Does manage to get traded out, but still a player advantage for Foot as they look to try to maintain that perfection in the pistols. Blinding. Paranoia down into the corner, not going to be catching the player at hell, but Zeus will be isolated, blinded up, and eventually going to be taken down as Durka finds himself a third, but Sociable cleans up Yumpy, and Durka, he's just out of time. They're trying to play for some kills as he gets himself a 4K. That Sociable will be able to clean it up and secure the pistol win for Foot.
This is quite an interesting round here. Chronicle there, feeling that pressure, thinking he has just enough time to escape, but with that Paranoia, with the visual spot, it's going to be the kill for Sop. The Jet v Jet battle, I think, going to be very crucial here. But Durka already popping off with the aim. You know, he's talked very publicly about how he's very happy to not have to necessarily be stuck in Neon jail anymore. Yeah. So maybe that's a sign of things to come. And in fact, look at this.
Yeah, he's going to be forcing it into an outlaw, but look at the armor on the other side, and look at the shot from Sop. The outlaw immediately dispatched, does manage to find that damage, but Cristali is fully anticipating this walk through sewer. In fact, is reading the second approach as well. Sleep, and this is just Foot looking like they have such a solid read.
Absolutely.
Here. A little bit of slip the wheel there for Yetajay, unable to find the punish on a Chronicle. But Sociable's already scaled forward. Chronicle none the wiser. He gets caught. And it is just open season on this map at the moment. Foot complete and utter free reign.
I mean, we're seeing them have another hot start.
Revealing area.
See if they can keep it up.
Rovic's not going to be reading this, you would think. Gives it a consideration. Right click would have had it, but it's a wag of the finger there from Sop telling him, I'm not going to get taken down, not by you, and it's a flawless way for Foot to scoop up the anti-eco.
Yeah, having those armors, really, really nice. Trying to gamble a little bit. Again, trying to see if they could flip the script or Vitality by going for an, kind of off-kilter buy coming into their eco. So that means Durka only going to be able to afford a Bulldog with half armor coming into this next one. So could be a pain point for Vitality.
Swapping it around, Yampy, knowing where his bread is buttered, says, no, you take the Vandal.
That's fair.
Granted, I mean, Yampy, of course, very solid performance in that previous map.
Trip.
Instrumental in getting the win, but yeah, Plat set up for this. Trying to stop that up and over from either the Waylay or the Jet.
Revealing area.
Drop guard out, not going to be connecting with anything. Recon's going to be cleared. Zeus just popping up over top of the box, but there's that refract having to be taken, but Sayonara still ends up getting caught. Sociable able to find that elimination. At the same time, Kristali just trying to hold them at bay, but this back site space has been filled, and Durka's able to find one, but the volley in response here from Foot is looking insurmountable. Sociable right where he needs to be, intercepts Yampy on that reclear into B, and Foot convert the bonus.
Just winning a big fight in Garage there makes Durka's angle so much more difficult to lock down. It means that Sociable already able to be pushed up, gets the kill, and then he's able to push further through. What a round there for the IGL. And even though I think there's some awareness that C is going to be where Foot wants to go in the minds of Vitality, they're not able to do much about it. Do have Durka's ult here, but the blades can be positioned off the angle, and Sop can't find his own.
It's a quick shot, trying to see if he can catch anybody going for that instant peek. Damage will be avoided, so Vitality for now still healthy.
Hanging on to a lot of the utility here early. Our Vitality looking for more of a reactive play, but trying to obscure their presence a little bit over at A.
Looks like Foot was maybe anticipating that Vitality would just play this the same way as they did the eco, or rather their eco round. Just try to walk at them, but they're hanging back, wanting to try to set the trap, but at the moment it looks like Foot not really going to be falling into this one. Scale forward into mid, just that singular trip set up.
Yeah, timing there for Chronicle. Just no further contact at long A, so needs to put this up to give them a little bit of a heads up. They're going to have it.
Saturate to the corner. Chronicle relaying all of this noise over to the rest of his teammates to try to see if they can find some impact. A Thrifty here would be a massive swing round for them. Stop again with a quick check-in, but will reposition. Everything pretty much being noted and dealt with here by Foot. All angles covered, just the smoke to really try to worry about. Paranoia will be invested. Stops him from going for the defuse. Couple shots here from Propek, able to get some damage. Meanwhile, it's going to be pressure applied to Sop, but he's just drifting slowly in with that shorty. Sayonara will be able to sit him down, but follow-up, okay, does have to find a kill. Ball up into the window, but it's going to be Kristali on the off angle to clean it up and rescue this round. Started looking very shaky, but Foot still do manage to maintain perfection.
Yeah, these post plants still really well dialed up by Foot, controlling that garage space so effectively, not allowing for the breakout. And it's Sop who's going to give his life for the cause to really make sure that they can't explode out there and take the space in front of window that easily. Kristali having one hell of a map. 6-1 so far, him and Sociable doing a ton of damage for Foot. Sayonara is going to have to run it back. Sop going to opt for the Stinger behind his Blade Storm.
Deacon and Durka able to find the opening shot. Sop going to be taken down, but here's that Waylay entry as Zeus is able to deny Sayonara any value off the ultimate. Just snaps him back. Still alive, and in this fight, the cage going to be dropping, and Chronicle ready for that. Cleans up one. Sociable going to be taken down, but Zeus there, that second layer, as Sayonara peeks out a window. The spike now remaining on the floor, and Yedajay in a 1v4. Seeing that first play here, but Sayonara crouches down, denies the headshot, gets a 3K, and Vitality get on the board.
Yeah, and this time, the Phoenix ult so instrumental here to deny that easy B plant for Foot, force them into the trap setup you have over in Garage. A great early pick find for Durka. Chronicle realizing that he's probably doomed in that position with the drone getting deep, so he just has to go for the kills. Nicely played, and Sayonara gonna be halfway to another run it back already off that 3K. Very nicely thought out. Back to this operator in towards mid.
Like it's an injection of cash as well for Vitality. We'll be able to keep this operator online for a little bit longer, should they lose it. Molly and some spam exchange in Garage. Foot just gonna look to go the other way.
Now they're gonna have a little bit of an opportunity. How much can Yampi thwart them here? The real question, not at all.
Sociable continuing to thrive. Just dead on the jiggle peak. Yampi unable to get away from that. Now Prophet try to slow things down. Zeus, however, is just completely disrespecting that. He dives in, he finds Durka. Quick reposition down to Sewers, but Yedajay says hello. Catches Prophet completely off guard.
Planted.
And that is full control for Foot.
Still have a Phoenix, still have some flashes.
Thrown over the top, but Sayonara swooping out, won't be able to spot anything at all. You have to suspect that this is just going to be a save. Sayonara has money, yes, but Chronicle does not, so they will backpedal away. Look to retain these weapons, and Foot will stop them from being able to double up.
Yeah, this is the beauty of this double dive comp. You can disrespect that paranoia. You can rely a bit on your teammates to back you up, or just in this case, Zeus, who was phenomenal against Full Sends on the Waylay. Just able to get in there and clear space, clear sight. And only suffering one casualty here, just Sop is Foot. That's exactly what you needed to bounce back from a rough round previously. Like you mentioned, at least for Vitality, you've got some economy still. Get back into things. Great find there for Sociable. That's just massive for Zeus. And poor Prophet trying to just get out. And whoops, hello.
Just a bit unfortunate there for him. But it's going to be a timeout call for Vitality. Now, one of the things that Minnie was talking about on the analyst desk going into this map was that this defender side has not looked good for this team. Durka individually has been, some very solid rounds, but 4 out of his 6 kills all did come from that pistol.
Yeah, and with the Coinbase win condition, you're probably talking about how you can maybe be a little bit more aggressive on the map here. Make sure that your positioning's a little bit more disciplined for Vitality. I probably want to talk to Yampi a little bit there about some of those angles, some of those things that he's wanting to be holding over at Long A, and just how they can, maybe stall out a little bit more this double dive comp. Of course, it's going to be difficult, but you should, in theory, have some tools available to make this a little bit more challenging at times for Foot. But Foot's done a really nice job of working the map, finding their opportunities, finding their space, and getting into solid post-plant positions that are very difficult for Vitality to break. And I think a lot of this is just for Foot, making sure you don't run into that operator early. Don't give Durka any easy freebies, because that's been the only real kind of thing that set you off balance, that's changed the destiny of this map for you so far.
Well, they're going to look to just deal with it their own way, which is with an operator in the hands of Sop. Let's have him maybe go in for the challenge. Now, not going to be playing on the same angles as Durka. Boosted up on top of the box of the updraft. Just going to be staring down towards C long, but for the moment, looks like Foot don't want to pay any attention towards that side of the map.
That recon there, able to be dodged by Yampi.
It's a shallow one.
It is. And we're checking for that close-up angle. Yedajay able to get that cam deep, though. Still, reinforcements arrived. At the beginning of the round, Sayonara was playing pretty far back, looking for that early contact to see maybe where Foot would be thinking. Trying to make a reactive rotate off of that. So, playing a little bit of bend, but don't break. Don't give this Sewers angle up.
Yedajay scaling forward. If he continues from here, though, will be absolutely screwed. It looks like Yampi going to try to clear this out. The cam, however, into the reveal, and Yedajay has the double spray down. Meanwhile, the entry attempt, Zeus will be taken down, but Sayonara pushing forward. The paranoia not going to be mattering. The Sop will swoop in. Will spare their blushes a bit and get them back into a player advantage. Chronicle frantically trying to spam any elimination that he can get that brings us back to parity. Nothing is found.
Give me a corpse.
Cages out. It does have the neural link. He's just looking for anything that he could possibly get. Swoops forward and will not be able to hold his own. Crystalli takes him down, and Durka now to try to exit with his op in hand, but Sop fast on his heels, and he will have the shot. Foot not allowing for that timeout to work. They take another one. Now they're up by 5.
And this is just a great reactive play. Yedajay again stepping up to bat. He has just enough time after the cam comes through, and they're not ready for him to be tucked into that angle so close. And we're looking for a timing war Vitality to catch him off guard, and they almost had it. They were just a step behind. They didn't read that close corner. Sayonara doing what he could on site with the Phoenix, but just not quite enough. So now the economy going to be wonky for Vitality. A Guardian. Durka is going to have the rifle available. He had quite a bit of cash still in the bank. A lot of ults here for Vitality, but put one away now from a convergent paths.
You just don't have much comfort to really try to commit these in.
No.
Cam's still going to be situated on C, so as the scale forward does continue, we'll get the spot out. Meanwhile, though, Zeus planting his feet at Platin. It's going to be Sayonara dead. Going to be collected off his corpse. The Guardian still going to be in hand. Meanwhile, Durka deep walk all the way through towards that attacker spawn. But they have these trips set up to try to watch for it, and if he pushes in the mid, the Cam is there as well for Yedajay.
He's spotted.
Clear of that. Zeus trained in on the garage angle. Crystalli more than prepared for this flank, but Yumpy just right-clicking in. He takes out Sociable. Zeus has been tagged down to 5. Crystalli, however, wins the fight on the flank. Stop now. Looking for another. Drops down, is eventually able to find the headshot. And it feels like Vitality just cannot catch a break.
Well, and I think they're just a little bit lacking in the coordination on this retake, especially with Sayonara just stepping out a little bit too far ahead. Chronicle will send himself into the abyss, but losing that pivotal player early, having that Phoenix is so integral to this comp, to making retakes go. And he's just standing out there, not ready for Zeus to be able to get so deep on that waylay. So this double dive still giving Vitality grief. And just Guardian,
He didn't have to do that to him.
That's rough.
Rough around the edges of 1-7-1 is Prophet. I mentioned in the previous 4 ultimates ready to go. But if you commit these and you're still unable to come away with a round win, that's when things are gonna feel just desperate for Vitality.
Oh, for sure.
Sop is feeling fearless. Quick scale forward.
Here.
Probably aware that there might be a trip in front of him, so waiting for their opportunity, but that's giving Vitality their own opportunity to get in here, get some info.
Trying to get those players into position. Meanwhile, Durka still going to be dialed in, watching that A lobby angle. And as Foot start to re-wrap, this could be them dead, but it looks like, yep, they're more than aware of this one. Hunter's Fury now going to be Centrist, trying to get a catch on to Crystalli. Already tagged him once, needs that second. Meanwhile, Stop pushing forward, is able to find a kill, but will get traded out by Yumpy. Watching the exit off the refract, and has the reveal. Zeus just rescaling a bit too fast, but Crystalli hits a pelter of a shot. Places Chronicle, but Yumpy still wanting to win this round, to bring this back, gets them into a 2v3. His Foot not gonna be as favored, but Crystalli's just hitting shots all day long.
Durka got over the tripwire.
It's Yedajay facing forward, and now Durka's angle matters a hell of a lot less, especially when he's been noted by the camera. He knows that he needs to save the op, and that this round is going to be too far gone. Has to just let it tick away and explode. His Foot are going to move up 8-1.
Yeah, this is real trouble for Vitality now. Trying to get away is Durka. He's gonna have the time, it looks like it. Not gonna be able to push there just in time, I don't think, yeah. Still, I mean, this is probably one of the better shouts that Vitality's had into a round in terms of they were in a decent position. Like, they read this really well, but you're still getting outdone. The coordination here just so good, and Crystalli is on it. He is just so ready for Prophet there.
He's right there alongside Sop. They both have 10 kills. He's back up on his feet. Hunter's Fury be damned. He got his.
Together, please.
Yeah, we still have the camera. He's not coming.
You are on camera.
Yeah. And that is a second timeout call now from Vitality. Was wondering if they were going to feel pressured enough, desperate enough to have to commit this. And they do. The operator carried over, but the cash otherwise, it's all over the place for them. So as far as trying to eke out a Coinbase win condition for the team, it's really difficult to say, and it feels like it just comes down to Durka and Sayonara finding early advantages, finding picks, and then not letting the round spiral from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, Profic's trying to get creative on the map with the Omen, and he has had just zero success. It feels like he's always seemingly being caught off guard or caught in a position where he isn't ready for a follow-up player to be there. It's a bit of a struggle here. Chronicle not able to find much value on the Cypher. So had to talk about some of those ults, I'm sure. I mean, Vitality's been chewing through an ult cycle for these last couple rounds as well, which is just making matters worse. It seems to be just further making it feel like Foot is going to roll this half. But you never know. Change could come through.
Drop down from Durka, and the drone is there. Clears that back, pedals away. Meanwhile, Sayonara pushing forward, is able to catch J there in mid-window. Refilled space, Sayonara going to be good for another before the ult even expires, and now the neural theft can be committed, but Stop is still able to find Durka at the same time. 3 players left alive with the spray down. Profit's coming away with 1. He gets himself a second, and Stop now. Last one standing. Hasn't seen Yampi. Unaware of where he's at, but wants to just try to play away from Profek, and it looks like Sop is just going to go falling right into this trap. The blade's going to be pushed away. The shot's out, and Yampi will be able to collect it, and that is a massive round win to be found for Vitality. The question becoming, can they get another?
This one gets real scrappy real fast, but it's Sayonara's turn to step up to the plate. Absolutely knocking this out of the park. Gets that first big kill at window. That allows him to refill that space over at Garage, create that crossfire with Durka on the back of the site. Really, really nicely done by him. An individual effort that makes a big difference. Yampi still jawing with Sop over there.
Well, the banter will continue, but this does give Durka an operator once again to try to continue to find value. Sop, however, just going to be hitting back onto a Vandal, and not for very long. He finds that kill. Sayonara plays forward, so they can't get the catch off the Saturate. Strange Crystal going to be able to find 1. But again, it's looking like a very solid round here for Vitality. Key advantages established. Meanwhile, Sociable, he is in deep on this A site. Completely boxed in, and Yampi finds 2! Sayonara and Yampi just lining up for him. Now Durka trying to get onto this flank angle with the operator, but suddenly this round is completely back into control of Foot.
What an effort from J.
Spot out. Guardian shots having to be respected. Durka swapping the weapon over at A. Long will have made noise, so they're perfectly aware of this flank coming through. Tailwind burn, J facing forward, taking the fight and winning it. Chronicles shut down, and now it is just Durka in a 1v3. As they drift away, they reflank. That is a snappy shot. But Sociable up into heaven will send Durka to hell. 9-2, Foot maintaining dominance here on Haven.
This is such a nice start for Vitality. You think they've got this round in the bag. They're creating so much pressure here at Long A. Oh my God, the timing there. Unbelievable. That is, yeah. That one I feel for Vitality on. I think they did a lot of great things in that round. They're trying to double swing there together. It's just one of those moments. A heartbreaker. Stingers for Chronicle and Durka. Rifles otherwise. Okay.
We'll find that early value. Vitality a chance to make this a 3 to 9 half. Give them a decent shout. Every attempt from Durka going to be shut down, and Zeus now finding 2 of his own. And it's just from bad to worse for Vitality with every twisted turn. Crystalli, however, going to be noted, taken down. Sayonara able to put that spike on the floor and get it back into a 2v2.
That's huge. That buys a lot of time here, and Zeus is already really weak. So you've given yourself a shout now as Vitality. And he's just going to go and wrap around his back. Oh my God.
Chronicle.
He didn't see it.
Seen this. There is no knowledge of this. He's been spotted. He's been outdone. Zeus, however, similarly could end up suffering the same fate, but he actually gets a sense of this. He backpedals away. Chronicle now spotted. Spike, however, still there on the floor. This not in play. Sociable, he's going to look to rescale through sewers. Would need to make a go of this sooner rather than later.
And no ult here for Sociable to try to scoop
30
up
seconds
the
left.
spike and go somewhere else. It's just going to have to be them coordinating. They're trying to set up this angle.
A bit of a 3-2-1 swing. As the approach out from sewers comes through. Smoke down. There it is. He's able to find the first, but Foot, they play it patient. They play it wise. And they get themselves a 10-2 scoreline at the half.
Yeah, just incredible again. Our Foot on their map pick. We've seen it before from them, where they do a great job coming back from a rough map 1 and forcing the map 3, and it looks to be that they're well situated to do that again.
Yeah, looking gorgeous, looking favored to take this into a map 3. We'll see if Vitality can somehow rally back after the halftime break. Well, any concerns about Foot being able to rally back into this after that very close loss on Pearl have been dispelled. Vitality only able to scrape together 2-round wins from that defender side, continuing to plague them, continuing to be a thorn in their side. They need a miracle if they want to make this a 2-0 affair.
And they need this pistol. It just has to be theirs. There's no other way to kind of cut that. So let's see if they can finally get one. They haven't been able to find one yet, and meanwhile, it's all smiles there. Lad has to be feeling great. The game plan, the execution, very, very solid. Some nice plays individually to swing some rounds back into their favor when Vitality was able to find some advantages. So Foot looking to make this a similar kind of start to the series where they lose a close map 1, win a close map 2, as it was in the upper finals, and trying to change their destiny in that final map and that final fracture. Let's see if they can get there, or if Vitality can make a miracle happen. That is the big question. Couple ghosts, Bandit for Yampi. Prophet just a classic there.
They're not going to be going for that Sheriff where he was able to find significant impact, but it's just going to be a very swift 4-player push down through sewers.
Similar kind of setup here, though. The Cypher.
Camera and Yedija, yeah, he's got to get out of dodge.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to suffer the same fate as Chronicle did in the previous pistol. As Prophet going to be tagged down low, sends out that paranoia, just trying to stave them off. But the spike just now is planted, so there's still plenty of time for Foot to try to get into position. Deep flank, going to be going through from Chronicle, wrapping currently through that C site. And this could be a big backstab if his teammates can hold the line, and so far they're doing just that. Prophet playing for the right clicks, going to be rewarded with kills. And Chronicle's participation not required. Vitality find the critical pistol win.
Okay, it's the start of something for sure. Let's see if they can keep it going. That's nice there that you don't have to reveal that Chronicle was on that aggressive early flank. Oh, Yampi. What a turn. Everybody just setting up those crossfires, holding the line. Nicely done at the point of attack by Prophet this time.
Like we do it. Nicely done, Bambino.
That is incredible. Oh, I love Yampi.
Oh.
What a character.
That's so good. Because remember yesterday, Bambino said it.
Well, Sociable dead off the rip. Prophet anticipating this aggression. Will be good for a second. Meanwhile, storm forward. Yampi just swooping in. We'll get the shutdown onto Zeus. Meanwhile, Crystalli is completely contained by this tripwire. Clears that out, though. Trying to keep some attention tied on his side of things rather than on Yedajay's, but he's going to get the swoop around in the corner. Still being watched for, but hits the top, gets himself a second kill. Clean shots with that classic. Crystalli now. Rotating it around the back, just going to be hunting for a gun, anything that he can get to try to get this round back under wraps.
Here.
Vitality should be able to convert this and get up to 4, but the damage suffered is already significant.
That was outrageous from Yedajay. Again, another crazy double kill for him. Just bananas, and now you're going to have a Guardian. You've got a real shout here as Crystalli.
12, 6, and 4, both players playing deep angles. Tripwire unbroken.
Revealing area.
Quick send to the recon, check towards backside. No attention being paid to Long, though. He's expecting somebody to be planted in deep behind that trip. No one to be found, so Vitality will be able to clean it up. 2 players surviving, but it's still such significant damage found for Foot.
Yeah, it looks pretty good early, but there's 2 players flanking here on this backside, so even though Durka aware of it, he's shut down so quickly. Yeah, Yedajay.
Can't be upset about that.
No, you've got to feel great about how that round went.
Still going to be a lot of firepower, though. Going into this, Vitality, getting rifles in everyone's hands. Half armors abound, though.
I mean, they
no
know,
outlaw to be seen.
They know how important this bonus is. Crystalli, a deep smoke early. He doesn't want to stick around, doesn't want to try to take the fight. So the protocol's here for Foot. Not as aggressive as we saw with Vitality, where they would maybe overstay their welcome a few times.
It's just like maybe a potential misread here, though, for Foot. You know that you did so much damage, so you should be able to find out that outlaw, but it's going to be sociable finding 2. There at the garage doors. Some shots up from Sayonara. The cage having to be popped, just recover this spike.
Cage triggered.
Chronicle will frantically try to join in alongside his Phoenix. Foot, they're already rotating around, getting themselves into position to swiftly shut this down.
It's a tough spot to be in here for Sayonara. He has no idea how close they could be.
Chronicle going for the plant, not going to be giving this over to Sayonara. Wanting him to be the one playing cover.
Remaining.
Chronicle now dead, Sayonara having to do it all. He gets plenty of damage in, but cannot confirm the kill. No bonus conversion to be allowed. They do it damn cleanly. Foot now going to be moving up 11-4.
I mean, these up close and personal battles, so impressive for the Foot players once again. This time it's Sociable who somehow finds 2. Oh, the second one. Yampi through the door.
They've just been walking on water here on this map.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. They're well situated, and now that buy-up not going to be there for Yampi because they invested a little bit extra into that bonus to try to get it to go. Still, though, as the Sova, you're probably playing behind those duelists a little bit, so if one of them falls, you can maybe scoop up the gun. And
given the way things have been going, yeah, you can do that because they've been getting picked apart.
Yeah.
Watch your eyes. Saturate going to be lost board. Sop is just storming his way into a lobby. Jump over the top of the box, and Sop is still going to be able to find one. Can he make his exit? Updrafts around the corner, he's tagged down to 10 HP. Meanwhile, Crystalli coming away with 2. Paranoia out the pace forward. Crystalli going to be caught. And suddenly back into a 2v2. The flank getting ready to come in. Sociable just having to give up the space. Positions in the corner. He's going to face forward, and he's going to be able to find the shot. Prophet dead. Another quick reposition back towards that sewer side now. Yampi is boxed in.
You can just play patient as Foot.
There's nowhere to go but forward.
I mean, if he tries to make a move, he should be starting to get a sense that Yedajay could have pushed up.
Still just concerned about that sewer angle. I mean, from here, if you can find the first, it will allow you to pivot, but Yedajay right here around the corner, and Yampi just cannot align it fast enough. Yedajay claims him. His Foot now moves up 12-4. Map point is there. Fracture on the horizon.
Yeah, Foot's got a great read off the rip of how this round is going to go.
He's also bold as all hell.
Oh, that's exactly where I was going next. I'm like, Sop, just absolutely zero fear in this. When you're up 11-4, you know you can just send it a few times to test your opponents. And Minnie was talking about this on the desk, that maybe that Vitality has a tough time when it's up close and personal, when they get in their face like that, and Sop knows it, and he takes advantage of it.
I think it looks like he's playing Phoenix with a run it back. Just sprinting at them. Outlaw will be now in hand. 3 half armors to try to capitalize on. Quick little backpedal, and Zeus at the same time scaling up into mid window. Gets himself very quickly situated. His run it back is going to be committed. Sprint straight up through long onto the side itself. Zeus clears that outside. Are going to be snapped back. Zeus plants his fade, and he's able to find Yampi. Sop gets himself a second. Rafik dead. Approaching on the back, and this time Chronicle will be able to win out that fight. Immediately investing the ultimate. As Sop tries to drop down out of heaven, and Durka, he does a nice little how do you do to Crystali. Drafts into the window, finds that kill, and it looks like Yedajay not going to be trying to play this one out. At least faking that he's going for the save. Now we'll try to rescale back up. The first one he's got to contend with, and he just dispatches him so swiftly.
Get out of my way!
A 1v1, the blades popped. Durka to try to keep them alive in this map. He's getting poked and prodded and sprayed down to death! The defuse is there, and it's dominance on display. Foot will take us the distance. 13-4, we're going to Fracture.
That was incredible work from them, top to bottom, at attacker's side. So dominant. And then a few rounds here where they're able to work a little bit of magic, get a few bounces their way, and claim a pretty clean defender side.
The Fracture will decide it all to see who is going to be getting a 2-0 record to start off Masters London. Foot looking clean. Can Vitality rally back? We will find out after the break.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
welcome back. Foot, bring it back. And we are going to go the series today between Vitality and Foot. Now, Billy, I know you're supporting Foot today. You're predicting them to win today. I think TMV is also predicting for them to win today. He is so loud right now. Those of you can see him in the stadium waving there. Absolutely delighted. It was a bit of a masterclass by Foot on Haven. They made it look so easy.
Yeah, the energy has been electric. I mean, I had them in my predictions. Obviously, I love both the EMEA teams, letting the bias run through here. But I'm really happy for Foot, because if I said to you at the very start of this event, coming into it, that Foot could have the potential to be one of the flawless teams going into playoffs, I think you would have looked at me as if I was a crazy person.
Yeah, a definitely underrated team for sure. Like,
I thought you say yes, being a crazy person, but absolutely, yeah, underrated.
Yeah, no, you are crazy, Billy. Yeah.
Thanks for
Just
that, Minnie.
crazy.
Thank you for
that. Yeah, I feel less like a fraud as well, because I said that I thought this series was going to go to 3 maps. We're going to get a banger on Fracture, and I also said that Vitality on their defense, they weren't so good before, and it was once again not very good this time around. And here we're going to see some beautiful XX from Foot. Honestly, just doing their usual stuff, grouping up together, going into sites and making it very awkward for Vitality. The sync on Vitality's defense didn't seem there at all. You see some of these setups here, it just doesn't seem to be working at all. All Foot had to do was do their normal kind of stuff, normal kind of playstyle, and they just overran Vitality every single round, every single time. Even if Vitality had stacks and had reads, it did not matter. Zeus was dashing in, Sop was making space, the trades were there, and the kills were there.
Foot are this type of team though, right? If you let them punch you in the face, they will keep punching and punching and punching. And Vitality, we had worried about the team cohesion when I think back to their group stage performance. And as you kind of hinted at there, Minnie, I think there was moments where that was missing for Vitality to be able to punish this or even stop any sort of aggression coming in from Foot.
Yeah, the rounds were really snowballing. They had 7 rounds before Vitality could find any breath of air.
Yeah, I did actually like some of what Vitality were bringing early. Some pushes out, I asked for more aggression, but it was just they couldn't hold sites at all. It was very strange that the synergy was just completely off. And going into Fracture, a map that requires you to have a very strong defense, a very strange way of playing where you're pushing out quite a lot, that's not a great sign for Vitality.
Now, there's a player that we haven't spoken about a lot. It's Crystalli. What are your thoughts on his performance today? I mean, he's been pretty integral.
Not just today, but throughout this event so far, he's really, really impressed me. I think as well, we have to consider his role here, right? Being that initiator, being that person that's constantly having to set Zeus and Zop up for them to go on and fry. And I think, honestly, for him to come through and have the individual performance that he's having at this global event, he's not ever really just picking up 1 kill. There's 2 here and there, maybe even 3. And I'm really impressed with him so far, Minnie.
Yeah, I think in EMEA, he's one of those players that gets like, he's a little bit just like to the side. Like we've got players like Sop on this team, we've got players like Zeus popping off now, Yetoje, and so he's just off to the side a little bit. I'm hoping that this, like having Foot firing from head to toe all the way through their roster like this is scary right now. If Crossity is also deciding to turn up, this is dangerous for Vitality.
I think it's good for them too, right? Because as you're mentioning, they don't have to just rely on one individual. Like, we're not looking at Foot and going, oh, but they're like one person carrying the team. No, you can see every single player pop up when it matters most.
Definitely, and we did see them play yesterday on Fracture, and they dominated against Full Sense, against Sop on that jet. I know it's not just the Sop show, but it's really hard to resist highlighting him on this map. Whereas on the other side, Vitality, as far as I understand, over in EMEA was their permaban.
Yeah, they'd be banning it every time they could, and when they couldn't, it was just because they knew the other team wouldn't pick it against them. So interesting to see, like, Theorycraft maybe what they might be playing today. I think for my money, they're going to probably go for a double duelist approach, maybe Raze and Phoenix, maybe running it out with a Cypher, maybe quite a standard approach in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the Raze and Phoenix almost feels like a given, right? We're probably expecting to see Sayonara jump onto that Phoenix. We're expecting Darka to be on the Raze, and I really want to see them warm up to this, right? They're 1 map away from being able to make it to that playoff spot, and it's just this moment now where it gets to crunch time.
That's right, and we talk about Vitality being the super team right now, but to be at this very point against Foot on map 3 of Fracture, it's hard to be as confident in my prediction for Vitality today, Minnie.
Yeah, of course, but they have been probably working on this in the background. They're going to come out with some new ideas. This is the perfect opportunity to surprise Foot with something new, even if it is a standard approach. Let's see some of that new micro, some of these new lineups, some of this new gimmicky stuff. Like, you can gamble a lot more when there's no tape on you, and Foot do not have that advantage. They played it before. Vitality would have been staying up overnight watching that tape, and hopefully coming in today with both a new game plan and some new playbook.
And a reminder of how successful Foot were yesterday. Taking control of those extremities, Sop being on the sniper was absolutely a highlight, and it looks as though we are going to see that Phoenix and Raze, as you kind of hinted at, Minnie, from this Vitality squad. I think Yampy on the Fade here is a really great pairing. It looks as though it's more of a standard kind of composition for Fracture.
Yeah, pretty standard. The thing that we're going to look for Vitality is how much are they going to farm these orbs to Sayonara. I want to see every anti-eco, every eco. I want to see them running around that map, trying to get him as many ults as possible. 3 is the minimum for me. 4 is the maximum that he could probably get. On the Foot side, yeah, same composition as yesterday, starting on that defense. I loved how aggressive they were, how they were pushing out. I said that there's no team in the Swiss stage that I've been impressed by with their fractures regionally. I think that Foot are starting to understand it. It's not about holding sites, it's about pressing up forward, it's about pushing out, and Vitality are going to have to be very careful about that today.
And on this defensive side, watch out for Yetajay sitting in tower on that B site with his little rat plays that he does over back in EMEA. I'm really excited to see how that transitions, especially considering you're going to have a Raze diving into site for you. You're going to have a Phoenix flashing their way in as well. Yeah, I mean, the fact that we have one map away now for one of these EMEA teams to be able to lock in playoffs, I never would have thought that Foot would have found themselves in this position.
Well, this is really exciting. We are about to find out who our first playoffs team is going to be. Foot or Vitality London, are you ready for this map 3? Casters, Achilles, Paper Thin, please take it away.
Oh, come on, London, you can do better than that. London, are you ready for map 3? That's what I'm talking about. Playoffs on the line, one final map to settle it between Foot and Vitality. As Minnie was talking about, Foot showing this, looking dominant on it, but Vitality do have that potential advantage of being able to study it, see their tendencies, and then pick them apart.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I fully agree with Minnie here that what was so impressive was how active on the map Foot is on this defender side, and already looking to get a little bit aggressive over towards Dish. Now, nobody here for Vitality. They're taking it slow. They're looking for their opportunities over on the cross corner.
Chronicle just going to be watching for this. Spots out the 2 players. Meanwhile, Yetajay, a couple shots flying his way. Drops that cage, trying to dissuade them from scaling forward. He does have that frenzy, but now has to backpedal over towards tower. But Sociable on the peek out, a frenzy of his own. He's able to find the kill. Chronicle is going to be struck down. Big hot reveal, but just can't quite capitalize there for Crystalli. But some damage is found on top of that elimination. Now Sayonara completely outdueled. Falls to the wayside as the spike gets planted. Still 5 players strong, but Yetajay will end up getting put 6 feet under. Zeus able to find one. Sociable getting a third. Durka now having a backstab, makes his presence known. And it needs to be clean and taps, but they will overwhelm him. And Sociable gets the 4K to continue to rack up these pistol wins for Foot.
And the comm's so good here for Foot, getting that early identification of Chronicle's position, and Sociable so aware, so ready for it, putting that frenzy to incredible use. Nice one tap there, and the rest of the way through, it is the IGL fragging out, getting on his feet for Foot, and finding yet another pistol win. And they continue to look so well prepared on this defender side of Fracture.
And when you're not the one playing the Phoenix, getting all of those ult charges over to the Brimstone is going to be pretty much best case scenario for you. That are the showstoppers where you want them to go. But look at this force by Vitality trying to catch Foot off guard. 3 Stingers, a Marshal, and a Sheriff, as well as those full armors, because they're anticipating this Outlaw to be in the hands of Sop.
Yeah, it's a similar idea. They've been looking for some of these advantages.
Oh. Here. There's the one shot. The Marshal not necessarily going to tell you that everybody else does have weaponry. They will soon find out as Durka has to clear that Prowler, so Stingers are heard. But the potential bad news, can they stem this tide? Yetajay, he says yes. He finds one, blind through that smoke.
The kill trip.
Going forward, Crystalli barely able to hold on to his life, but cleans up Profit, takes him out of tower. Sop is able to find two. The 1-2 punch, but Yampi again, that Stinger singing for him. Couple eliminations found, and a Bulldog upgraded, but the spike is a world away as he looks to reposition.
He's going to have a lot of time still to work with, though, so...
Reposition, I think he's probably just going to try to save this, given the investment. We'll look for a little bit more damage, but this is going to be a difficult task. Even for a player of his caliber, and Sop will have him outdone. 3K for the Jet, a 2-0 start for Foot, and Vitality have broken their bank.
Good early awareness here from Vitality, recognizing Yedijay's tendencies, but he repositions right back off of that trip clear into a spot where he can get a freebie through the smokes. Oh, Sop.
That's just gorgeous.
He is so comfy on the Jet. You know, such a good Neon player, and his Jet is remarkable. His fearlessness, his aggression. He loves to get in your face. He loves to get up and over, and he's a great sniper. He's doing it all for Foot.
He's just looked electric. Orb going to be taken. Sociable wise to this, knows that there's going to be a second layer. Does just have to allow for that Phoenix to claim it, but here comes the Judge. We're able to find one. Meanwhile, that topside crunch going to be coming in. Takes a little effort from Zeus, but eventually will have the shots aligned with that Spectre in hand, and now it's just Chronicle to try to see if he can get some damage in.
They're pinging it out. They kind of forget about it for a second there, and he does get one, but Sociable has the Bandit, has the headshot, and that's going to be Foot going up 3-0. A rough start here on the attacker side for Vitality. Again, you got to start already thinking here as Vitality about maybe an early timeout, maybe talking about how you want to handle this Cypher util, because it's gotten a couple early kills. So they're able to play off of it pretty quickly.
Enough said.
That's all you needed.
Yeah.
Job done.
Here. Outlaw still going to be retained. It's only Yampi with half armor, though. See if Sop can line up some headshots. This is one away from the Blades. There's a bit of a backup, and that orbital strike, of course, ready to go.
Really push up. Gonna have player there just yet. Spot mode.
Back couple away very quickly. Clears the Prowler. Tucks back under sight, going for that reload. Meanwhile, Zeus has been spotted. Durka catching a glimpse. Quick entry up and over the top. Swings in, but Zeus has him outdone. Durka dead. He also fights Sayonara. Sociable just disrespecting that orbital strike a bit, but it ends up overstepping. Be able to find the kill, but Top on high. Takes him down, the spray and pray, finding just a smattering of damage, but nothing more. This Prowler will scout out Chronicle. Crystalli cannot win the fight. Just Yedijay now, still with that Spectre to try to pull off a 1v3. Vitality looking very well slated to get themselves on the board.
Easy cleanup. Yeah, this is almost a disaster for Vitality. It felt for a moment there that it was going to be Foot going up 4-0. I mean, this is crazy work from Zeus. And then you have that ult, and Sociable even tries to get into it a little bit, but that Judge nerf, I think, hurting him a little bit there. Sayonara clean with the final, but they're able to fight their way through. Need a little bit more of that. Yeah, here comes the op.
And critically, they also get the orbital strike, obviously, out of Sociable, so that's a big win for Vitality on the board, but they need to be able to expound upon it.
Right.
Now that Nightfall available. Is it just going to be putting Zeus forward, getting him planted in behind the box here on that tree side of the map?
Yeah, they're going to try this dish angle again, but there's an extra layer to the trips this time. Yedijay looking for another time to bait him in. You know, you just expect one there. You don't expect the second. That Nightfall's not going to hit a damn thing.
No, it is not. Durka does manage to get up and over once again. Spam out going to be exchanged, but it's going to be Sop taking down Sayonara, able to find the headshot, and that is a critical victory to be found. As they continue the exec. Right now, brought back over to the side, going for that plan. Zeus dropping down, is able to find the one, but the layers are there for Vitality, keeping the trades going in their favor, maintaining these player advantages. Crystalli will go for a quick little reposition. Spike being assessed. Yampi can now get it planted into the corner, and things do end up getting a little bit more dire, which it looks like they won't. Still do have that orbital strike, but Chronicle will just lurk his way back in through Sands, cleans up Yedijay, and suddenly Vitality are knocking on Foot's door.
Yeah, they're able to break through that kind of cheeky setup, and they get the quick kill. see this, and there's just two players there, and Sop not ready for it. Prophet with a tremendous round, gonna have his ult. Coming into the next one. Just a great timing there from Kron at the end.
This is a nice.
Do have a couple big ults here though, 4 foot on the other side. You do have the Bladestorm, you do have the Showstopper, so there's real potential to get this Thrifty to go.
Dirk one away from a Showstopper of his own as well, so.
Get out of my way!
Plenty of firepower to deal with. It's gonna be the Blades off the rip. Sop again, just looking fearless, really get rewarded for it. The answer's looking to be unlikely, but Crystalli will still be able to finish off Sayonara. Tucks back around the corner, the C's connecting, the Prowler gonna be sent through. Doesn't have much of a way to try to make a go of this one, but now the Showstopper's gonna be lobbed in at his feet. Yumpy destroyed. Like now brought to bear. Looks like a re-pivot here.
Spike planted.
As Foot realize where this is planted at. Not feeling safe enough to take the rope across though, so this is gonna be a very long re-wrap from them, and Durka is in pole position to shut them down. Second shot will find its connection. Sociable now dead. The rifle's recovered, and they quickly will be able to overwhelm him.
I know exactly.
And now it's all going to be about time buying here for Prophet. Tamale already going to be sent out, however, and now the orbital strike will have to be committed, but it's not going to buy enough time. He's got to hold his own. He's got to win these fights. Finds them both. He might have just won the round, but he's waiting too long. He's absolutely biffed it. He will kill him from beyond the grave, but it's a Mastercard Thrifty. That's Crystalli just sticks in a fuse.
Oh my goodness. Seen this with these teams before where it comes down to just somebody sticking a ninja defuse. And this round, it looked like Prophet had done a miracle. Pulled a rabbit out of the hat.
He doesn't know. He didn't
know. I don't know if he heard the tap. I think he missed the tap.
In the chaos, I think he just didn't know that he was sticking and thought he would have pulled off of it after he killed 2 of his teammates.
Bring them down.
There's that Showstopper for Durka now. Kind of take advantage of that. A good flash. Keeping Crystalli off of that angle.
Showstopper out, and that's somehow not going to be getting a kill. The updraft from Sop. Quick on that one, but Sociable will still fall. Push forward into the smoke. Yumpy trying to find anything here, but it's going to be Durka. Counter spring, able to find Zeus. Vitality rallying right back into this.
Here.
Double face in, and he's still going to be good for a kill. Finds a full HP player as well, so Crystalli dead. Meanwhile, lurk forward from Yettajay, finding the first, but needs a hell of a lot more, and he can't get it. Counter flank in from Chronicle, and now the spot out onto Sop. Trying to work his way back through the sewer, but this is looking like a nigh impossible task as Prophet will be ready for the push and the swing. Vitality once again, 1 away from tying this up.
This is just absolutely wild. I mean, the confidence here, though, from Vitality, knowing they have that Showstopper so they can just bully their way forward towards the site. Sure, they don't get a kill for it, but they get a lot of space off the back of that. And then at the end, everybody coordinating well to make sure that no extra damage done. And it's going to be Foot back on another Thrifty, but this time no ults to rely on. Try to give you that extra little advantage. Going to be the outlaw for Durka. Try to nullify any aggressive plays from Foot over at Long A, but they're stacked up at B. Not seeing that same confidence and aggression that we saw against Full Sense. Starting to feel like maybe the Foot plans are coming a little bit unraveled. We are going to clear a little bit of util over there. And Vitality seems to want to take a fight. They're looking for the crunch.
Going to be playing right into the stack. Durka not going to be giving too many sightlines here as Prowler will check around the back of the box, and that does have Zeus ushered out into the open. Chronicle can easily collect the kill. See sent out will get a little bit of a delay.
Oh, what a nade.
Molly outside, Aura. Able to find Crystalli. Sop now eliminated. Vitality not giving any wiggle room over to Foot. They're looking to make this a flawless as they tie it up 4-4. Jay, last one standing. Nearly has him lined up for him. But it's only going to be the singular kill as Durka will fall, and Vitality, they find parity over Foot.
This is just great util usage from Vitality. The Prowler to clear 1. They're able to just deal with players in great places. A great predictive grenade from Durka to put Sop in a really uncomfortable spot. And then they're just swarming, smothering, given that space to set up that crunch. So let's see if Foot has the counter. They've got another op, but it's a glass cannon for Sop. Not gonna have any armor behind it. Cristali does have his ult. So do Kron and Sayonara. They're looking for a little bit of contact here. Let's see if they rip that Phoenix ult. Just try to brute force their way through.
Over.
Blaze wall set up. Spam looking to try to fish out this Phoenix, and he will end up getting snapped back eventually. Cristali denying that entry onto the site. Cam still being watched. The Nightfall now going to be invested, connecting onto 2. Propik is able to find the 1. Yetajay, however, can't quite find that follow-up. Sayonara will sit him down. It's an immense amount of damage, but has the Molly. Will go ahead and get himself top back up as much as he possibly can.
Grenade.
Beach over the corner. That should be just about dead, and yep, can't quite get away from it.
I know
This
exactly.
end up falling. The neural depth now going to be invested in Propik. Playing forward, holds it down at Canteen, and Sop has been spotted. Vitality now get themselves into the lead.
Propik's going to be one away from another orbital there. Hoping to spare his blushes from the previous one. And he has been electric with the kills. Absolutely instrumental there. Pushing forward with Sayonara. Find that first kill and then just holding the line for the double. Incredible work. And the funny thing about this round was Foot was fully anticipating that off of that run it back after the clear of the Cypher util, that it was going to be a re-clear, a wrap to the other side. So they were already positioning pieces on the other side of the map. Instead, Vitality just quickly doubles down. Something Foot wasn't expecting, something that Vitality isn't really known for. They're known for their ability to spread the map, to kind of tool with your head a little bit, kind of play that classic EMEA style. And in this Coinbase win condition timeout, you know, Foot there just really caught off guard with how Vitality is approaching its attacker side now.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be another thrifty attempt if they want to get themselves back into this and tie it up again. But you mentioned Propik. I mean, the orbital one charge away. He is currently 14, 3, and 5. He has been tearing them apart, which is great to see after what was, I'd say, a bit of an off-kilt performance from him on Haven. We weren't seeing that fragging coming through. Felt like every time he got into an aim duel, he was just getting divs. Now, he is the one that is being dominant.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, top to bottom, you feel like this Vitality roster, anybody can pop off at any time. So great to see him coming alive and, you know, getting that, like one of those ults you were talking about earlier, right? Either the orbital or the showstopper, getting those online so quickly, so impactful here on this attacker side. If they can continue this role, make this an 8-4, you got to feel really good about Vitality's chances to close this series out. But critical timeout for Foot taken. Let's see if they can find some value here in Eco. Yetajay tucked up, sitting with the shotgun. Does have his
crossfire. Zeus is there on top of Jen. Prowler checking around the back of the box. Nothing going to be noted. Orb is going to be grabbed up. Camera will get the ping reveal onto 1. As Zeus is trying to find the kill and eventually will be rewarded for it. Yetajay, quick little pivot away. Avoids those paint shells. Pick up that cage, but Chronicle scales forward. She's dancing around this one with a Bucky. Bounding up, looking for that kill, but he cannot get it. It's only going to be a lick of damage to Sayonara. Takes down 2. Zeus now joining Yetajay in the grave. Push forward into the smoke stop. It's going to be good for 1.
Cage triggered.
Picks up that weapon. He's still low on HP. Dirk at the same time able to find Sociable, gaining his ultimate in death. Or rather, had already committed it. It just didn't find the value. It's Cristali. Swing around, and it's just Whip City for him. Durka finds a readjustment. Sop eliminated, and the thrifty not to be.
It's a roll of the dice here for Foot. Feeling like they could invest that crucial Brimstone ult into this, and they don't find the value. They come close, they give it a go. But right there, Sayonara, right as the orbital's blooming. Beautiful stuff from Dirk up on high. Stellar. Yeah, that one's a tough pill to swallow.
Frustrating, especially after the performance that we were seeing from Cristali on the previous map. Hasn't been able to find that same form yet. Sociable having to backpedal away. Dirtball connecting. Using that stim beacon to get himself out towards safety, and they know exactly where he's at, so Showstopper serves up an easy kill. Now their own orbital strike. Holding to clear out that tower. Pushes Yetajay down towards bench, and Chronicle is feasting on them. Finds another. Cristali cannot pick apart Propik, and Vitality will make their way up to a 7th round win. A massive rescue of this half. Unless Zeus can do the unthinkable. Blaze wall situated. He will just backpedal away. Knows that their economy is down in the dumps. They need everything that they could possibly get, so he will just go for the save and retain this weapon. As after a 0-3 start, Vitality now find themselves with the lead.
I mean, they're so ready for this aggressive play from Foot. Look at where those blue X's are on the map. They are pushed out, and Vitality handles it with grace. Still, though, I'm already looking towards this next round for Foot because we've already seen them pull off a Thrifty. It was a little bit wild, but you're going to have some real heavy-hitting ults potentially coming into this round. You already have the Showstopper. You have Yeta J's ult. Sops one away from the Blade Storm. So there's a lot here to potentially turn this around, but a lot of frustration there from the Foot coaching staff. With this hot start they had, able to deal with the force buy. It felt like maybe they were going to have a shout on this defender's side to put up another strong performance, but Vitality has come roaring back once again and is looking to deny their entry into playoffs.
Sop, updraft up onto the box, tail wins away. Meanwhile, Chronicle, statuesque, never gives away his position. Doesn't look for that punish either. And sees forward, Cristalli able to slow them up a little bit on this approach. They have to evacuate that Sands area. Sayonara continues to get closer and closer to pushing up onto the side. The Showstopper is still going to be there. Chronicle still waiting for this flank. And Sop, I think, is going to be none the wiser to this. If he's able to get the catch, that would be monstrous. But the footsteps, he's going to start hearing these. If he decides to tuck away, Yumpy swinging the corner. There's the tap. The blade's going to be pulled, and he will get shut down. Unable to find anything on the follow-up. It's a fast pivot call here from Foot to try to get back over to B.
But they're leaving Sayonara on the other side of the map. I don't feel like this is a full commit from Vitality just yet.
They get the Showstopper out. And that is absolutely massive. Foot will find no value from this ult, and the spike gets ushered back across into this A-site sociable. Starting to hear this, but look at this, the awareness as they push him into the open. A couple stray shots out from Zeus, but Chronicle still able to find more value. Yeta J is dead, and Zeus has fallen. Vitality roar back into this map, into this series. They lock up an 8-4 lead at the half.
The preparation here for Vitality, incredible. They do a great job reading the aggressive play from Foot. I think he might have heard Sociable's footsteps there.
They're onto the back foot. Foot now needing to come out, win that pistol again, and start building up a win streak of their own from the attacker's side. We'll see if they can do it after the break.
Yo, me done left over, so man wave. Screw face cause I ain't got no shades. Chat with your chest, man, don't do shade. I need cake, don't need headache. Vibe in a place, man, step and sway. Wink and gal when I come my way. Man do road and man do gal, yo. Bread get break and bed get break. Food off a run, I need a new plate. Gal off a run, I like a new shape. Gally on me, true, say I look sweet. Can't get enough, now she got a toothache. Man one friend, now they see me on stage. Why don't beg, better know your place. Finger on deck with a funky sounds and M-ton bars, yeah, man, no say. I'm a skeng on bars, car and with me. It's my style, them man want take. It's not real, them man too fake. Don't call me power like man, don't hate one. Stab my back and smiling face. Feel some way, then you're that way. Get a little change and man try change, but them thing there can't run with me. Life from my step in the entrance. Touch my kin farm, everybody in trance. See a hot gal in the distance. Close that distance, let me get this done.
We go now into the second half, this final map between Foot and Vitality. The pressure certainly building up for them. It was such a fantastic start to this map, but it has now eluded them.
6 in a row. 6 in a row for Vitality to close out that half. So the confidence is there. Profik is out of control right now, 17-3. Going into a defender's side, Brimstone. Got to feel like he can continue to carry the weight here for Vitality, potentially. This pistol, they've been so good for Foot this series so far. They've won the bulk of them, all but one. Is Vitality going to be able to find another in a pivotal moment? Be able to send themselves into playoffs as that first team through. Just have to wait and see. Foot, I want to see some more coordination here. It looked like that was starting to falter as that half went on. Some of that great trading, some of that great coordination, that push and pull they have with those double duelists just didn't seem to be there. They were trying to make some isolated individual plays at times. and it was getting shut right down by Vitality.
Here we go, the barrier's dropping, and Yampi gonna take that first contact. It's gonna be good for a kill, but still able to trade it up. Damage suffered on the Sop. Back down to 45 is Sayonara. Maybe caught off guard here, trying to align the shots, but Yedajay does manage to come out on top. 5 health between these two players, and now it is down to Prophet and Chronicle to try to see if they can rescue this, get themselves another pistol win. Or Foot are going to get the exact start that they need to try to bring this back under their control. Smoke fall down, and Chronicle's so wise to it. He finds a low HP Jet. Kristali needing to hold his own, but Chronicle locks on for the headshot. Spam now coming in. There's no Molly available, but Sociable is able to find Chronicle. The smoke will fall, and Sociable will stand tall once again. 3 kills for the Brim, another pistol under their belt. Foot 3 rounds away from tying it up.
I feel like, I'm pretty sure 7 out of his 9 kills are in the pistol rounds for Sociable. That is...
I believe that is correct.
Well, I mean, those are super impactful rounds, so if you're going to find them there, that's fine. I don't see any buy-up this time from Vitality. Just
moving over to the defender's side will just be the Bandit.
Yeah, just the Bandit, so we'll see. That's really nice for Foot, getting that orbital strike again. Fast-tracked a little bit. See what they want to do with the orbs. Yeah, they're just going to feed them to Sociable. They're going to work the map a little bit more here or not.
Camera out. Clean tap from Yedajay. Sayonara, just another ult charge gained in death. Dirk at the same time riding the rope. He's going to try to get a catch here onto this enemy Cypher. And he will be able to do so. Can just upgrade over to the Ghost. Meanwhile, Yampi trying to find a timing out of the smoke, get some damage in, but Sop quickly shuts him down as the plant now will come through.
Spike planted.
Dirk just sliding back across towards that north side. Trying to just keep that doubt here in their head, make sure that they're constantly having to watch over towards that triangle, but Sociable is able to find another kill as Prophet will fall. Pain Shell into the face of Kristali will have him backpedaling away. But now the jig is up. They know where these players are at, and Sop eventually is able to get the hip fire to connect. Follow-up is looking clean here in the anti-eco. His Foot move up. Now just down by 2.
They're carrying over some pretty hefty firepower. They're gonna have a couple rifles. They're gonna give Sop a Vandal as well. Ooh, Yedajay, man. Just love the way he plays the Cypher. So aggressive. So good off his own util.
No enemy remaining.
Sop just cooled down a little bit, but a little bit of frustration there shown. Feeling like, man, if he could have just got one there as Yampi, maybe that's what turns the tables in that round, but wait and see. Proactive play on a couple different sides of the map. Gonna rely on Chronicle's util here.
Cage
Foot at bay a little bit, but they're scaling.
With the camera and Chronicle tunnel along the shot, eventually is going to be able to find him at Sop. We'll be able to trade him out. Now Sociable gets the trade out. Prophet dead. The push forward through Canteen, and Sayonara will have Sop outdone. Favorite in that fight is Sociable, watching around the back. Blast pack forward. Durka going to be eating a little bit of damage now. Sociable going to be the one that potentially can get overwhelmed. He's still able to cut himself another kill. Durka eliminated, and Yampi now into a 1v2 to try to prevent this bonus conversion.
Bring them down.
Hello to try to check forward, but these players from Foot have scattered to the winds. Yedajay playing on that spawn side back of Gen. The other in tower, the time starting to bleed out. And there's a timing found for Yedajay, swinging in, util in hand. Yampi absolutely dead. Another bonus converted. Foot suddenly are 1 away from tying this up.
What an entry here for Sop. Chronicles trying to get away after a labored first kill. And then Sociable starting to get it done with the rifles too now. Holding the line there, crucially, on the backside for Foot. It was even numbers for a moment. Now Sociable stopping the kill charge for Foot. Absolutely incredible. Sop gonna go for the outlaw. A couple sheriffs in the mix for Vitality. Yampi hearing a lot of guns.
Just a double trip set up into all 5 players on this north side, and Sop is able to find Yampi to start things off. Players in position for Vitality to try to counteract this. Should Foot continue forwards, this still yet could get very messy. The slow scale forward, and Chronicle hits a belter of a shot. Zeus going to be taken down. Tailwind now popped. Cloud Smoke comes in. Stop considering a check forward, but we'll just swap the guns over. Allows for a potential recovery on that Outlaw as they just slowly and silently work their way back across towards B.
Yeah, you haven't seen or heard anything over here as Yedajay, so you're just gonna lasso the rest of the team over here. Bring them in. Kron will get an early warning with his cam, so Vitality can get over there pretty quick. It doesn't look like they're gonna make the move. They're gonna wait this out to make sure.
Fully smoked.
Just dropping down all the smokes, not wanting to give any cheeky angles over. Chronicle
30
will be the
seconds
first to rotate, currently working his way towards Canteen. The rest of the team seeming like they're not necessarily convinced quite just yet, maybe thinking this is going to be an elaborate ruse, but now they hear that plant coming through. Couple shots through the smoke, some damage going to be suffered by Sop, but still alive and well. They'll try to create some angles here to get this going. Paint Shell is going to be invested straight up onto the site. Sociable still tucked in at bench, waiting for this push to come in. Propik does have that Outlaw in hand, but the spray down will eventually come through. Sop and Yedajay able to find kills off camera at the same time. And it's going to be a big round from the Jet. And Split tie it up 8-8.
Really sturdy stuff and great calling from Sociable to not fall for Vitality's trap. They lose the one player. This is why you have those sentinels out on the peripheries of the map to alert you to when there might be some open space somewhere else. So that's a tough one to read because it's Kron who gets the kill. It's the Cyphers. You don't know if he's on his own. You don't know if he's kind of on that A site just trying to lock it down by himself. It's a really good one. And again, a hot attacker side start for Foot.
Well, they're going to try to punish Yampy again. This time he'll lead out with a Prowler. Not look to peek into the angle. Would love to try to push them back towards that south side into the sightlines of Durka. Ropes being a grab of the orb though. Playing Pac-Man and out, rotating back across, wanting to once again attack into B. There's knives that will get popped.
Smoke's down.
Needs to go huge here. Him and Propik, they can buy some time.
Globant checking around. Sociable going to be one away from having that orbital online.
Great stuff. Great orb
obviously
funneling.
see over the top of that smoke, so knows that they're not scaling forward, but it's instead going to be this sewers push coming in. Same time, Sayonara, he has rotated into position, has that run it back available to try to shut down this take.
Grenade!
The flyer going to be cleared out. 40 seconds remaining in the round. The up and over going through from Sop, but he's going to be shut down. Chronicles able to find two. Both duelists now going to be dead. Propik getting a piece of the pie as Crystalli will fall. Ping revealed there onto Yedajay, but he's managed to slip the net. Tucking back over towards Canteen. Snap back on the Phoenix. Puts him further away. Durka at the same time joining in on this south side. At main, Sociable's trying to fish up for this kill. Open up some space. Trying to go for the plan, but Chronicle holds his own. Gets the 3K. Now looking for the fourth. Yedajay will deny, but he cannot get this round win.
10
seconds remaining and completely surrounded. Durka dialed in on the angle. Will get Vitality back into a one-round lead.
That's exactly what you want to see from Kron. He is having a phenomenal map himself. 17 kills on the board. And the way he holds this down. Opts to not clear the haunt. Doesn't give a damn. Takes down both duelists himself. Insane individual effort. Durka there with that steady operator at the end. And they have enough map control here that they can read this pretty well. Like you said, Sayonara gets into place early. Give a little bit of help with that run it back with the Phoenix. No, high setup there. They're going to give up some space over at Dish.
Sop is going to have to be Johnny on the spot with this one. And tuck back around the corner. Now the face forward and Sayonara will end up falling. They get 2 kills. Propik still going to be playing forward here. Clears out that haunt. Oh, he nearly had them lined up, but it's still going to be Zeus swinging in to take down the enemy Brimstone. Durka now, his work cut out for him as Chronicle frantically tries to rotate into position, but he's going to be matched as the spike gets ushered back towards B. But the read is there for Vitality. Get themselves a decent enough position.
In beacon here.
Sociable. Revealed, has to tuck away, and Durka able to find Zeus on that entry. Snipes him out of the sky. The spike now going to be brought forward. Tap of the play, the showstopper going to be invested, and Chronicle has Sociable pinned in by the tripwire. All of a sudden, this round has completely been flipped on its head. Vitality once again favored. Playing this one out from a 3v5 deficit at the start.
They have enough time. They can make one more wrap here. Trying to keep their sounds obscured, and they will.
30 seconds left.
What a wild round already. Can't believe this is into a 2v2 now.
Starting to go for the sprint. Take the orb, get the plant, would have the Nightfall online, but it looks like they just want to try to get situated before any kind of rotations can quickly come in for Vitality. So Cam set up into the defender's spawn. Spike now, planted for Foot. Vitality, they have to be giving that a consideration. Is there a flank? Did they just send the planter by themselves? Camera going to be revealed. Spots out the one, hasn't seen the other, I don't believe. Door taps, yet a J. Swooping forward, finds the first. They know exactly where Chronicle's at. Just need to try to not give him the angles. He's quickly storming his way towards Yedajay, but Yedajay turns back and shuts him down. 9-9. Foot again, tied things up.
This is a hot start. The duelists this time immediately dealing with that A push out. Just an overstacked angle. Kind of reminds me a bit of the pistol round where Vitality only commits a couple players there. Foot's got their full forces and they're just overwhelmed. It's, for a second there, you believe that Durka and Chronicle, two of the best to ever play the game, might be able to take the 2v4, but Foot makes a great late rotation and holds the line. Yedajay, big plays again on the Cypher. The timeout. Vitality. A lot to talk about.
Trying to scrape together what they can here in this Coinbase win condition. See, it's going to be a mixed bag. The operator, sure, there for Durka, but the things alongside it, that Stinger, that Spectre. Roughness in the purchase, and ults at the moment eluding them. They're one away from a Nightfall, one away from an Orbital Strike, but you've got that Showstopper still in the back pocket for Zeus, their own Orbital, and Cristali nearly has a Nightfall of his own. So right now, it feels like Foot coming into this decently favored. What do they end up doing here? It's going to be the Outlaw for Sop at the end.
Yeah, so that means 3 players, including Durka with the Op, are going to be vulnerable to the one tap from the Outlaw. That's something you got to consider.
He's glass cannon on it.
The early start to that round, so interesting for Vitality, where they gave up space at Dish. Now they're going to try to fight for it again, but Foot never even explored this part of the map in the previous round.
It's just going to be this high-low, but Cristali has overall been pretty good about sending the Prowlers here. Try to get that scout, but it looks like, are they just going to have Sop swing into this one? No, Prowler will lead the charge. Propic just checking in on a pixel angle, but won't be rewarded with any sightlines.
Yeah, that's 2 guns, so you've got to re-clear with the Boombot here. You do not want to overcommit and just get mowed down. But look at how Vitality's setting up. Look how many players are right underneath drop. Oh, they don't commit. Okay.
They're pushing forward on this. At least the 2 of them are. Wanting to maybe just try to re-clear this position, but you don't have the Prowler, so it does become a risk. For now, we'll just silently wait in that smoke, but Foot, they have evacuated the area.
So much of this is that information game, that back and forth.
And they're getting plenty of it now. There's no counter scale forward from Yedajay to try to draw attention on that whole side of A, so this does allow for Vitality to start believing that this is just fully going to be a B hit. The forward trip has to be cleared out. Zeus, however, just downs up in the tower. It's able to displace Chronicle, finding that kill, the Orbital Strike, ensuring that there's no one else in position. Meanwhile, Tripwire able to get the spot out on the 2 players on the approach. Sociable is going to have to be the one paying attention to that as Sayonara leaps forward into the smoke, the push in, and he will have him caught off guard. Zeus, however, quickly trades it back. Maintaining the player advantage for Foot as they look to try to take this up to double digits. He's locked in, but Yedajay on the flank. Yumpy none the wiser, being heard, and he will be dealt with. Camera not quite where they wanted it to go. Unless Durka can line up a couple more critical shots. I don't know if they're going to be able to get this round wrangled. The peek out, Yedajay going to be taken down. Propic is able to find one. Sop getting some damage through. Now Orbital Strike is going to be called in. He jumps forward, the shorty, and does not connect! And Vitality rescue the round!
And it's Durka's Op leading the charge again. Finds huge kills there to keep Foot pinned off of him. just sociable.
It is a 2v4.
It is again. This time Vitality gets it to go. I was just gonna say, Prophet gets his kill, he's gonna get his ult. And he does, and it forces Sop out. The shorty not gonna be there, and whoa. Vlad slams the fist.
Two sides of a coin. It's gotta be a frustrating one. You never want to be seeing your players giving up rounds like that when you're so far ahead of the start. Big reveal outside, Sayonara's gonna be able to find one before he gets traded. Still decent value as Paint Shell exchange. Reveals there. Stali desperately trying to find this elimination. Eventually will be able to do so, but Prophet gets sociable at the same time. Keeps it into a 3v3, but Yampi gets them back into the advantage position.
No more found you.
J is trying to go walking out of the smoke, and Durka has him dead to rights. The plant is there. It's another Paint Shell built up, and there is the shot. Durka is connecting with everything across these last several rounds, and Vitality are going to be 2 away from taking this series.
And that was a pivotal round because of the economies of both of these teams. A few players on each side, very, very weak. And so for Foot, it's going to be a little bit shaky coming into the next one. There's still a little bit of money available for few players, but Sayonara there, taking that early contact. Prophet just crouching, holding the line at the door, buying that time. Yampi as well, not overstaying his welcome, has learned his lessons from some of the early struggles.
Always going to be giving it. And that's a timeout now. Forced out of Foot. They know that their backs are up against the wall. These last couple of rounds slipping from their grasp in ways that are unaffordable. And you can see what that's doing to the coaching staff.
For sure. The cortisol levels are rising, no doubt about it, on both sides, I'm sure. But kind of a great round for Vitality in terms of just, they're starting to push out a little bit on the map. They're constantly either fighting for dish control or they have some kind of setup behind it. So as Foot, you got to talk about, maybe we got to try other contact fights on the map. Maybe we can work the map a little bit more to keep Vitality a little bit off guard. We could play a little bit of ante, like we saw with Vitality in their attacker side, where you kind of wait it out, see if you can get them to overstep their ground a little bit. And yeah, the economy here just not great for Foot. One player could afford a rifle. Sociable goes for the full armor and a stinger. So this is seemingly going to put Vitality up to match point, but Foot has already worked a little bit of magic in the Thrifties. See if they can get one here when they need it most.
It'd be monstrous for them. Of course, that operator, an ever-present consideration for them. Trying to figure out where the hell is Durka.
This is a full B read from the beginning for Vitality, but this is just a scoop of the orb early for Foot.
Zeus is 2 charges away from having that showstopper, but Chronicle, he might just be able to make this an absolute nightmare for them. Scaling forward, gets himself tucked away over at bench, and is this going to be any consideration? The answer is absolutely not. He's going to play it patiently. Oh my God! Chronicle able to find the 2. Zeus does manage to turn back, find that elimination, but that just might be enough damage dealt. The jump across the shot going to be late. Durka able to reposition, gets himself the canteen. So trying to go for that recheck, but Showstopper doesn't get the kill. Sayonara stays alive. Ult is going to be popped, but he doesn't have anywhere to go, so Castali is able to collect that. Peek out, it's just a tap, the bandit in the hand for Yedajay. Durka, the Paint Shell, going to be chucked in. Pushes them forward. A gun collected, a 2v2. And how in the hell have Foot gotten it to this position? Swoop out down, Castali will be taken down, and Yedajay has to do it all. Finds the first immediately, looks to reposition. Slotting up in the tower, but it's just a matter of time before Durka will get the assessment, will have the read, taps it, is dialed in. Yedajay, does he bite the bait? The answer for now is no. Plays it wisely, plays it patiently. Another tap, a swap of the gun, and now the scale forward. Durka thinking that he's been re-wrapped on. But Yedajay just continues to not buy it. He knows he's not sticking it. Rides the rope back down again, and Durka will just look to escape, try to retain the operator, and Yedajay claims him as the spike erupts. That is a monstrous Red Bull clutch be found. Foot, once again, 1 round away
What a recovery here for Foot. You lose 2 players early. The Kron's tucked in position. This could have gone so much worse for them. They're able to turn just in time, and then the showstopper doesn't get the kill. But then Sayonara panics, goes for the ult when there's another layer there, and Cristalli takes him down. Yedeje, so reliable, so smart, absolutely outthinks Durka the whole way there.
And now it's Vitality, the ones that are struggling as far as the economy is concerned, but they're for the north side. Crunch! They're able to find 2. Showstopper going to be chucked in. Doesn't need to find anything. They've already found the kills. They found the spike. Chronicle has found Sop as well. And what a response for Vitality to just run at them to up the pace. They absolutely sucker punch Foot.
I know exactly where you
are. For good measure, the neural depth will be invested, spotting out both players, and they can just continue to fan out. Stay implanted on top of this spike.
Gotta make sure that not caught off guard, so that's why you're having Yampi watch the dish side. Still a ton of time left on the clock, but fighting through this stack, you would think nigh undoable.
Just a 3-player high-low. Sop would have to do something incredible with this outlaw, have them lined up.
30 seconds
only
left.
one available to them, something on the side of the map, and yep, the opening shot will not even get to be fired. Vitality. They up the pace. They catch Foot completely unawares, and now they're up to match point.
I love the calling today here from Yampi. He's had a couple rounds where he's completely fooled Foot, and this is another one. Get that early flash out. Tons of value there for the Phoenix, for Sayonara. We might be saying goodbye to Foot.
There's nothing else for them. The money just is not there. A Guardian, the best that they're able to find. The Stinger's going to be in hand. This is going to have to be a concise and clean round for them. 2 to go to try to take this into overtime. And for now,
key point here could be
the dish.
Only 1 player, 1 tap to that outlaw.
The updraft. Does he check down? Lands right there above Sayonara's head. Lands back over to that dish side. Vitality now encroaching. Sayonara. He's just able to find Yedeje, who's just none the wiser. Sop will be able to come away with 1. Zeus gets a kill on the Sayonara, but for now the weapons are going to be unrecoverable. They have to just stick with what they have. Couple shots gonna be flying through. The 1-2 punch. Durka takes out Sociable, takes out Zeus. Sop now, they're trying to swing the corner, but Chronicle holds his own. Cristalli needing to find 3, Durka down to a sliver. Time starting to be on his side, swings out, can get the 1, but nothing more! Foot playing close, but Vitality stand taller! 13 to 10, 2 to 1! They're going to the playoffs!
What a recovery here for Vitality after getting absolutely bodied on Haven and going to Fracture, a map that they have struggled on. They have had some rough games. They have lost to this Foot team here this year. This time around, they are in control. They have a great recovery on the attacker's side and do very well on the defender's side. Some good change-ups, some great plays. Everybody having their shining moments on Vitality. Foot as well. We've seen what this team can do. They're incredible.
Foot continuing to look fearsome, but Vitality just above a couple of those rounds. Going the way of Vitality, end up costing Foot dearly, both on Fracture as well as on that Pearl. Both of those maps were incredibly winnable for this team. Have to suspect that is going to be lingering in their heads as they get ready to prepare for whoever their next opponent is going to be. But for Vitality, they get to take a breather. Playoffs is secured. We will be seeing a hell of a lot more of this team here in Masters London.
And I doubt anyone's going to want to play them. You would think that this is going to be the last team picked as we go into those playoffs. The clutches in particular today, again, for Vitality. I mean, the experience, the tenure, the firepower, the brains on this team are finally starting to show that potential that we all thought they had at the beginning of the year.
I see Vitality playing the way that they did in those 2 maps. You know, Haven's definitely some things to still be worked on. And I just feel like HyperX are going to potentially do the dumbest thing and elect to play against them. Time will tell. We'll see who's going to be able to make it through. But for now, let's send it down and hear from Vitality in the Verizon post-match interview.
This is a very popular man the Vitality fans have turned out today. Chronicle, I'm not going to photobomb, but I would love to talk to you. How relieved are you to have finished that win?
Honestly, very good. Like, regional matchups are always the hardest ones on international tournaments. I know by myself, especially against this team in 2024, I had rough losses against them. But yeah, right now we secured playoffs. Like, we are going super great, I would say. Maybe some teams are scared of us as well. We're doing great.
It got a bit scary for you guys at times, though, I have to say, in that series. Do you think you would have won Pearl, your first map, if you hadn't got that second half 2v1 clutch?
100% we wouldn't win it. Like, I mean, that was a really hard game, and like that one crucial round was like actually worth it. Like, after that, we figured out what to do against them, and also, like, I mean, that one additional round like could went us into overtimes. Like, if we, I don't know, had bad economy or something else. I mean, you know, I can discuss for 10,000 years what if, but it doesn't matter. This 1v2 helped us, and I'm happy with that.
You have qualified for playoffs, so congratulations on that one. But what does this Vitality need to do now to level up to actually be a team that can win Masters?
We will use this last few days of practice, like coming to the playoffs as maximum as possible. Like, we will try to do our best to fix up all those mistakes, especially we had on Haven. And yeah, we will see.
We will see. Thank you so much, Chronicle. Thank you.
One HP. Nice! Let's go, boys! Let's go! Sop, do you know this finger, Sop? Unbelievable stinger player! Hey! What is this city? Hey, all of you! Sop, where are you looking? Sop! Bro! Maybe change your nickname to fucking water!
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too? No, I'm...
With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with the VALORANT Champions Tour, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Baby, I know you hear me. 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 Baby.
Welcome back to Masters London. It's Victoria here, joined by Billy and Minnie. We just sent in our first playoffs qualified team. It's Vitality, but they fought real hard through 3 maps just now against Foot.
Yeah, I mean, similar story to the upper bracket semi-final that we saw in EMEA. It's really just EMEA doing EMEA things by pushing it to a 3rd map and having that back and forth.
Okay, so that wasn't entirely surprising for you, so maybe you'll be a little bit surprised in match 2 of today. We got a big Americas head-to-head now. We got NRG versus Lev. Now, we saw them face off in an EWC qualifier not too long ago where NRG did win 2-0. In fact, Lev haven't been beating NRG since 2024, but it was a very different roster.
Yeah, very different roster, but I do think that NRG are coming in stylistically as a favorite. I think that Lev are a team that don't like the rematches. Coach Owner was saying it when they played G2 in the final, that they weren't comfortable with the fact that G2 could have changed a lot of stuff. And Lev traditionally don't change things, and NRG are a very prep-heavy team, going to bring new ideas today.
Now, King is very experienced playing against NRG, and we spoke to him yesterday. Here are a few things he had to say about the match today.
It's crazy. I never saw this coming. Like, I guess I saw maybe we could have played NRG, but all regions, like, it's crazy.
Would you have preferred to play a different region?
I mean, yeah, it's way funner to face other playstyles, other teams. And I played NRG the whole time, so just...
Who would you have wanted to play if you could?
Sorry?
Who have you wanted to play on this Swiss stage if you could?
I mean, any European teams only, either with Vitality or Food. It would have been fun.
Is there a reason why you'd want to place one of the European teams?
Not really, just because as I said, I played NRG so much already, and I mean, I don't want to see them again.
Okay.
I think it's gonna be a lot of. Both of us know each other a lot. We have a lot of we know how we play. We know we have anti on each other team, so it's gonna be a lot of preparation. As soon as we get to the hotel, we're gonna have to like talk about the maps, and of course like re-see what we had against them on EWC. So it's just gonna be who prepares better and who's shooting harder. Cool.
Well, it sounds like King is sick of playing against NRG, but if they do it one more time today, he gets his wish. He gets to play an EMEA team in the form of Vitality over in playoffs. Now, we did have a chat with him again, now that he slept on it and, you know, absorbed the win from yesterday. Let's see what he thought today.
Jen here with King of Lev. King, any vulnerabilities you're looking to exploit from the side of NRG?
Honestly, because we lost to them, we learned how they play. We got a grip on the stuff they do. So we prepared yesterday, and I think we were cooking some stuff.
All right. So the recent encounter, blessing in disguise.
Yep.
Good. Cook.
Cooking.
Well, I know Owner likes to cook, but it doesn't mean the food's really good. Well, we'll have to see. NRG did surprise us yesterday. They picked Pearl against XLG just when we had questions about their map pool depth. In fact, Minnie, you pointed this out and you wanted to highlight something about NRG's Pearl attack.
Yeah, I think that it was the fact that I was very surprised by the map pick, right? They didn't look so strong on it in the past, but what I really liked from NRG is they're using that time to actually develop some of their ideas, and that is a really good sign going through this tournament. So the round I wanted to show here is NRG versus XLG in the last game. And what I was criticizing last time is with this composition, they got 2 drones on their team, but they weren't using them very effectively. But in this game, they started doing some really interesting things. So if I full zoom here, what we're going to see is Brock over this side of the map, literally just droning B long. You might be like, Mini, drone B long, isn't that pretty normal stuff? Is it that basic? And the answer is yes. And the reason for that is if we clear it out, this drone is the only drone that can stop the jet on top of this box there. That's the only drone that can see no man here, and that means that you can control the B long of this map. So you're able to get both A main and B long at the same time. Now, no man does call the bluff here completely. No man's here because NRG make a little mistake here. They don't put this smoke up. NRG aren't able to get a lurk down into this map. But so no man calls this bluff. He starts rotating it away. And if we go up into the full zoom, we see that he's ran off this side of the map. They've left B complete. There's 5 there. So a slight mistake there from NRG, but the intention was good. Now, later on, what I loved is that NRG then adapted. They then thought, well, no man's clearly calling our buff here. Let's try and kill him up on that box. So this time around, we see the drone come out once again. We see the dissipate this time correctly. And if you saw 2 little players just going across there, they're going to peek out on a timing to try and catch No Man. No Man overconfident now because of that fake from before. And this time, the easiest kill of Mada's life there. And then NRG are straight up onto this B site. So I think big picture coming out of this, I think that what I really liked about NRG is they're showing more depth and improvements in their map pool and strategy. And if you mirror that against Lev right now, Lev are doing a lot of the same strats from the past 2 months. And so when we talk about depth and going further into this tournament, I have a lot more faith in NRG right now than I do Lev.
And I think especially when we consider coming into that veto yesterday, we had thought that NRG were maybe hiding their better maps by picking the Pearl into an opponent that was dibbed as maybe weaker coming into this tournament. And of course, when we think back to that series that they had against XLG, they had to have a comeback on Lotus to be able to close out on a 2-0. And I think a key part of that was Kiko. The rest of his team were quite literally in his backpack throughout that series. I think coming into today, they're facing up against tougher opponents now that we're moving on in this Swiss stage. We need to see all players on form on that stage today.
Yeah, that's right. I think resilience is another theme for this team as well. All that experience on the global stage, coming back from a 0-6 on that second map against XLG, against that iconic triple senti comp is huge for NRG. Now, after their match against XLG, Ethan, their IGL, had a quick debrief in our HyperX player moment. Let's check it out.
Hey guys, Ethan from Energy here. Let's get it. Just came off a nice clean 2-0 versus XLG. I say clean, but second map was a little close. Had a nice little comeback. I think 8 rounds in a row to close it out. So happy with that. We knew they would run that Lotus comp of theirs with 3 Sentinels, and they definitely gave us a run for our money. A little harder than we thought it would be.
Happyway still a world away. No man not reading Brock's position whatsoever. He goes completely unread. Immediately finds some kills. The Steel Card going to be invested. Doesn't even need it. He's got the Odin in it.
In Valorant, you know, you can only lose twice. So if you lose your first one, you're on the edge the whole time, and that would be nothing new for us, lower bracket, but it's good to start off strong. Yeah, mentality coming into Masters London, obviously, always to win for us, but also to prepare us a little bit for the end of the year. I don't think we were close to our peak form in Santiago, so gonna work on that and hopefully show it here.
Here with Ethan of Energy. Ethan, you guys had a recent encounter with Lev. What are some challenges that they might present for you today?
They have a lot of young, aggressive players, so we're just gonna have to be ready for it.
Okay. Who's gonna take care of the young guns?
I think we'll all pitch in, but hopefully Gio continues his streak from last game.
Okay, now thank you so much.
Well, Ethan's talking about the young guns on Lev, but they have some of their own firepower. We have to mention Kiko. He went absolutely bananas, dropping 60 kills in 2 maps and setting a new 2-map record in VCT Global. Do you guys know who was holding the previous record?
I guess Durka?
It's not Durka. And he gets, it's 10s with 54, and it was just beaten in this event by this man right here. The Englishman, absolutely.
Yeah, that start at the
this team.
bottom there is incredible. 37% of the kills in his team was him. I think that that is great for Kiko, but I have a bit of question mark over NRG's form right now. We need to see the rest of these players stepping up. They are championship caliber, and I believe that even in a game where they're not firing as hard as usual, being able to take it over the line shows class. It shows world championship kind of mentality. I don't expect to see that again. I expect to see them all coming up together now.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. 370 ACS. He's #1 on the leaderboard at the moment. And it wasn't just that, it was all the 3Ks he was putting up. He was never just getting 1 kill in a round. It was always multiple. I think he ended up with 10 by the end. And I think for me, impressive to come into your home turf and put up a performance like that.
I am hoping to see him on the Phoenix today, though. We were playing it up as him, Kiko, the British guy on the British agent, but we didn't get to see that. He didn't need it last time, but hopefully we get to see it.
We were unable to get that far, but hopefully today we do. Now, we had another game yesterday, our first 3-mapper in Masters London, and that's because things started off shaky for Lev against Global Esports, rolling them on Pearl. Sato especially wasn't playing like himself. He was struggling here on this map, but he woke up later on to carry them on Pearl and Split. We could hear him scream, laugh, hold his hand up for high fives, and be left totally hanging.
I think the main thing from Sato that I was impressed with yesterday was the showmanship, right? Soaking up that environment, soaking up that global experience, and showing his real character. I think it's really good attitude to have, that not letting that first map kind of get to him and get inside his head, and then go on to just enjoy the moment and put up those good performances in map 2 and 3.
I love what he was saying in the post-match interview too about the team has a goldfish mentality, a little Ted Lasso reference there, where after a little bit of a bad time maybe, just forgetting it immediately like a fish would, going on to the next map. I think that is what this Lev team needs, because they have a lot of inexperience in the team. If they start to feel those jitters at all, they got to remember that they are fish.
Goldfish memory and good vibes from Sato. It's definitely the formula for Lev's success so far. And are you expecting him to... I would love to see the head-to-head with him on the Phoenix versus Kiko.
I think it's disgusting. Like, I think they're both like 250 ACS Phoenixes right now. If I had to choose one or the other, I wouldn't be able to do it. Let's just have them both on the Phoenix every match.
Yeah, let's just do it. Let's just do it. All right, well, you guys are mentioning Lev's style of playing, a lot of set trap plays, especially on Fracture. Minnie, tell us what you think.
I think they're very good, and I love the fact that Lev have these preset plays, but this one in particular is one that I saw 2 months ago as well, Billy. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, do you know what? I think that the combination of utility was really well. It's great to see that this set strat team is coming into the event with set strats, but like you mentioned, Minnie, if they're doing things that they were doing only a couple of months ago, it does almost raise a flag. Of course, they've not played against NRG in VCT Americas. It's just a question of, how much footage of NRG got on that.
I think the key thing is Lev do understand that they are doing this style. And I think when King was talking about going back and doing the prep, it's thinking about how can they use their style and fake off of it. Maybe throwing that breach stun and doing something else on the map. That is the way that they like to do the kind of anti-preparation. But when I was talking with some of the analysts yesterday, Sliggy and TMV were having a field day saying that we could have predicted every single round. But it's up to NRG today to see whether they can do that in the server.
Well, map veto is going to be really important today, and we saw a lot more revealed by NRG yesterday. We got a 1v1 showdown in our skirmish side select, and the duel today is going to be between Mada and Neon. Very good selections here. Neon has been so hyped up coming into London. Let's see how he's going to fare against Mada.
I was going to start saying Mada with the op, that's dirty, but they did decide to actually both buy it there, so I'm not too disappointed, but op in the skirmish, I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a red flag if someone's pulling out an operator in the skirmish, unless it's obviously pre-agreed like you were mentioning, Minnie. I think we need to kind of speak about the maps that we could have in this veto as well, right? I'm curious to see what Lev is going to play. Oh, Mada actually won that pretty dominantly. That's not so great for Neon when you consider things. But yeah, I think we need to start thinking about what are those map selects and bans going to be.
Yeah, in fact, we get to see it right now. Let's take a look at the map veto.
Hello and welcome. Today we're gonna do the NRG versus Leviathan map veto, and NRG won the skirmish, so they're picking their side. Team B. Alright, which means Leviathan banning first.
Ban, please.
Breeze is banned, and now Energy is banning.
Ban Split.
Split is banned as well, and Leviathan picking their first map.
We pick Ascent.
Alright, and side for Ascent.
Defense.
Defense.
Pick Lotus.
And pick Lotus. Alright, and Leviathan picks it. Alright, then we have Fracture, Haven and Pearl left, Leviathan banning first.
We ban Fracture.
Okay.
Ban
And
Haven.
Haven is banned, Decider is Pearl, and Leviathan picking their side.
Defense.
Defense. So let me give you a quick recap. We start with Ascent, Energy Defense. Then we have Lotus, Leviathan attacks, and if we go to Decider map, which is Pearl, Leviathan defense. Everything correct? Thank you guys, good luck.
All right, we're getting to see some of the maps we were just discussing, but we are going to be starting with an Ascent.
Yeah, very similar map feature to last time, but Lev decided to go onto this Ascent, which is beautiful. I called them the best Ascent team in the world at the moment, and so that first map is a must-win for them. I think going deeper into this map pool, though, I think Lotus and Pearl, I would heavy favorite NRG. So that first map is a must-win for Lev.
And what do you think, Billy?
Yeah, I agree. I think that when we look at Lev, like that was their permaban, Lotus in Americas. So I think the energy being able to get that, especially how good they looked against XLG the other day as well. I think the later stages, I agree, it starts to favor energy.
Quick Preds?
2-1 NRG.
2-1 energy.
All right, well, I'm going for Lev. I'm going for the Young Guns today. Today, we get to advance a second team into playoffs. It's our Young Guns on Lev, some of the freshest and most hyped rookies versus our reigning champs, NRG. So everyone, buckle up, because the Battle of Americas begins right now.
There's little micro things that Energy is doing here on the map that are really impressive.
I don't think we were close to our peak form in Santiago. Gonna work on that and hopefully show it here. We're not here to mess around. We came to London to win.
Eu estou jogando no palco internacional. É algo muito bom para mim porque é algo que eu queria desde muito pequeno, desde que eu tinha 4 anos. Eu sempre sonhei com isso.
I would say this meta suits us a little better than the Neon meta. I think Lev from Americas was a very top team, and I'd like to see them play now after Neon nerfs, and I'd like to see what they've come up with.
Mano, então eu acho que sempre eu achei a Energy time muito bom. Os caras também são campeão mundial. Então, se os caras têm títulos e coisas assim, é porque eles estão trabalhando muito. Eu espero que seja mais 2-1. Acho que eles são bons e vão dar batalha contra nós, mas nós vai ganhar obviamente.
Just so you know, you're just our stepping stone to playoffs, and we're excited to play you, and we'll be ready as well.
Real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Bow. Enter. Shut down race from when I enter. 10 guest list, gonna need extra. Big entrance, bigger than wrestler. Gal in the front going on extra. Some of them come, some of them extra. Mosh pit crew holding the center. Big
defeated NRG since 2024, but today is a Lev that NRG has never met before. They haven't met Sato, they haven't met Spike or Blows, and they haven't met America's greatest offer, Neon.
Yeah, Neon going onto that first map is crucial. He's going to be on that Chamber of Ascent, and it's Lev's best map. Look out for them on the attack side. He's going to be going deep into middle consistently, cutting off rotations there. And the defense, though, that's what I like the most. He's going to be on one side of the map, holding down, trying to get a pick, dipping out for the retake. The other side of the map's going to be a fiery trap setup. It is whether NRG are going to bait out those trap setups or not on this Ascent.
And this is the thing with Lev. They've had such a clear identity with their compositions all throughout their map pool. That double Julius paired up with the Chamber. Now, I will say Spike and Neon were the kind of players that we were looking at yesterday to be able to step up. Spike and Sato on that double Julius, struggling in the very initial beginning of that series. Will they take to the stage today to play against this NRG?
That is definitely the question, and you can't forget, while we are so excited about Lev and all of these rookies, NRG are the reigning champs from Paris. All this experience coming through. They've widened their map pool. Mini, why are you predicting their win today?
I think it's because their map pool is improving, and I think their style, like GE's, works extremely well into LEV. They are a game plan style team with the players and experience to back that up. If Ascent goes NRG's way, I might call it a day and go home because they need to win this map.
The question for NRG is though, Kiko, the performance they had, that is not something that can be consistent every single day, surely. Prove me wrong, honestly, prove me wrong. But at the same time, the other 4 players on that roster need to step up to the stage, need to show why they lifted that Champs Trophy back in Paris.
That is a great question about Kiko. We're calling him the hometown hero because they had the London buff. London, do you believe in Kiko today? All right, we got some support, but that doesn't sound like it's gonna be enough for a buff, guys.
Yeah, I think as well, like when you're NRG and you're coming into this one, you're going up against LEV that have those 4 rookies. We saw how hungry they looked on the stage in their debut performance yesterday. And honestly, if they can keep that confidence up coming into today, I don't think anyone is going to be able to take them down.
Yeah, you saw Coach Bonka there yapping away about his notes, about the game plan, and that is what this matchup is about once again. I know we talked about it yesterday with Global, but I think that NRG are a completely different ball game. They have got the experience. Ethan literally has never come below top 3 at one of these global events with one he's qualified to. This is a world-class roster that LEV has to deal with today.
Well, King was saying they have prepared something special today. Let's see what we have.
Nothing crazy out of the ordinary for their Ascent composition. Still the same as far as things goes. For NRG, I believe they were running the double wall composition previously on Ascent back in their time in Americas with that Sage and Vise, but it looks as though they're opting to potentially have that double Julius, that Kiko on Phoenix. Maybe we are actually going to get to see that Kiko Sato head-to-head like we've been begging for, Mini.
Yeah, I'm liking this comp change from NRG. They didn't look fully confident on the previous comps that they have been playing. Going with that Phoenix, that has been a highlight for me in this meta so far. Getting Sato and Kiko firing off each other is going to be great. I think, like I said before, LEV on the attack, they love to get this chamber into deep positions towards middle, and I'm very curious to see how NRG are going to battle. Is it going to be just Mada towards the middle of the map doing that kind of stuff? Are they going to be doing some trap plays, maybe with this Vice, the Flash? They have plenty of options here, and I'm curious as to see what Bonkar and Ethan's game plan is here.
Yeah, this is definitely the question. And LEV, you know, they only have one night to try to prepare for NRG, but they do know each other really well, even if they haven't really been playing each other in Americas, Billy.
Well, yeah, like we mentioned, these 2 rosters haven't met in Americas just yet, which is why I think today makes it even more exciting because we get to see that here on the global stage for these 2 teams. I think when I'm looking at NRG starting on this defense, Brock on the Odin going to be pivotal here, I think, especially. I think if they can utilize the weaponry diversity to their advantage when you're talking about Mada on the Operator, Brock on the Odin, these different things will hopefully go in their favor.
Well, taking us through VCT Americas to find out who the second playoffs is gonna be, it's Mitchman and Tom Biz.
Well, these teams got a taste of each other, but now it's time for the main course here on LAN. And Tom, it looks like we're eating good. Sato up against Kiko on the Phoenix to kick it off. You couldn't ask for a better entree.
Yeah, Kiko's first match was insane. Like, there's 60 kills across 2 maps. If there was a 3rd map, he almost certainly would have broken a record. But on the other side of things, Sato, like, making it to that international stage and having that sort of a run immediately, like whether he was on that Phoenix or on the Waylay, he was super impressive. I do agree with what was said on the desk though. I think that this first map is a must if Leviathan are going to have a chance in this series. Their Ascent has been phenomenal, but they are still against NRG.
Well, we're starting out here with an attack side for Leviathan, and indeed, when we talk about the pool, we'll have this conversation with Lotus and Pearl up next. I think it's fair to say Leviathan need to show up here. The start sees Neon almost go down. A wall keeps him alive as he'll breathe deep into the round. But NRG have a bit of info right off rip. They see the chamber. Not too much can be done with that. And with no further contact coming in, you have to expect NRG are going to get curious and look for some info soon. The flash is primed and ready. Down to the timing, and well, it looks like they're going to just concede that after hearing a bit of noise.
Yeah, of course, a big part of this Phoenix is going to be the grasping of those orbs. giving Sato the extra lease of life, but in this pistol, it's very slow and controlled. We talk about Leviathan and their flair. They are taking their sweet time and moving their way back towards Scuba on the other side, still with his thorns available. With how little time is left, these could cause issues.
This could definitely be a problem. You can see 25 on the clock. Thorns still up and online. And now Leviathan start to make their way towards the site, but no one is there. Brock's the closest. He's up in heaven, and even that flash could have been a chance for him to strike, but Scuba's the one to pick one off on the side. Now, advantage sat in their favor. Time to prime for that retake, and it'll take a while they allow Mata to group up with the rest of the squad.
Man down. Flash from Vice is gone, but they still have one remaining for Kiko. Counter stun to slow them down, and the trade's coming back already. That attack side just dealing death, but even still going back with just one man standing. The IGL to try and turn things, and the swing out from King was a little bit risky, but he's going to take the fight and win it. It's a pistol once again for Leviathan, a big part of their game yesterday, and they found another.
Spike scene, huge stun from him. That is what changes the play here. Instead of NRG coming down like a waterfall, it's a couple of droplets at a time. Much easier to manage for that attack side. And it was that timing. The second the Phoenix Flash bloomed, it came in. Coming so close in the end, you can see if there wasn't that bit of disruption, this could be a very different early half. Instead, Leviathan 1-0 start, and NRG, well, the classics in their hand now. You can see it is going to be an eco. No force buys like in the previous game. Expected here on the defense, but it looks like they're going to try a crunch on mid. A little bit of a bait set up on short. There's some serious opportunity, especially with the star there. Nice grab, well, change the game, but they're going to isolate those fights very nicely on Leviathan.
Well, still further aggression coming through from the defense.
One enemy
trying to
remaining.
work with the strength in numbers, and already managing to get a couple of kills. Neon, of course, was only playing with the Headhunter, but on 5 HP has now retrieved a rifle. Of course, the chamber kind of allows them just to pad these a little bit, with less weaponry having to be purchased and still finances to rebuy back up into the next round if they keep these alive. You can see for Brock, the only goal is to trap one. If they walk into his crosshair, maybe he gets a kill. That's a weapon onto the ground. If they go the other way, unfortunately, well, maybe you're giving an extra orb away anyway, or you're just going to go down to the spike.
30
You can
seconds
see
left.
that spike's moving to the right side. They're coming in the right direction. Really, you can't expect much more than damage from Brock here. That's got to be the highest bar that he could reach, but there's the first. That's all he's going to get. Decent stuff from NRG, considering the round that was in it. Leviathan started out by dealing with the short play, but the crunch on mid worked wonders. It's still a 2-0. And what's been interesting so far, Tom, is just how slow those attack rounds have been from Leviathan. Even there, they're in a 3v1. They waited a minute. They are very happy to slow this down on the attack, and for NRG, it's very much going to limit their early aggression. But they're enabled to go for. Although, we could be seeing some towards B.
I was mentioning along the desk that they like to sort of have that implementation of Neon, like planting him in position and then giving him an opportunity to try and find those openers. It's what made that chamber so deadly to deal with. Kiko's timing the flash is good, but he's caught himself as well.
No charges left.
He'll just have to fall back, and bear in mind that Sato has that run it back available for him into this round if he needs it.
Just a little bit too far away for that flash to land as needed. Second one fired out here towards A main. Nobody spotted. Leviathan had the spike there, but much further back. And again, this is going to be a slow attack side. A minute on the clock as they were just outside the A site, but now a change in direction again. Phoenix Roll, the blaze allows them to cross, or at least it should. But big boy Brock's already come in with one. The reveal broken right away, but look at this sneaky play by Scuba. He almost got one. If King wasn't mid-TP, he'd be out of the round. And it's already advantage for NRG. Leviathan luckily make it to the site without too many more fights. They'll get themselves a plant.
30 seconds left.
I like what I've seen from Mada though. I think he's cleared all of B main and ran back around. Of course, there's something they'll have to clear again, but it means they know there's no one flanking. Sato though! Oh, past and 3 immediately! Just looks to take over the round. He almost did it all in his ult. That was on a timer. And guess what? He's still alive! An ace to bring a third round home! This is why we're excited about this guy!
Well, that was a bit of a slow start for Leviathan. They were happy to run the clock down, but now when the time was against them with this ult, they end up picking up most of the team and finding it all in the end. A gorgeous play for Sato. A huge round for Leviathan as well. Remember, they made it out of the last with 2 rifles. It means reinvestment having to be made potentially. If they were to come in strong in that round, it means risks for the early half. There was a chance for NRG, but that has been stolen away, and then now Leviathan are going to run away with the lead. 3-0, likely a 4th. Oh, a bit dangerous here for King. He's under a lot of pressure. That paranoia saved him, and luckily he's got teammates close by. Spike scene in here in a flash. And now this is dangerous once again. 7 shots left over the flash. Oh, Shadow somehow gets away with that anyways. If he falls there, this round is competitive. It may still be if Scuba can pull out a big play, but they're waiting for him. In fact, no, they're walking into him. This is dangerous with the bandit up this close. One found, and Neon luckily finishes it off. An easy 4th round it should have been, but a bit more labored in the end.
How is that closer than the last one? I was gonna say, like,
there's a player didn't ace.
How often have you seen someone get 4 kills with a running back? I don't think I've ever seen it. Sato definitely something special. 1 out, 3. Yeah, that was a bit more of a nervous woo. But we are going to see the purchase coming back up. NRG wanting to get back on the horse. They've at least kept the economy a little bit more honest, but there's still quite a lot of credits available. Their ultimate's building up, but it's whether or not Lev can keep this momentum going with an operator now into the hands of Neon. This is normally where he's the most dangerous.
Has been a splendid start for Leviathan so far. A 4-0 lead. Winning this round would skyrocket them into this map, and the one that we said is so crucial for them to take. Nice opening as well by Spike Scene. Leviathan have got to be on cloud 9. This was a fake towards A, but it's worked for the pick, and now they move towards B. Let's jump into the comps.
Tá, já pra escada, dá pra escada.
Volta, só volta. Calma, Maquele. Posso abrir com você aqui? Tô aranha, já, tô aranha. Vamos voltar pra A, viado.
Tô abrindo.
Tá.
Tô abrindo pra base?
Sai aqui.
Nada, tô indo pra A.
Vai ficar aqui, viado.
Mano, quer voltar pra B ainda, viado? Vamos fazer um fake A e voltar pra B. Fica bem então, Bruno.
Eu não tenho nada, Blue, pra fakear.
Mais um, vamos dar.
Só no zerar aqui, acho.
Vai, aceleraram?
Dominar.
No, there's still players
30
here.
seconds left.
It looks like they still want to go towards this A site with the spike. There could be some challenges before the spike even starts to be planted. Ethan thought about it, but he's going to give it up.
Oh, timing could be worse for Scuba. Maybe still didn't expect the player to be lurking behind. Those two have, however, been caught by the ultimate. That gives Ethan a great opportunity. A shorty in the corner, and he's been able to clear. It leaves Neon. But with that smoke now fading, he's going to have to swing this eventually. They're trying to bait him into the fight, and with an operator, that's not the gun you want to grab. Well, oh, he even tries to go through it. But Matter is watching, waiting. And NRG are finally going to get themselves their first round onto the board.
Got a second that they saw him jump peeking in A main. That was it, pretty much done and dusted. Leviathan, again, with how this round started, it looked splendid. This was a fake from Spike Z. Finds the pick. Drags, rotates to the A site, opens up the other side of the map, but a little slower in terms of the exec. They still make it in, get the plant. But it was Ethan staying alive up top. Just that split-second decision not to try to punish, not to dive out onto the side. I think it was the call from Scuba that the Steel Garden was going to come in. And that's given them a round. But of course, with how Leviathan made it here, they can buy up again. Probably again. Especially as the rounds go on and you see these ultimates Like the one for Neon coming online. For now, he's only got his operator, and there's one on the other side, holding, waiting, TP taken, and it's stuck all the way. King's now isolated from the rest of the squad. They've got to go through Mata, and that they do. He's on the floor as King tries to hold on for dear life, tries to buy time, and allows Sato to trade. The old pop tier keeps Sato alive. Even with the spams, he'll go down, but Brock's got more work to do. Eating him alive for 2, but Sato answers back, and with Scuba, the final match ending! It looked like the round was over, but he's got a chance, and his opponent's low. So is he. Oh my God.
He's just sitting. He's just waiting, but Sato hits the shot anyway! Sato did the exact thing that Scuba wanted him to do, and he still predicted the position. He is 12-4 within 6 rounds, and yeah, call a timeout, but the counter to this man just doesn't seem possible. He's already halfway back to his O again.
You remember the head-to-head we were excited about? Sato and who was it again? Kiko's 1-6. It's been a really tough start for him.
He just got the 1.
Yeah, indeed. Before this, it was radio silence. And on the other side, anything but. These are 2 players who've had fantastic openings to the group stage here in London, but one seems to be holding on to that momentum a bit better than the other. 12-4 is ridiculous. And I think Sato's only getting started.
Well, yeah, I think the devastating thing for NRG as well, that if you look back to their previous match, the Coinbase win condition would have been Kiko. Like, I think everybody else finished negative in that game, and they won. That's how good he was over those 2 maps. So I think this is now a position where, okay, you're going to need him to step up a little bit. What I will say, though, is expectations are that they'll lose this map. I think this is a position where we know that Leviathan are fantastic when it comes to Ascent, but we know that the next couple of maps will favor NRG. So it's more so just the thing that would worry me most, about, for them at least, is if Sato keeps doing stuff like that, because he's getting so much value that he's basically just reinvesting into himself. It's like, okay, I get a few kills while in my ult, then I get another, and I have another ult. He's already had 2, he's halfway to a 3rd, and we are going into round 7.
Nice flash. Neon's forced back, but he has got support deeper towards the spawn. Blows is able to trade, but Mattis, hold on, they've actually allowed him to keep going. The Hunter's Fury gave him the reveal. He's locked and loaded with the op, but the shot from King. That puts us back even. Brings the spike back into the hands of Leviathan. That kill might just have saved the round. It's at least kept it in contention for Leviathan.
Yeah, I think Mata could have easily closed this one out if King doesn't get that kill. Even still, though, the defensive side spread across the map. Brock with his Odin left somewhat alone, but I think after the push, the expectation from NRG side is, okay, maybe they'll go back in towards that B site now that they think they've done enough damage on that side. And especially when you have the full setup from Scuba on the other side of the map, you're going to get some form of contact information early enough that it's worth the risk.
You saw pings go through there. I'm not sure if it was for the wall, but it didn't look like it.
30 seconds left.
I think Leviathan want to fight into the spawn with the door closed. It could be an option, but they're going to break it. Immediately, that's going to tell NRG where this play is coming through. It's going to get Brock locked in and loaded, and he's taking all of them! A choke point versus an Odin, and that's exactly what you get. NRG up to 2.
Yeah, love it or hate it. It worked out wonderfully. 5-2. Round starting to break back into their favor, and some huge individual brilliance in the early stages of the round from Mata. A little bit more disruption. And I like that we're seeing that aggression out from NRG. You can't allow Leviathan to sort of put themselves into a position where they will hold ground with the operator and then have that opportunity to execute. So that disruption worked out wonderfully. Already, though, you've heard the tour de force go off. Not being for Neon. It seems like the defensive side, though, is going to look to try and get that little bit more aggressive, and they're immediately punished.
Well, some different ideas in this round from NRG. There's still that utility towards the A site. But instead, the Vice setup on B going to try to force their opponents, corral them towards that spot, but they do not run back from the run it back. Instead, Sato stands his ground and takes it out right away. Kiko Looks like he wants another bite of the cherry, but they are waiting on the other side. Again, Leviathan's patience has been there from the get-go. It's stopping NRG from making those early aggressive plays that they want to. A bit of control in B main here. At least it's going to keep that rotation. It's going to get that rotation rather towards the A site. Scoop is now here to help out. Still has his utility, and they've got lots of bodies to break through. Leviathan, if they settle on A here, if they leave this too long, this could be a much more difficult push than they think it will be. Kiko's caught in the corner, but this time he won't fall before taking a few.
30 seconds left.
NRG still have a chance, and with time so low, I don't think Leviathan could go anywhere but A.
No, yeah, especially considering the position of King. They have to go that way. Kill will come through, but there's no way back at this point. They have to keep pushing into the 2-stack. Both players here, time ticking away. The run-through, Ethan already catches one, and that's potentially the round over already. Neon just has no time. If they just hide, this is already over, and he might get the kill onto Ethan at the back of the site, but it is meaningless. NRG will hold their ground, and the climb back continues.
Yeah, very nice round from them as well. I like the fact that we started this seeing the Vice move towards the B site, putting the wall there as well so they could isolate whoever goes towards the lane. A very strange Vice wall when you look at it on the map, but with how they've been taking space on the Leviathan side when it comes to those B hits, it makes sense. And then when they don't get the contact, you get the ult comes out from Kiko, he sees players short, Mata fills in the space on B main, and then the rotates happen. And that's why they're heavier on that side of the map. This was a really nice round from NRG, putting the pieces together even without that aggressive intel, and this time an opening is handed to them.
Yeah, the wall. It's going to leave one player isolated. That one player is probably the one you have to be most worried about. But even still, the weaponry is weak in this round. Lev don't have much to play with, still hiding in the corner, but with how stunned out they are, it feels like this should be very difficult. Neon's done well though. Mata goes out, but the remaining couple on the site are doing more than enough. Sato's Stinger still is able to get one, but it won't matter in the end. 5-4. That early start from Leviathan is slowly starting to dwindle. And now coming back in with a purchase. I wonder if they lose this next one, if we might see a pause.
See how dangerous that position would have been for Sato if they were on site, if they had the spike crossed already, but the wall just delaying that little bit longer.
One enemy remaining.
It slowed them down. It allowed NRG to get into position. A 4th round on the board as a result, and what started out as a lights-out performance from Leviathan now become a much more modest series, much more modest lead. 1 round to the good for the attack side. Presence on A. They showed presence B and went there almost right away last time. NRG already starting the rotates. Vice utility on that side of the map. It leaves only Mata to defend this side. He spotted the chamber. Got that to work with, but
this has been the standoff. It's happened all the way through this game so far. These two knowing that the other is on the other side. And I think they know on NRG how important it is to try and keep that control. With the time ticking down, some early presence being shown elsewhere. I'm looking at the run it back, of course. It's had so much impact so far, but with that Vice wall ready, at best, it should be an isolated fight. And the Warriors, again, you're getting down to that 40-second mark. They almost need to bait the wall. Instead, it feels like he's just going to run through. If he lands this shot, he doesn't. Okay, that leaves Gibbs some space, but the rest of the players are trapped behind it. Spikeseen, though, managed to get through at the same time, and that's enough to find an opener.
They blindsided for the first, but still Mata to deal with on the site. Nobody can, well, I would say no one can help him out, but Brock has no sight line, but it doesn't matter. Now Mata's found one, but it doesn't matter either. Leviathan right back to winning ways, and only this lane push to deal with. The office trained in, and it's an easy close for the attack side. 6 on the board for Leviathan, dealing with that Vice setup with ease, and really it starts with Spikeseen getting out like this, popping the wall up, and well, Scuba had no notion what he was facing when his vision came back.
Yeah, I think that kill was integral. If they're able to stay alive and just wait in that crossfire once again, I think that's what's been working for NRG, just having the numbers on this side. Mata end up doing fairly well.
Joke's over.
Wasn't quite enough. Again, we're going to see an immediate pop of the ult. This is the thing, they've known Neon is here almost every single round. But can you now punish him? It's more than one pushing up, looking to try and maybe get a follow-up instead. Mada might just be the surprise, but he has to shoot the trap. Now he's seeing the Hunter's Fury to try and give some extra support, but they are sponging up everything that's being sent out by NRG. That could have been such a dangerous moment for Neon, but he just tucks in, waits for support, and now they have a huge advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they really got blinkered in on that initial kill. Obviously, the idea, as you said, Neon's been taking that B main space. There was one round, I think, where Mada was able to push up, and even in that round, Neon got him from mid. Outside of that, it's been constant control. So yeah, we fight it with the run it back, try to trade out. You understand why Mada's not running with the run it back to take that fight, to take the instant trade, because Leviathan, last time that there was pressure put in B main like that, they had someone, I believe it was Blows, waiting in the spawn, so he could have easily come running out of the smoke. But when that kill comes in, when the Phoenix ult is cancelled out,
30 seconds left.
they throw the Hunter's Fury at it, they throw themselves at it, and well, that hasn't paid off. An ult and 2 players thrown to the wind. Leviathan not showing any real scars for it. And they've even chosen correctly as they pull the A site from the blind bag. It will be an easy plant.
They are still checking everything, though. You've seen all the stuns, flashes, door being closed, tapping the plant, just trying to make sure if anybody's going to swing them, that they are ready for it. But NRG, and you can kind of understand why a lot of the hits have been going in towards that B site. They decide to tuck in on that side of the map, and keeping hold of the weaponry now becomes far more important. The gamble didn't pay off, and you just want to hold on to that additional weaponry. And I honestly think, like, when we were sat there at 5-4, it was far more important for Leviathan on this attack side to really build in, because that's where they've had the majority of their rounds when you go back to their games in Americas, even versus the likes of G2, MIBR, some of the heavy hitters. They've been very good on the attack side of this map, and for NRG, if they had been able to go in even, I think they would have been very happy. But now, the best they can hope for is 5.
And that's going to be a tough battle, but helped out by the 3 weapons saved over in this round. At least a decent buy awaits them for their final battle of the half, but Leviathan have been playing like this is a map they need to win from the get-go. Obviously, Sato had some mad rounds as well, but even seeing those first couple attack rounds, seeing how slow they're playing here, you can see that there's a lot of thought put into this map, and for good reason, as you said, when it comes to that veto, Lotus up next, NRG's pick, and Pearl after, it definitely feels like that's where NRG pick up a lot of heat in this series. I like that reveal from the other side of the map. It's given the idea that there's more players towards A than there actually are. The orb's going to be obtained as well. And now Leviathan gravitate towards the other side.
They know he's going to be here. He's here every single round.
Take flight.
Placed in B main to keep that control. It allows so much in terms of their rotations back to the other side of the map. Again, we've seen a switch up from Scuba setup. While the smoke just used to give Mada positioning, but the fact is, the drone clearing into middle, B main still not under the defender's control. They don't know which direction they're going in, but at least in terms of the heavier sides, they do have 3 players towards A.
As soon as that flash comes through,
Obscuring vision.
you're going to have some problems with Thorns to fight into. The smoke bloomed as well. A molly in from Phoenix, time being delayed, but Neon's waiting to catch these rotations, and there it is. Patience pays off. 30 on the clock, and they think surely he's not here. And now they realize the mistake of this round. Scuba on site. That was a fake TP, but now with 15 seconds to get the plant in, they're rushing A. Still 3 players from NRG here. It's a big mistake from Leviathan. Neon's lurk is the only grace to be found in this round as the defense locks in 5.
Yeah, I think it was just maybe hoping there was nobody else there, or hoping that they'd all rotate away. But the fact is neither happened. NRG stand their ground. NRG managed to get themselves to 5. And even with this nasty lurk pick coming out from Neon, it's going to be maybe a little closer than Leviathan would have liked. A pistol going into the next. We could see ourselves even.
Do you guys know where you're going? Like, what?
It was definitely a strange end of the round, but no doubt they thought there was only one player on B. They thought there'd be overreactions, but NRG, even trailing, looked calm, cool, and collected under pressure. And Leviathan, though, and Sato especially, has looked fantastic. You know what? Let's go down to an interview with his brother, William.
Hello, everyone. I would love to introduce you to my new friend, William, who just so happens to be Sato's brother. Yes, please, London, make some noise. Because William is the reason that Sato's on that stage, because you were the one who told him to start streaming and get discovered playing Valorant.
Yes, when we first started playing on during beta, I told him like, oh, you should really start streaming because people have to know who you are. Because when he started playing, everyone called him cheater because he was really good at very beginning. So I told him like, oh, start streaming. But he was kind of scared to show his face, so he only showed his mouse. And one day he got raided in middle of the night. So he started calling me like, oh, bro, there's like 1,000 people like watching me right now. What am I supposed to do? And he was really scared because the next day he had to go to class. And he was like, oh, what should I do? I was like, oh, you should keep playing, right?
So, William, I've got to ask you quickly then, does it surprise you how incredibly well he's performing in front of many more people here in London and obviously thousands of people around the world?
Yes, of course. I think it's amazing that he has this great mentality. Always he had like this older kind of vibe to him. But like it's a dream come true for me because I always wanted to play not only Valorant because I came from Counter-Strike. And then when Valorant launched, I was like, oh, you should really pursue this career.
And he has, and you were right to get him to do it because we're ready to go into the second half and currently Leviathan are in the lead. Thank you, William.
Great showing from Leviathan in half number one, Tom, but now the attack side is behind them. 7 on the board. And the question many will be asking, we're about to find out the answer to, was it enough?
Yeah, it's difficult to say. Obviously, NRG have swapped up quite a lot. I think going in with the double duelist is going to give them a lot more of an opportunity to pull out rounds on the attack side. And although we didn't see the best from Kiko, like at the beginning, it definitely seemed like him and Marta were stepping up towards the end. A pistol round could make a very big difference. And as I said, the context of this map feels like one that Leviathan need to win if they're going to have an opportunity. And with their early stack up in towards the B site, it felt like they potentially had the wrong read. But now with deep control, in fact, Neon just pushed all the way into the corner. Depending on when they stop running, he might even hear them.
Oh yeah, it's going to be the shift from the stairs, so no chance for the sound cue to be given away. A contact play straight into Neon, but that's dangerous. Posted on this angle. Headhunter ready to roll, and a TP available to get out of there, but Nada shut him down. Sato still pulls back that advantage, and he's taken Ethan with the molly. Okay, advantage now sits in their favor, but Kiko fights his way back out. Great flash lands them at least a little bit of a foothold, but well, Brock's the only one standing, caught in the laneway, and it's an easy spam to close him out. A 3K from Sato, who's showing that he hasn't lost any of that first half flare.
No, he's just had a few massive multi-kill rounds, and it feels like even the read wasn't the worst. They knew on NRG that there was going to be a guy in that close right corner. They've expected Neon to be there. The problem is you deal with one piece of the Leviathan puzzle, and there's still a few more quickly looking to close out the round. A second pistol round under Leviathan's belt. It definitely makes this an uphill battle for NRG. No force to be had, of course. No plant in, no extra credits, and now they have to be very careful with a judge waiting on the other side. But it seems like with that smoke placement, they are aware there could be some players around this corner.
Yeah, I mean, the idea here, the same as the previous NRG push-up. Take themselves the orb. No surprise it's being farmed up on Kiko. That run it back to be very, very valuable. And it will most likely be online when you come into the next round, unless they get out of this with a victory without Kiko going down. And valuable for your first full buy, but...
Or without him getting a kill, or without or planting, or...
Yeah, it would be difficult. to go in without it. Stampede here to a short. Met by the molly of Sato. It's going to delay them somewhat. Still 45 on the clock. Still some space. Containing B main as well. They've got options here. It looks like this was, again, just that attempt to fake out. It has not pulled the rotates, though. Leviathan are still patiently waiting towards this B site, containing towards spawn as well for Spike Scene. There has to be mistakes made. And even with one mistake, Chamber gets out of there right away.
25 seconds. They almost need to go down at this point. Doing some damage. They're getting players low, but they still haven't managed to kill anyone off just yet, and they are just giving orbs over. There you go, though. 2 quick kills, but it's immediately returned on by Spike Scene. That's going to be a 9th for Leviathan, the conversion in hand. And now this is where we need to see the immediate response from NRG. And if you look back to the last half, it wasn't the case. But luckily for them, Sato doesn't have his ult online, and Kiko does.
Yeah, his opportunity to come in with an ace of his own. Maybe that's somewhat of a too big of an ask. Now Sato's having a heater right now, and Leviathan up on 9. The big reason, if not the reason, is that man in particular. But now, as you said, NRG come in, run it back online. We need to farm those orbs early instead. A much more direct play being lined up. Short control being taken as we speak. Flash perfect. Neon sent back. Kiko's going to pop the ult. Now it's time to hunt down the rest of that damage. Neon's already found one. A nice spot up above as well. They ran right past him, but oh, he's going to get caught. There's a few traps almost sprung on NRG, but they have just about missed them. The blows. If he can get a couple kills, it'd be great.
Yeah, Scuba does excellently as well. They had a B main pushed up, looking to try and come in behind them. Once his wall goes off, he's just locked in on the corner. Make sure that nobody's able to flank in on his teammates. Even going to do well to get himself one closer to the ultimate as well in this bonus round. Seeming like there's not going to be much to it whatsoever. Blows with a chance to maybe do a little bit of damage.
Gun here.
At least a Vandal spotted, but of course he's wary that even picking that up might just give the game away of where he is. And instead, maybe just going to try and save this one through. Of course, he's got the credits to buy into the next round anyway, but no point giving over any additional orbs to the other side, especially in a scenario where they're very likely to just be holding onto that post-spawn. It will be a 6th round, a necessary one for NRG, but of course, the next round is where Leviathan will get that buy.
Indeed, that's the real meat and potatoes of the game. A trade-off for Leviathan, a round lost, but getting rid of that, run it back. It's kind of expected. 3-round gap now to work with. As you said, that there in particular was where I was starting to panic. Brock does an excellent job dealing with him. And the other danger, as you said, that push up in B main, but well-positioned Vice Wall. Got them all the info they needed. Now the rifle round, though, for Leviathan. Now the op coming out for Neon. And he was a menace when it came to B main in the previous half. This time he'll be on the other side of it, but no doubt he'll still be sticking.
Hello. Very aggressive start to the round. Spike Scene already getting rid of Kiko. You could see how this defense plans to go on these early trap setups, and then they have the operator on the other side of the map. They know that taking away this B main control is going to be integral.
Ultimate's ready.
And in fact, with the Steel Garden online, Neon may just have to make the decision to leave instead. For now, he just holds his ground, waits to see where the pressure comes in on the other side of the map. Of course, Marder almost has to just be taking pre-fire fights because he's already so low.
Take flight.
Drone's going to spot one and be broken. Main thing is Neon getting back on this angle. They put a flash there to try to bait him into shooting it earlier on. He didn't fall for the ruse. They still don't know the danger that's lurking around that. As much as they may suspect it, there's always a chance someone rounds that corner a little too early. Neon's playing the second layer to it as well, a little bit further back, but there is a big problem. Oh, he sticks around! They went a little too early, the op in for one, and now the headhunter's still ready to dish out damage. Brock is left on 15 HP, and the shock dart finds him. Spike down in the lane, 20 seconds to get it planted. And they're not even boots on the ground just yet, getting surrounded. The wall's closing in as Sato comes from spawn. They're on 10 seconds before this plan needs to be found. Time is running out, and NRG are running out of players. Scuba tries his damnedest, but he's got no time. And they're split up as well. They know one may fall, but the other will win the round. Double digits for Leviathan.
I love that from Neon. It truly is just like gambling on the idea that your opponents are going to go just that little bit too early. We know that's the one thing about the Steel Garden that really kind of sucks with the ult is it takes so long to activate. But even in their heads, they've got to go like, okay, at this point he will have moved just so he hasn't lost the ult. It's not really worth sticking around just at that very last second, but you see the gamble and then just so confident in his ability with the Headhunter to go out for a little bit more. The time ticking down, and more importantly for NRG, the rounds are running out. They are 4 behind. And with Leviathan just 3 away from taking that first map, be it expected or not, NRG don't want to go out of this map with a whimper.
Absolutely not. It has been 2 strong starts in the early half for Leviathan, and those are always tough games to even make competitive, but NRG are the team that should be doing just that, or they should be avoiding such a poor start in that early half for Leviathan. They got to feel sky high in terms of morale. At the moment, everything is working for them. They're coming into this round as well with a run it back online for Sato, and those have been pretty impactful.
I think the thing as well, though, that's got to be most frustrating is I think anybody who has watched this Leviathan side, you're going to sit there and go, okay, one thing we need to be really careful of is Neon in B main. So they're going to know that he's there. You see all of the util they're expending just to try and get rid of him, and then you get caught by it anyway. Like, that's what's got to be frustrating when playing against this guy. And by the looks of it, he might be about to change things up.
This is TP last time that got him out ahead of that Steel Garden. They knew he was in B. They spent the whole round trying to deal with him, push him off the angle, catch him stepping forward, but well, if they try that this time, they'll find that he's nowhere to be found, as you said. Neon, this time in middle. Himself an outlaw, and his opponents have 4 sets of light shields. Well, caught by the reveal.
Go, go, go.
So far, there is a massive danger. One for most players greater than the operator. A 2-barrel off up against light shields. Waiting in mid, but finding nothing. But the benefit here is he's going to cut their rotates. So rotations could come in on the defensive side instead. They'll reinforce this B site. 3 players on hand, and Sato waiting a while to run in with the run it back. He's caught good timing and initiated that fight for his teammates.
Leaving it down to 3 players already. Ethan has done well. But the man with the Odin is still at the back of the site, almost fighting with Brock with his own machine.
30 seconds
and now
left.
Scuba with 30 seconds left, no spike in his hand, and 3 players already in a triangular crossfire. There was never any way out of that position. Leviathan with another well-structured, well-played round. And for NRG, directly after the pause, that is not the reaction you want to see.
And Neon coming in with an outlaw, saving a couple of credits, and now he comes in. Could buy an op, but why would he? Got himself the tour de force online. The blows here, he impresses me. I think we'll see the fight from stairs. He swings out wide, doesn't even bother ADSing. That was the most impressive part. Fighting Brock at his own game and styling on him as well. 2 rounds left for Leviathan to claim a map that they have looked superb on so far. And that Blaze is actually really annoying to try to push through for the defensive side. You can see they were going to flash in, but instead they have to wait. And now they're ended up in the choke point, being met by the push. Kiko's found the first. They'll wait out the molly, but the drone goes through, and now they know exactly where to look. The spam, that should have taken him out. It's left him with a bit of HP, not for too much longer, you would think. Scuba's gone down.
It looked like he had him dead to rights. It looked like they even pushed Sato in towards Scuba, set him up to get the kill, and then it doesn't even matter. And just when you thought the Odin was on the other side of the map, they've had enough time to rotate. Just look at the position of Neon as well. Where do you go back? My man has already got you locked in if you try and go all the way back through the spawn. They're going to have that early information system of him. And because of that, with 40 seconds left, like, they've dropped noise to go, okay, maybe we're gone. Maybe we're somewhere else. Now they've been spotted. Now they know the ruse is up. 3 players
30
still
seconds
within
left.
this site for Leviathan. And I genuinely start to question, when do you just hold on to the guns?
Sato's just throwing in a flash for the sake of it, because hell, he's got another to work with, might not need it. Blind comes in on the other side, it's good, but there's players have plenty on this site. Anti-flash, ready to roll, and 12-6 we go. This is a masterclass from Leviathan. From the very get-go, their slow pace on the attack side made it uncomfortable for NRG. And here in the second, they've looked like they're in complete control.
It's unfortunate, because again, I think the initial game plan, that opening pick, forcing Sato into an awkward fight, and then they end up just with 1 kill in the entirety of the round. It's safe to say that nothing is going the way of NRG, and Leviathan are proving why maybe even banning this map might be the best choice to avoid this sort of humiliation. They are looking to get themselves 1 map away from making it to playoffs, and okay, it's a dance with death! Somehow Mana has managed to come out on top. Ethan alongside him. The best chance we've seen in a while, and the spam should deny Spike seeing anything cheeky.
Oh! Not blows though. He's taking Mana down straight through the wall. Not a bad start. NRG needing 6 in a row, and it's already getting a little bit dicey. Big generators in the way there, luckily. The shot dart through on the other side will do damage. Scuba defends down below, and oh, he decides to shoot back. That is a brave, bold, and perhaps silly play. The time may be too far gone here unless the kills come in so quickly, and now they will just tuck in, hide, and wait for this clock to win the round for them. Ringer, Rosie being put into play, and oh my goodness, you see why. Give Neon a chance, and he would have taken it. But the clock indeed has won the round for NRG. Not exactly the round that inspires confidence in the 6-round win streak, though. It's a very tight one in the end.
At this stage, I think a round is a round, but yeah, I definitely agree. It's going to put their economy back on the fringe. Definitely an awkward battle to begin with the flash, leaving King so blind he ends up TPing back into his own opponent. Blows, and Neon with a nice attempt. Yeah, you can tell that Ethan thought he'd killed him. 12-7. Mixed bag buy, and it seems like NRG are just going to keep trying to rinse and repeat. King has not been here. He's not been here before, but Scuba is waiting for it. Even still, Sato on the side defending well, but it's dropped. He gets the trade of his own kill, and Utility is doing all of the work for Leviathan. Another pulse that could do damage, and it will kill off Kiko's ult, but he still stands. The wraparound coming in. Drones will be trading information, but to be honest, Glow's position is not the core issue. Neon has taken so much space.
And that Outlaw up against Kiko now has 2 shields left, 25 on Brock. Again, you're not just giving Neon, you saw how dangerous he was with the operator. Well, he can move faster and shoot faster as well, with each bullet as deadly as it is with the big gun.
They're expecting a push. Both defensive players are locked in on very passive angles because that plant hasn't come through. I really like this from Leviathan. They're just waiting for that plant to go in so that they know what side of the map this pressure has come in on. But I also like it for NRG. They were trying to bait them into a fight before they plant. Instead, we get the fight that's expected. Neon swinging his way through main. His teammate very far behind, and he can't quite hit the shot. That was an opportunity maybe for a freebie. Instead, now the spam's trying to clear a spot that nobody has stood in any longer. Reveal available. Both players waiting, but that's the shot that could make it count. It's left all onto Brock. He's being spammed out from underneath. And again, he will bite the dust to a gun that he made popular. It's Leviathan that will go 1-0 up in this series and find themselves a map away from playoffs.
And they look so comfortable down on that stage as well. This was a masterclass on Ascent, but now we up the difficulty. NRG's map pick is up next. The bounce back has to start after the break.
time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again. Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park. Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats.
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November.
And here at Valorant Masters London, we've got Lewis, Noah, Ellis and Quinn. They are our new pop sensation, but they're not going to be singing for you today. They're going to be throwing balls, they're going to be throwing it down. This is a competition, guys. You've all got different color balls in your hand, and your job is to hit the color that your balls are. It's that simple, okay? We're slightly scarred every single time I say balls after the draw show with Nick yesterday. That's why Nick is not playing today. We've put him in the naughty corner. Okay, boys, who's going to be stepping up first? Come on then, Lewis. All right, yeah, there's a mark on the floor. Perfect, you hit it. You could do my job. Oh, straight in with the 70. Oh, okay, that's borderline. I'm afraid, I think that's slightly on red, but 70 points, not bad at all. Noah's conferring. We don't have time for this, Noah, come on. 40, yes. 40, that's 80. Oh, 120. Step forward, please, Ellis, with the yellow balls representing Vitality. Oh. You just batonked yourself into the red. Okay, step back, Ellis, it's okay. No one saw that except everyone here in this venue. Finally, Quinn stepping up. The big Sentinels fan. 90! Did what Sentinels couldn't and actually won something. Congratulations to Quinn. And I'm talking about 2026 then, not the past. So don't worry, we haven't forgotten Sentinels fans. So you guys have officially won some signatures. I've got 2 for NA and I've got 2 for Europe. So of course, Quinn, I know you'll be wanting that one. Quinn, a huge NA fan. Any other NA fans here? Ellis is like the most reluctant. You're the most British NA fan I've ever seen. And guys, there you go. You've got our European team signatures. Please, London, give it up for your non-pop group. Enjoy map 2.
Jen here with owner of Lev. Now, owner, congratulations on Ascent. Lotus is coming up next. You guys have no duelist on the map, just triple sentinels. Are you sticking to that idea?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a pretty good comp. Yesterday, Energy beat the master of that comp, you know, Shirai. We copy of them, so maybe we can get our revenge, you know. It's gonna be fun.
Thank you so much.
Well, we finally get the match between Energy and Lev this season, and Lev prove again why they are the masters of Ascent.
Yeah, I said earlier if they didn't win that map, then I was going to go home. So unfortunately, you're stuck with me for a little bit longer.
That is unfortunate.
Unfortunate. I think you're selling yourself a bit short. Yeah, it was clearly a very dominant performance coming up from Leviathan. You saw Energy trying to claw their way back into it, but overall, Lev showing why they're the kings of Ascent.
Yeah, it was great to see. It looked like a few new ideas, but overall a lot of the same kind of stuff. I was highlighting Neon going deep into middle. Forgotten that completely. It was actually in B main that he was dominating in this game, and then on the attack side as well, like some nice new ult strats. It looked like some fake ideas. And defense, it was all about those trap plays coming in. So many ideas that you got to keep track of, and Energy just couldn't. I think that Energy it's just not their map, but they still got enough rounds for me to be confident that they're still in this series.
Well, the thing about these, set plays, things that you can expect, you can keep refining on it and building on it and perfecting it. And it looks like that's what Lev was doing today. But we have to also give a little shout to Brock and the Odin. He never fails with a little bit of an Odin spam there. He got a great 3K at some point.
He was trying his best, yeah. I did say to keep an eye on that. Obviously, we know Brock for the Odin at this point, but the weapon diversity as well, I feel like is so important. And Energy usually utilize that very well. We did see Mada on the operator as well. A bit of a quieter map for him too, I want to say, but yeah, you could see the attempt to be able to try and shut Lev's aggression down.
Now there's a guy we were eyeing. It was Sato on the Phoenix. So let's check out our Verizon high-speed moment where he aced on the Phoenix.
Yeah, Sato was incredible. I mean, we hyped him up coming into this match, but I think this moment in particular, the amount of ultimates that he was able to get off on the Phoenix, I think it was 5 overall by the end, which is the equivalent of an ult every 4 rounds, by the way, which is realistically all you can ask for from your Phoenix.
Right now, for me, Sato is the main character of this event. He is the protagonist. He is fragging, he is frying, he's giving energy, he's doing everything. He is giving it to the fans. He's doing everything that I can ask for from a young player. He is filling this stadium with aura.
He was stood up before the match even started. Like round 1 started and he was like hyping the crowd up already before we even got into the map properly. So it's just really nice to see.
Yeah, I was worried almost. It was a little bit too soon, round 1. You can't be standing up, but he proved us all wrong.
Yeah, and here a head-to-head that we were asking for was the Sato versus Kiko. Unfortunately, Kiko was not playing like he did in that first series. I will give him some grace that it just felt like Energy weren't as good at this in this map. I think that they're not as comfortable on the Ascent, and Lev are just, in my opinion, the best Ascent team in the world. So going forward to this series, I hope Kiko builds up that performance and is a bit more confident on these other maps.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know about this London buff. It's not coming through today. I think London needs to start giving him some of that energy. Now, we do have some questions, speaking of energy, for Energy. Let's have a quick chat with Coach Bonkar on the stage with Jen.
On fire, Neon on that opting duty. Big pain in the butt for you. What do you guys need to do for Lotus?
We need to be a little bit more proactive and we need to be a bit more aggressive. I feel like we were giving them way too much space, especially start of defense, half on Ascent. So if we just play with some more cojones, we're going to be fine.
Okay, best of luck.
Yeah, and that was something I noticed coming out of the timeout from Bonkar immediately. As soon as they took the timeout, they were going a lot more aggressive and giving the game to Lev. And I'll be very interested to see if that becomes part of their game plan on Lotus. Owner said triple senti comp, and I think that having that kind of style in this map will be a great win condition for Energy.
Yeah, I hope he's not kind of winding him up with that, with that, because I really would like to see that triple sentinel composition, especially because we saw Energy tackle it so well against XLG the other day, and I think that coming into that, Lev must have known, right, that Energy would have picked into this map, and we've spoken about how Lev have been playing similar things to what they played previously. I think a strength for them has been those trap plays, but what can they actually do on this Lotus map with this triple sent?
I mean, I do have a question for that. Yes, they beat XLG with that triple senti comp, but Lev is very different than XLG, and especially in terms of that resilience we're seeing from them come through, Minnie.
Yeah, but they did admit that they copied the comp directly from XLG. Yeah. I don't mind the fact that they are doing that because it's just a map that they're not so confident on. I think that in the long term, I would just love to see Neon on that chamber. Maybe a solo duelist comp like the Americans like to do. Viper and the chamber would be my pick for them. But considering that they don't have too much time, it's a lot easier sometimes with your weak map to just look at who's playing this map really well right now. Let's look at who's got a bit of a gimmick composition. Gimmick, maybe the wrong word to use, but I still think it is a gimmick composition.
It is quite gimmicky. I mean, it's a composition that has been around for quite some time, but it's one of those ones where when you kind of figure out what people are doing, it's, yeah.
In my opinion, it's a checkmate composition. If you are playing against a team who doesn't understand the map so well, you immediately win. But NRG are not one of those teams. NRG have a fantastic record on this map, and they've shown that they can beat this composition before, so I expect them to take this map too.
Well, if you're going to get a map too, that means we're going to go the full distance in a 3-mapper, which I would say I'm not entirely surprised given how strong both these teams are coming into London.
Oh, we've been baited.
Yeah, we have been completely live. What did you say, Porkies? Something?
Yeah, Porkies. Owners telling Porkies. Neon on that Jet double duelist, very, very simple, easy to play composition. The kind of compositions we see a lot in APAC. It's very interesting for me because I really think that NRG's comp is the best one on this map by far. And I think that the double duelist comps should struggle. So I want to test my theory here and see if that is correct. I think that NRG will have no problems dealing with this double dive with the Viper and Vice on that defense.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the Leviathan starting on the attack here, though, is really good for them. Having that double duelist, but then also having the Sky to be able to follow up with them. I think if you're a Lev fan, it's definitely a time to be excited, right? One map away from being able to make it to the playoffs, considering they were coming into this event as the dark horse.
That's right, but it sounds like both of you guys are predicting a full series, so we'll have to wait and see as we send it back to our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, it was a hot start from Sato on map 1 and from Leviathan in general in both halves. A 5-1 leg up to kick off each half of Ascent. That's going to be tough to replicate here on Lotus for a number of reasons, Tom, but certainly one of the big ones is NRG. They should come in here with the upper hand.
Well, yeah, Owner has also just shattered a long life thing of bald men don't lie. I always thought that was something that we had to go by. Like, yeah, it's a very well-known saying. He went up onto that stage. He was like, I don't even want to give them 1 minute to think that we're changing everything. So I'm just going to go ahead and say we're still running the old comp. He even said we'll get revenge for XLG and then come in with a completely different comp. Love to see it. And giving them that little bit of extra aggressive style that we love to see from them. The problem is they are being surrounded, pincered, and already have a deficit.
Yeah, they gave up the C side and the side of NRG, but they fought for C main instead. Now, the pressure being put on once again as the door swings open. Brock not going to land those shots to start with, and it looked like Leviathan wanted to deal with Kiko, but it's not gone too well to start. That's a nice shot from Neon. 1v3. If he got that pickup, the spike could be back under his control, but now you can see NRG just looking to group up. They're not even going to take the fight anymore. They'll allow him a plant.
I got the spike.
All they need is the retake.
Yeah, you can see the doubt it's also caused. At this point, they could have grouped up and gone absolutely anywhere. They could have surrounded the B site waiting for his rotation. They could be sat in the spawn, and for Neon, it's like, okay, I'd like to get this plant, but I have about 15 angles that I need to check before I do. Spike planted at least. Not a lot of utility to play with. That's the one dangerous piece. Well, unfortunately, that puts him down to 29 HP. Kiko a little low, but they know now, especially with how tagged up he is, he has to be trying to look for a fight, has to be trying to force the issue a little bit. I like the reposition though, but even still, just the jump spot, the smoke, going to create an awkward angle for him. And although that time is ticking, it's not ticking anywhere near fast enough. Pistol round under the belt of NRG, and considering I don't think they won a single one in the last map, I think they'll be quite happy to get off to a good start here.
I don't think they won a single one in the last map either, Tom. Yeah, that 5-1 start was the ground shaking from Leviathan. Regardless of which half you talk about, but much more confidence from NRG, and this is something that they were denied when it came to Ascent in the entire first half, essentially, which was any sort of aggressive stance.
Let's run these guys days, bro, please.
Every time that they looked to take those fights, you just had Leviathan sat, waiting. In a sense, not a map that allows you to play quite as aggressive as this one will. There's much more space for those attackers to cover. Secretlab have to change how they're playing, and well, that's always going to help NRG out with what we saw in the last.
There goes the investment. The purchase down to give an outlaw to Neon, and it's now on the ground. And that is a pretty big problem because it's not in the easiest spot to retrieve. Blows has managed to do so. We'll just try and recover any sort of semblance of control. The problem, though, of course, is going into their buy round, there's going to be some vulnerabilities, so dropping some weaponry is a must. And pushing into the C site setup of Scuba doesn't feel like the best way for things to go.
Well, the seaside setup of Scuba or the seaside setup of Brock, whichever one you want to go for. There's utility aplenty, a wall in their way, an orb right behind it, but this outlaw gives you so many chances in a round like this. Made it through the wall now, all four. Making it to the backside. Ethan starts out very nicely. They won't force him into too uncomfortable of a position. At least I thought so, but Ethan's gone down. Sato found one with the outlaw as well, and now you see the real potential of a round like this. Avoiding the snake bite to start. Not going to get spammed through that wall, but the plant is always difficult when your opponents have control of water. Those spams can be deadly, and there's not really a safe spot to plant. 12 seconds left.
Well, they're trying to bait them in, though, and the swing, not bad. They at least get themselves a plant. And very close to taking down Marder. But for NRG, that was the minimum. They get home with the 3 rifles that they bought into this round. They get to come in with Marder being 1 away from having that showstopper available. And it means that this next round, even though it's not going to be the greatest of purchases and may have a pistol or 2 in the mix, that ult, if they can get it online, could end up being very costly for Leviathan.
I do like the buy that Leviathan went for. I think coming in with an outlaw, a Marshall as well on this map, so many long-range angles to take a fight on. Good chance NRG give you the fights, not expecting that. And the weakness you get here is Sheriff on King, but he shouldn't be taking a lot of fights early, so it's just fine.
He's very good with the Sheriff as well. That might help them out. Sato up above already. Hiko's going to be able to get 1. This round feels like it's more about damage than anything else, and unfortunately, I think he's firing blanks. And none of those remaining bullets landing. Scuba on the other side, though. Heal will come in to at least make the players on the other side a little bit healthier. But again, even just a couple of guns dropped, forcing those repurchases. Of course, for now, Leviathan haven't actually lost any guns because Sato has just fallen into the hands of King.
And I love this freeze. I mean, they've normally seen these players on C and B anyways, and you got 3 kills towards the A site. So many teams would just run it in, and you could see the danger there with Scuba having spent this whole round just waiting in tree. But they wait, hoping there's re-aggression, knowing the Vice Wall is containing their back, and eventually, when it's time to push, Scuba's caught out of position. Plant can come through now with, well, maybe not with ease. Oh, okay.
I'm glad there was a lot more time on the clock. Because if that was a little bit later in the round, it could have been a travesty.
It's one of the harder skill checks in VALORANT,
it
I have
is.
to say.
It's a very small button. Oh, well, it didn't matter at the end. It didn't even get the plant in. It's going to come through after the round. Leviathan onto the board. A solid start for Neon. But I think it's something worth pointing out as well when talking about this Leviathan side. Like, a lot of the time with young, inexperienced teams, you do expect that. You expect people to just go, we've got 2-man advantage, run at them, just run them over, let's just destroy them. Whereas this team, even look back to the last map, they're very controlled when they have advantages. They're not like wasting those opportunities and not allowing for some of the clutches that we know NRG have the players to pull off. Showstopper available.
1 down.
Not anymore.
Of all the ways to hold a main on the attack, that's really not the one that I thought would work so flawlessly for Leviathan. Just send Neon out, takes a fight against a 4-man A main push, gets one, and there's no follow-up. NRG falling a bit flat in that early round, and look, to anyone surprised, I guess you didn't watch the first map, it is a full freeze from Leviathan as they wait again for the aggression of NRG, catching it once more and finding a 5v3 advantage. The second that they get the upper hand, they force a mistake out of the other side. This is what they were doing on Ascent. And even now, in a 5v3, there's no semblance of taking a risk. They still want to see if NRG will give them a little bit more.
I think you take these teams, you remove all the names, remove the HUD, and you ask who is the champions winning side or the team maybe playing like it. And I think it's a tough question to answer. They're looking so controlled in the manner in which they play. Fact is, though, a good read, right positioning for the remaining 3 players. They are walking into the stack up the spam, can't quite get too much, but now Brock is all that remains. He needs an ace, and it will only be the one. Leviathan deal with that with relative ease, and now go 2-2.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you...
Yeah, look, a timeout's being called for NRG, and I think you can see why. For Leviathan, starting this out, it's a ridiculous pickup. But the freeze was a factor in the previous map. And then they go in towards the B site, the Skydog, and this is what I love about the composition. After those advantages are found, they group up. A minute later, Skydog goes through, clears everything. You know you're not running into the stack, but then the Vice Wall actually allowed the rotations to come back in, so it became a very dangerous round where they avoided it initially. There were 3 players on C. B site was an easy walk-in. By the time they pushed B, everyone from NRG's there. They're ready for the fight and still falling behind in those battles. Definitely the moment to reassess this defensive side.
Yeah, and now as well, going into that Coinbase win condition, I think it was something that was talked about already by the coaching staff of Bonka. The fact that getting aggressive, not playing almost shy, was something that they wanted. You see it in this round, and it ended up being more of a problem. I think that's something they need to adapt to. Like the solo fight, maybe expecting that to be a little bit clearer for Mata to take. And Neon off to a flyer at the start. To be honest, maybe the pause could even just be, you know what, I don't want this guy to just run over us, because we've seen him flex onto so many different roles, but when he was down in that academy system, the duelist was where he was truly terrifying.
And what is the adjustment from NRG, as you said, wanting to see them play a bit more confident, a bit more aggressive was part of what Bonkar was talking about. It certainly looks like this time they will be playing aggressive with that early peak coming out of Brock, but he's being shut down. Of course, this is a weak buy for NRG. It's where you're going to take risks. The C spot early was necessary so they could figure out whether to push up on B or not, but now, well, they know exactly where the hit's coming in, but dealing with it's a different story. Pistols on the retake, and yes, there's a showstopper online, but unless we find ourselves in an advantageous spot, I don't think we're going to see Mata throw that in.
Thus far, I would say that Sato has stolen the show of the superstar of Leviathan, but in this map, it has been all Neon thus far. Lead looks like it's guaranteed, and for the defensive side, you kind of look at this and just, okay, I don't want to give the orbs over. Go down to the spike, maybe take some kills as you go. For blows, one of the few players that's actually close to his ultimate. Seems like he's the one maybe most likely to try and hunt this one down, pop flash out, but it has been avoided by Ethan. Of course, though, the weaponry is just not favored for him. Instead, they get pushed in and seeming like they're going to be cleaned up. A flawless round for Leviathan. No casualties felt. Orbs picked up as well. Now 4 of their 5 ults are online.
Really were in my head. Start to look at Leviathan as maybe being the favorites. They're playing a tight game. And we see it so often. We've seen it at this event. We certainly see it regionally where teams have these big leads and they start to loosen up how they're playing. Leviathan are coming in, a map to the good with a solid start in this one as well. 3 in a row now. And yet on Ascent, even when they had a huge lead, even when they were 5-1 up, it was NRG having to come up with solutions. Leviathan were not making it any easier for them.
Operator picked up the mana. Potential for a difference maker, and immediately that's the showstopper down. A nice shot connected. He goes to one of his own, and he's been dealt with by Neon. Even still, though, the trades have come out. Now we'll listen to NRG.
Spike down A.
Irei aberto. É a Viper.
Valeu. O cara me matou no ar, o Spot não pegou, acho que tem que fazer 0-0 Spice.
Well, NRG finding success on the back of that operator. You mentioned it for Mata, although he ended up in a bit of an awkward anime battle right afterwards. The rest of the team filling in all the gaps.
A better round for them for sure. I think an attempt from Leviathan to almost just break them, an instant pop that didn't work out. With that operator, Odin, all the pieces of the puzzle, and most of the ultimates not being expended either for that defensive side. They put themselves in a pretty good position. Flash will leave Mada forced off the angle, but you see the immediate rotation coming out from Scuba to just support that A site. The door being broken as well, just giving them that avenue. The spams ready to go. Already clearing out blows. It's a little bit tougher to do these spams nowadays, but I'm sure you're a big fan.
Absolutely. You love to see it done well. And Mata then finding another on the operator, just doubles down on the advantages. Another for Mata, finishing off Ethan's dinner, leaving Leviathan with nothing but breadcrumbs, and it's not going to look clean in any fight they take. Chance for it to be flawless, connected by Brock in the end. Another round for NRG, and well, that pause seems to have worked wonders.
Yeah, I think even just having the proper 4-buy though, having that operator in hand, unfortunately having the Odin, also making a big difference, and just getting a lot of those opening duels in a lot less of a risky fashion, not having to take the deep control that we were seeing from them before.
There we go, boys.
That's an evil villain laugh if ever I've heard one. Oh my. He knows he's the bad guy. Well, 4-3 for NRG. The lead has been reclaimed, but a full buy comes up on the other side still. Rifles hastening the pace towards this C site.
It's clearly the expectation as well. They've moved the buy set up there, already looking to try and take the weaponry away with the Steel Garden. Spams for those close positions, and Brock just looking to try and retake that control. The problem is there's a player up top, but that player has no support. Neon did not expect anybody to be peeking that angle, but now the weapon's back. They'll find one in response.
Didn't expect him to be on the left there. The spams back from Leviathan. Very effective. They should know by now that the rotates have come in towards C, that it's going to be a bit better defended. There's the Nightfall coming through to confirm for NRG. There's still players here. They don't catch a lot off the back of it. In fact, I think only one player is going to be flagged by that. And now on the defense, you think they might go back. If Mata didn't have all that space on A, they should stay with this two-man setup, and Leviathan don't know that they'll still run into numbers. But a 4v2, they can get through that smoke. They should be favored, and they've already gotten in. The Sky Flash works wonders. Boots on the ground. Scuba putting bodies on the ground till King answers up. But Ethan's not gone anywhere.
Take hold.
Baiting them in here is going to be important. Eventually, though, we'll stick that plant. Ultimate available, but finding a time to use it is difficult. As said, it's one of those slow burners. In terms of when it's activated instead, he's going to go pushing, looking for Ethan, hoping that there's an isolated fight, but he still has no idea where Mada is. In fact, he's got his back turned to the enemy, expecting it to be main, expecting that push to come in the other direction, and it's because of the initial aggression that we've seen from Mada so much. But he was wrong in this case. It will be the lead being extended now for NRG.
Yeah, it's not a bad read considering Mada had been pushed up in A main almost every round so far, but rotation ends up playing a big role, as does Scuba finding two before they went down.
Ah! Bend and default.
He still gave the info, you know.
It's all about a little delay in it, but that's fine. A 2-round gap now for the defensive side, and you know, dealing with that, no doubt you'd hope you'd have an easier round coming, but once again, those rifles come out from Leviathan. And once again, we see 5 players at the barrier. This will be a much more direct play towards the A site, but this time NRG are not only 3A, but 2 of them are sitting in tree. They're defending the Odin. tooth and nail, and that's going to make this a real headache to not only take, but even to hold on to any space on this side of the map.
Oh, you got to look after the MVP. Baiting out some of that utility. At least attempting to, but it hasn't really helped too much. Look how many players are here now, a fourth. Gonna try and make it a little bit easier. Neon had only lights out, but it's Kiko that goes through. Tries to make the play, ends up losing his life. And now with the weaponry dissipated, it almost has to be the fallback. That Odin won't be firing any bullets, at least for a second or two, and that allows for a post-plant.
Spot for Neon, but it's
looks away.
In a 5 versus 4, now the advantage out of the hands of the attackers. Time ticking, but not quite quick enough. King's gonna have to come up big on this corner. He's got himself one already, but traded out instantly. Now they start to pick up the pace, and the off finds one on the corner. Blast packing in deeper. The space filled in behind, but the kills finding their way into the hands of Leviathan. It's the Odin jump, but he jumps into a crossfire. And Leviathan won't let him away with that one.
Nah, you see the impact of the ult. I think Kiko definitely goes a little bit early. The rest of the team seem almost set up. And yeah, look, it's just a massive gamble. But that Steel Garden did most of the work. They'll remove the ability to just spam through all of those walls. An ult that they won't have now for a little while, but it does get them back on the horse. 3 rounds in a row one way, 3 rounds in a row the other way. Looking like more of a level playing field than what we saw on the last map. Even still though, Showstopper back online. Viper's Pit available for Scuba and Neon again. He's trying to get cheeky around the edge of this smoke.
The net spread pretty wide by Lev, and the problem is King. If he goes for this B main control, he's going to be walking right into the op, but I think they'll go back here and swing that door, and then that leaves Mata in a really bad spot. Looking for some control over A as well. This is where, as well, from Lev's perspective, you start to add up that where is that op? He's been here almost every time. Mata's been fighting for that control, and he's given it up this time. Kings put the pieces together and put the bullet straight into Mata's head.
That now leaves a pretty big gap. You had a lot of those rotations spotted.
Cover going
Instead, now they have to re-gamble players back over towards this A side of the map, but if there was any gun to try and catch them, this might be the one. Maybe a bit wary that they could try and split back into B instead. They'll face into that A site utility. The time's starting to tick down though for Leviathan. 30 seconds. The Seekers might just give the game away a little bit, but they know that at least one is here.
Now they don't know about the Odin, they're backing him up. In fact, they won't! Ethan stops them at the gates!
Enemy remaining.
Spike seen all that remains, and he didn't stand a chance. What a round by Ethan. His job there was just to slow them down, to take that first fight, bait them in for his teammate. But he took every single kill in his stride. Look at him go. Also an excellent paranoia from Kiko that gave them no chance to fight back.
Yeah, it's like the first couple of flashes that came out from Lev was sublime. He gets caught by the paranoia, dodges that second flash, and then with the paranoia of his own coming in from Kiko, that was just a straight cleanup. Of course, they were close enough that they could probably see him. It made no difference in the end. A faster paced tank being attempted, some weaker weaponry in hand, and already diving in onto Scuba, who's still stuck in the corner. They should know he's here, maybe on a sound cube, but it doesn't matter. He's held the line anyway, and now the support arrives in the form of the Odin. Leaves Spike in alone. They're disappearing out, but well, there's enough bullets that it wasn't a problem for Brock.
Yeah, backup called in again. This time Ethan didn't take all the kills, so Brock got a bite of the pie. 7-4 now for NRG after 2 really strong starts from Lev in the previous map. As we said, 5-1 up. 10-2 if you take both early halves. There it is again, the cackle out of Ethan. As at this stage, it's been 5-1 in the last couple. A complete role reversal for NRG now as they're finding a lot of success. With 1 round left to play for, Lev, they've walked into that gate, but they've walked out with the kill.
Yeah, the Blade Storm from Neon once again. He has been the main factor of this attack in half, but an immediate response An aggressive one at that. There are 4 players looking to barrel down from the defensive side. An entire brawl of every player remaining. And well, there is nobody coming out alive on the Leviathan side. They had a decent start to this one, but then NRG came to play.
Oh yeah, NRG have certainly woken up after a bit of a sleepy start on Ascent. Now their map pick looks a whole lot cleaner. An 8-4 first half behind us. But another half will be coming up after the break.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Here with Mata of Energy. Mata, you know, Leviathan, they love to stand up and use that energy to gain momentum. Do you think that's going to affect you at all today?
I don't think it's going to affect us. They're young kids. They're very excited to play, so I understand, but I don't think there's going to be much of a reason to stand up today.
Okay. Stay seated. Thank you. Jen here with Sato of Lev. Sato, what did you guys learn from yesterday's game that might help you today?
I feel like playing on an international is much different than playing on a regional stage. Like every time there was a round going, I could feel the floor trembling, and that was like very weird for me at the beginning. And then as the series went on, I got more used to it, and I think that's like really important because if we're going to play a team as strong as NRG, if I'm not used to like whatever's going on, then we're just gonna get rolled.
Growing as a player day by day here at Masters London. Yep.
Well, it has been very exciting to see Sato's growth as a player, but I don't think anybody expected him to be as big of a problem in that first map as he was. It's been a difficulty, though, when it comes to this one. Leviathan in general, though, struggling across the board. It's what we expected to see for NRG. But keep in mind that we expect to see this similar kind of vibe on the next map as well. So for Leviathan, it's not as easy as writing this off as NRG's pick. They still want to at least make it close and competitive. An 8-4 scoreline starting us off. It's a strong showing from NRG, but a pistol loss could have seen us even at the half. And now Leviathan's chance to right the wrongs of history. That flash is behind the Viper wall, so it actually caught nobody. Leviathan end up running to their deaths. And a heal, sure, onto Spike Scene, but man advantage well and truly locked in for NRG.
Another great paranoia coming out from Kiko. It's safe to say those assists are well deserved. They're trying to get that little bit more aggressive himself. And a second already guaranteed. In fact, the third will come his way as well. I think that's 3 kills, 2 assists. Almost a perfect round for Kiko. And now 9-4 in the lead. I have to say, I'm not too hopeful for a comeback in this one.
Yeah, losing both pistols already not a great sign, but you think back to the previous map, you even think back to how we started here when Leviathan were fighting and bringing us to that 3-2 scoreline. This was a squad that had patience on the attack side. It looked like they had NRG's number. They shut down every piece of aggression, at times just by standing in the open and taking a fight. And now things have changed completely. From a team that couldn't make a mistake to one that can connect around.
The kill distribution. Not normally the most exciting thing to talk about, but I think that's every single player in NRG with 10 kills. So there you go. It really has been a team performance. We saw it in the last half, the pickup of the Odin and the Operator making a huge difference, but in this one, I'm not even sure that will be necessary. Now, Leviathan, they've got a good read here. 4 players on this side of the map. See, it's only the 2 rifles, and already Brock has gone down. In fact, I think that's the realization for NRG that, okay, maybe there's a little bit more of a stack up than expected. Let's try and reset and maybe bait that rotation elsewhere.
Yeah, they want them to leave this C site, but Leviathan, full eco at this point. There's a good chance that they decide to stick around anyways, just play the retake, go down to the spike. If this squad goes elsewhere, better to catch them here. If they come, then gamble and potentially be late on another side of the map. Obviously, the problem being flanks, but it's not really a problem for Leviathan at the moment. They've got King covering off their back. They've got Neon covering B. But that tells you that the numbers on site thinned out a little bit more. Sato spotted already. Up close is Spike seen inside the smoke, 12 seconds. I mean, he could make this awkward if he drops the spike. And in fact, even that kill is going to do exactly that. The rifle pick back up, 7 seconds. Denying the plant here is all that it takes. But it lands on the floor anyways. And Leviathan start falling like flies. Kiko's triple seals the deal. Double digits for NRG.
Yeah, a couple of really big individual rounds from him. Back-to-back 3Ks moving him to the top of the board in the server, which is kind of surprising, considering how many big rounds we've seen across the board for the rest of the team, but these ones just as important. Of course, the other problem as well is you'd normally be talking about the damage, but they kept the 2 rifles, and with the lead that they have, it seems like NRG are more than happy to gamble this one a little bit. A win here, the map is over. Don't feel like Leviathan have it in them to turn the tide. And the thing that's a worry for me is the fact that Sato has been so quiet. He has been phenomenal all the way through the tournament so far. And they'll really need him on the next map as well.
Well, I mean, I think it very much underlines it that Sato's on 3 kills. Kiko's got 3 kills in both of the last 2 rounds. It has been a very different performance, but you think back to Ascent and the shoe is on the other foot. Sato is lights out and Kiko is struggling. Maybe we'll get them both on Pearl. Maybe we'll see that map sooner than we would have thought. After a blowout first, it's set up to be an even more dominant map for NRG this time.
Blinding.
It's not done just yet. This is the full buy from Leviathan. It starts with King spotting them. They're in the tree, they're making space, they're fighting for that back site. Kind of slowed a little bit by the thorns, but he's not looking to take that fight just... Oh, they've got Kiko. A big pickup by Blows. There's no pressure anymore on Leviathan. It had to be NRG to make a move, and they go walking into players, just holding their angles. Easy as can be. That's a great way back in for Leviathan.
Yeah. Normally, you'd think of this sort of flawless round as one where, okay, they're up against weaker weapons, their opponents didn't really invest too much into it. No, they rebought, they went in with the Odin, we saw them on rifles on every single player.
It's because they played three players without rifles in the previous round, right? And survived with both.
Yeah, so it's still going to leave them with a couple of pieces missing, like maybe light shields rather than the heavy shields. And even a Stinger going to be coming up for Ethan.
Planted. 1 enemy.
And it means that that round was probably a stronger round than what we'll see for the one coming up for NRG.
To be honest, that's such an important factor, especially for a young team. If they win that 1 round, it's been quite a while since they won 2 in a row, but still on their feet. The energy's still there. Leviathan haven't given up, but neither have NRG. Coming right back in with a buy-up. Ethan, the only player with a weakness, and some big ultimates close to being online. Looking at Mada in particular, or even Ethan. Those are ults that can get you into sights. Look at Leviathan though. 4 players ready to scrap on this A main control, and NRG know now they have to leave, but they're leaving Scuba for dead. Question is, can he drop a few bodies? In the meantime, now he's a thorn in their side that they have to deal with.
It's funny because they were just about to start rotating away and now they have to hesitate a little bit. King really needs to do a serious amount of damage on this backside, otherwise the site is gone completely. And he doesn't really have any teammates nearby. Finally, Sato has been able to deal with Scuba in the backline, and that's a huge kill for Spikezine. Before they were going into a level playing field with a post plant, now they have an advantage.
A post plant where NRG would have had that showstopper. The plant would have gotten it for Mada, and instead the death did. But a nice return by Ethan, and they look to fight! Brock's got them both! 11 rounds for NRG! And at this point, Leviathan, yeah, look, they're trailing. They've only found a flash in the pan round here or there. Honestly, it feels like a map that they never got started on. It's not inspiring confidence for what comes next on Pearl. As we said, the veto as we go deeper, it takes a turn for the worse for Leviathan, and you're seeing that here and now.
The one saving grace is that they did have a flawless round in the last, so they do have rifles across the board. Sato immediately claiming that orb, but they're going in with a showstopper and 2 ultimates, 1 away. In fact, one of them almost definitely about to come online. Especially going in with a
Face your fear!
Nightfall. It's going to make things so difficult to defend that C site. In fact, I don't even think they're going to bother trying. Just sat back in the corner. King trying to dance with death, and well, he's meted it with open arms.
Scuba late push through B as well. Now that King's utility's down, they don't know about it, but it's space that they've given up. Leviathan are all in the spawn. It's not the usual retake that you'll see. It starts with a Paranoia and a Sky Flash, but 2 players not caught by it. And they decimate everyone that steps near the site. Spike's seen all that's left. 17 HP, that nade might have got him, but Mata beat himself to the punch. 12-5 now. And it seems like Pearl is not on the horizon. It's practically already here.
This timeout is honestly surprising. I get it from the side of Oda that, hey, you don't call that pause. Maybe it looks a little bit silly, but instead this will be a how do we win 7 rounds in a row pause. There's not many people that managed to pull that one off. One of them will be on the analyst desk in the moment, but I'll be honest with you, I don't even think he believed that his pause would have made that much of a difference. And the Coinbase win condition, well, for Leviathan right now, I think it is prayer. There's an awful lot that needs to change if they're going to have an opportunity. Of course, Sato has been a huge talking point throughout this series, throughout this tournament so far. Unfortunately, 4-14. He has been silenced by NRG. Of course, we knew coming into this map that it was heavily favored, but with the start they had again, Neon winning them those almost 3 rounds in a row, you're like, okay, maybe they found something. Maybe they found some magic within this composition. And then NRG got their 4-buy, got that Operator, got that Odin, and it became a very, very different game.
Yeah, it did. It became a flash in the pan, and there was only 1 from that point in the first half. The second, it's the same story. A 4-1 start now for NRG to their attack side. 1 out of 7 to close this out. Bring us all the way to Pearl. It's going to start with very direct A play. They're wasting no time. In fact, Neon has almost opened the door for them. They are right on the, in fact, they're right through. They're right through. He literally opened the door for them, and NRG more than happy to step through to a mostly open A site. Scuba, he had this flank last round that mounted to nothing because of the position of the defenders. This time the Vice Wall is still up, but he's going to strike before even getting near it. He's looking for more. Surely not going back in for a 3rd bite of the cherry, and instead he'll meet up with the team. No wrap, well, actually, he'll stay behind. He'll embed outside B as the C play comes in. It's wide open. It's an easy plan. So the question is, how much can Scuba get done in that late round?
Yeah, well, it's also a question of, can they get anything done at all? He is just that constant backstab that leaves 2 players with more than a mountain to climb. I don't think whatever was said in that pause thought that it would result like this. A 2v5 to keep them in the map. The story going exactly as expected thus far. And unless the remaining 2 have a miracle, and you almost expect a blunder, it's never going to happen. A flawless round to close for NRG. 13-5, 3 maps in the series. One of them will be making it to the playoffs.
We're going all the way to Pearl to settle the score between these 2 regional rivals. It's been a blowout in the first 2, but the middle ground could be where it heats up. We'll find out after the break.
the night till the morning.
Welcome back to Masters London. While Lev did make some adjustments on map 2, that did not stop NRG from closing out and bringing it the full distance. We're going to get 3 maps today. And Minnie, you called it. NRG are just really good on Lotus.
Yeah, I think it's interesting today that we're just seeing 2 teams who they got a ban map and then they're able to pick their opponent's weak map and their maps that they're also good at. NRG, one of the best Lotus teams in the world. I think they've been inspired quite a lot by G2, who I think are the best Lotus team in the world. And with this composition, able to defend very easily against Lev's double duelist. I think Lev at times looked like they really didn't understand the map too well and were just trying to do that double duelist go kill kind of thing, but not good enough on Lotus.
Yeah, I think even when it switched to the other side, right, NRG just weren't letting Lev do anything on the defense. We noticed how in previous times, Lev have been able to kind of push out on those extremities and take away those first picks, but it just wasn't quite working out for them on this map.
Yeah, help us break it down, Minnie. Double duelist on Lotus, this is something that a lot of teams have played for a while in the past, but why is this working out this way? Because Lev is such a...
I think on Lotus is required to have both the Viper and the Sentinel. Hopefully that's a Vice. And the reasons are because on that defense, that C site, it makes it really easy to hold. You have cross-map control with the Viper wall, and on that attack specifically, it means that you have more options. Instead of grouping up every single round, you have the option to lurk out on A on timings, and that is what is missing from that composition. And I think that is going to be a narrative going through this tournament, is are those double duelist teams going to be able to deal with the Viper and the Vice coming out from specifically Americas mostly?
Yeah, they'll be really interesting, especially if we move closer to playoffs. Not too far away at this point. We're about to find out if it's going to be Lev or NRG bringing it, going through to playoffs. Now, Ethan is, of course, the IGL, looking absolutely delighted with how this map went.
Yeah, I think from us, like we had said coming into today and how we set up the matchup was Kiko's performance in the opening game was incredible, but that consistency of being able to keep it across series was a big question mark. But from today, I think NRG, everyone on the squad has been able to step up and live up to that kind of performance that we expect from players that went on and won champs last year.
Yeah, it's all about all of them together, performing together. I think that there were some question marks over key players like Mada and Scuba coming into this event. Their form wasn't quite as good, but Mada now being able to be off the Neon a little bit more and Scuba looking a little bit more comfortable. If all of those things are together and their map 3 is looking good like this, then that is very good going forward.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is how they won a trophy after all. And Brock, this is a guy that we have our eyes on, especially as we move into map 3, Minnie.
Yeah, one of my top 10 players of this event, and he has been slowly doing a little bit better here, but I think going into Pro, I want to see him be the Brock I saw in Americas. When I was watching those VODs, when I was watching it live, it was him and Kiko frying every single time.
Yeah, obviously we just saw him on the Vice there on Lotus, but I think what's exciting is we get to see him go back to that Sova. Now, we have seen him flex away onto these Vives, the Brimstones and whatnot in Americas more recently, but I think Sova quite literally is his bread and butter.
Yeah, and there was one thing I was listening to recently with Strong, their old assistant coach, saying on this map specifically, they would sit on the server and make each player learn the spam lineups on that A site is the one on the right side.
Yeah.
And that was one thing that Brock is really good at. That's what we're going to be seeing him do this time around. He's going to have that Odin, he's going to be sat back, bunkered up, and just make it miserable for Lev.
Oh, man, he does specialize in that. And Minnie, you were saying, like, Lev is the master of Ascent, and Americas is the master of Lotus, particularly G2. What do you think about Americas and Pearl?
I think, like I highlighted earlier with the teleshare, I think the NRG have stepped up on their Pearl theory. They really understand that taking the extremities early, pushing back, and then relying on Ethan's mid-rounding and the way that the team is just so composed into those late rounds, I think has been a real strength for them. So I think that going forward here, Lev looked a little bit shaky here, and I called this series as a 2-1 with NRG winning the second and third.
Yeah, on the other side, when we're thinking about Lev, we consider their Pearl performance the other day, and that was the map where the double duelist looked a little bit shaky shaky, weren't quite able to warm up to the stage. We just saw that map there also. Sato quieting down from that very first map, so really we need them to kind of step up.
Yeah, the big question mark for Lev was that just first map jitters, or is it that their pro really isn't that good? That's the question for me for Lev. I think, like I said before, NRG are going to be able to deal with Lev's comp a little bit because they like that chamber, but NRG have lots of tools to deal with it, so it's going to be a bit hard for Neon to get value here, in my opinion.
Well, I would like to think it's a little bit of jitters. First map,
I hope so.
First time on the stage, and he's absolutely been improving so much, especially Sato, ever since that first map there. So we'll have to wait and see, but perhaps in the process, Lev hasn't revealed too much other.
That is true, but they do have their play patterns. They do, you know, they have their similar tendencies they like to run. Pro is a map that they have played a lot before, and there's a lot of tape there for NRG to break down. And I think that that is going to be something they're going to be doing. Again, they got 2 drones to find out what's going on, and they're going to be exploring the map and making Lev's life a little bit miserable.
Something that you highlighted, Minnie, was those 2 drones, and obviously when we consider Neon being propped up with that operator, especially starting on the defense here on the chamber, that's something that Lev will need to consider.
Yeah, how does Lev get value with these duelists? How are they going to be pushing out if NRG are able to use drones on both sides of the map to push them back? I think the NRG have got some really good attack theory coming out right now, and it's going to be interesting to see that mind game, that battle. If they get pushed off of a space, if Lev get pushed off of space, are they going to be able to re-clear it, or are they going to just sit back and not know what's happening on the map?
I really hope that they actually kind of try to confuse NRG, whether it's Spike picking up the op or the Neon. Try and condition them into a belief that there might be an op set up somewhere and then move it elsewhere around the map. Yeah, I think for Sato on this Phoenix as well, we saw how much value he was getting out of his ultimate on that very first map, and I think coming into Pearl, that needs to be the same case here.
Yeah, and I think one thing I really like from NRG as well on their attack side was a lot of those ults. They got so many power ults here. The Teo, the Wele, the Vice, the Sova, even the Astra, they've got 5 ults that they can be comboing in at any moment here, and their theory with the ults is beautiful. I love watching their micro around the ults in the XX.
And Billy, Minnie has shared his prediction for this map. Are you confident in your pick today?
I picked Lev. Did I pick Lev today? No, I picked NRG. Yeah, I almost like second guessed myself.
That's a no.
Yeah, I don't think I'm confident. I honestly feel like coming into this Pearl, I need to see Lev be explosive. I need to see the energy. I need to see the confidence on the stage again. I want to see those rookies really soaking up this moment in this environment to hopefully guarantee themselves a spot in the playoffs. But on the other side, NRG, they are no 3rd seed to be looking at and being, you know, doubting. I think that they have definitely shown how great they are.
Absolutely. I mean, I believe in the intangible, the je ne sais quoi. I think Lev can do it today if they can bring forward all that energy that we've been seeing over the last couple of maps they've been showing us after they've shaken off these jitters. All right, well, we got 2 of America's finest giving us a 3-mapper. Let's find out who's going to be going to playoffs. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Victoria. Now listen, the conversation on the desk here, Tom, about how it should be difficult for Neon to find value. It's what Minnie was saying up against this composition. I agree with him entirely, and that's even more worrying when you think about the fact that Leviathan, last time on the defense, struggled massively, and Neon was showing up. He was having an easier time than he should here. For NRG, the attack side is where things start out after a dominant win in the previous map. They are wasting no time with taking space towards this A site. A few licks of damage done. They're not stopping there. Scuba, is he going to walk through that? No, he's backed off.
Yeah, waiting for the contact. Still, Sato with a flash. Stun available for Spike Zine. The pace has left them at least with some utility to play with, but so many angles that they need to clear. In fact, Neon is taking his time around middle. He's going to be very far away from the action, but Spikeseen already clearing one. Do they expect the second player of Scuba? He's just going to sit pretty as they now wait for those rotations, but time has been ticking for quite a while. They need to get a move on, and now he springs the trap, already clearing every angle methodically, but there go the trades. Even still, that time at this point feels like it's too far gone already, and though they may get a kill or 2, there is no way they get the defusal. Another pistol under the belt of NRG.
A great start for Sato, though, and that's what you want to see for Leviathan. He had a really quiet previous map, and going from one to the other, being a young player, talking about the pressure of the stage as well. here at Masters in London. It's good to see at least a spark right off rip, even if the round won't fall into his hands.
Yo, go for the round, bro!
Yeah, well, you can see the kills don't amount to much, except for maybe an early run it back online on the defensive side. Won't be for this round, even if it came online. The attackers are running into a lot of numbers. And it's Neon to start. They might try to force him off, not knowing how many players are here. And now the realization kicks in. A big fight needed to claim back that spike. Oh, but King's gone up pushing. He was in the danger zone for a second there, but now instead it's the other side. Walking back into Neon again. Headhunter might have run dry though. The Red Bull clutch.
Go back to the last game of this map when he played versus XLG, 26-14, and we talked about him saving NRG that day. He's just saved them for a round I thought was done. It took him a second to even pick back up the gun, but it is just a firing range coming out from Kiko. And well, an incredibly damaging round. But it's the dub that matters most for them. It leaves them with a pretty weak purchase coming into the bonus round, but with Kiko having a gun, still a chance.
Obviously, we've seen Leviathan play this map against Global Esports. It was a bit of a blowout. Defensive side, what, 3 rounds they got in the last 4 or 5? A very, very slow start. That was a chance to really get off to a flying start. Good defense here with aggression. Up on B Long, they thought they could just wrap around and deal with him. But King was standing in their way. The bonus for NRG sees only one man fall, and look, he's got a big old weapon for free in the next round, so I don't think Neon's going to be too upset.
He's off to a flyer. They could have easily leveled things up, but the fact that they've made it very costly and then look to win their buy round just as cleanly, they do have to be a little bit careful. And bear in mind that Scuba does still have the spike. Opportunities do seem relatively thin though, but a post plant might at least allow him to get a kill or two. And I think that's the most important thing in this round. As I said, when you lose 4 players in the prior round, it's not like you're going to be investing too much into that bonus. The next is where their buy comes back up, and if he can get 2 kills here, that would be great. The question though is, does he just hold on to the rifle now? And I think that is the answer. With 10 seconds, I think if there's an extra 5 or so, maybe he tries to get a plant, but instead holds onto the gun, keeps their own economy strong, and Leviathan will keep 4 guns after their first comes onto the board.
NRG still able to get a full buy in the next, but the danger of Neon, the thing we talked about starting out in this series that the desk was talking about, how difficult it should be for him. Well, he's had 2 big rounds defending right up deep on B Long. And when you're pushing into that angle, you know, obviously he's got a TP to get out of there, but so often he hasn't even used it. He stays and fights and finds value with almost every shot fired. For Leviathan, that's a good sign, because it means NRG have to come up with a solution to this B Long play. And Leviathan, on the other hand, don't want that to be the case. So they're changing it up. This time, the tour de force goes towards A, no doubt trying to catch them as they avoid that ultimate. But in fact, NRG are set on solving the problem of B Long.
Yeah, they've taken that space, but also when you hear that tour de force go off, he could just be way more passive. Like, doesn't need to be anywhere near as aggressive, so there's still going to be doubt in the minds of NRG. King just spotting. All those close angles slowly being cleared. Of course, for both sides, this is the first proper full buy we've seen thus far in this game, and I'm mainly looking at the position of Sato. Having that run it back available, having the molly, could be a big problem for them. But instead, steps being made to the other side of the map. Now, the spike has not moved. It still seems like this is a full commitment, but maybe just trying to clear back some of those more aggressive angles.
They're trying to clear back Neon. They know if he's not being, he hasn't even looked for a peek with that tour de force. He can't be on this side of the map, and now they've spotted him as well. The idea here to cause those rotations, and at least there is a second player towards A, but still plenty to react to this B play. Sato stood by with a molly in hand, 20 seconds left. Spikescene can be here so quickly and still utility for King. This could be a very difficult round, in fact. 15 seconds and Sato invades the smoke. A nice try with the ultimate. He's bought time at least, slowed them down to 10 seconds. The spike has to be planted soon. NRG, they've made it to the site, but this is their final chance to put the spike on the ground. It is a beautiful round from Spikescene, from Leviathan in general. The patience that we saw on their attack side. Evident here on the defense.
Yeah, I think even the fact that Sato, he loses his gun just before he's about to go in. With the delay with the shorty and then just Spikescene just sitting in that corner. At any moment he could have gone, okay, now I need to risk it. Now I need to fight with my teammate. Instead he goes, no. With the clock that low, I can deny the round almost alone just with the surprise factor. It's a damaging round for the economy.
I'm out of here.
Leaves not a lot to play with. Marder will manage to bypass that utility spam, but instead they're running into what could be the combo. Just a second too early.
You have to be so careful if you're NRG. Obviously this is a low buy round, but when it comes to the rifle rounds, that trap in particular, the Phoenix Flash held for a teammate further back. And if the teammate is Neon, the fact that the stun is going to be behind the flash as well, it's almost a guaranteed opening if you find yourself out of position. So for NRG, they have to be much more thoughtful about how they take those opening fights. It does look like they've got a decent chance to get the spike down on A. For now, Leviathan are starting to shift towards this side of the map. And the drone will pull it. I thought would pull in those players from Arc, but they've re-cleared mid, end up catching Mata. Perfect work. But with the pistols, I didn't expect to see Blows walk into that smoke.
No, the only worry though is that that convergence path went down with Marder. I feel like that could have been super dangerous if it got into the late round. Bomb will be there, Ethan. I think that's the one rifle that they managed to pick up. He's gone alone. And the surprise factor didn't bring in anywhere near enough dividends. It leaves the remainder with just pistols to play with. Okay, they baited out the overdrive, and Uber's, we've still seen Scuba manage to find himself a shot. But in the end, they are dropping like flies. He needs an ace with the Sheriff. An isolated fight onto King might give him an opportunity, but does he clear the close box? No, in fact, he's pulled utility out, but they both did at the same time. A little bit of confusion with the doppelgangers fighting off against each other. And in the end, it won't be too dangerous a round.
Perhaps they could sense each other in the astral plane for Leviathan. This is exactly the kind of start that they're hoping for after the last map being a blowout. Looking at how their previous run on Pearl went, I didn't expect to see them put up defensive rounds for quite a while, Tom, but they've already matched their record here, 3 on the defense very early on.
It was a 0-7 start last time around as well, so I think that's enough to body the mentality. It was something that Ona said. It was like, okay, there was youngsters entering the stage for the first time, not able to show what they've got, and sure, we saw in the last map that 3 rounds, even in a streak, doesn't necessarily mean too much, but it's the individual plays that we're seeing. We're getting Spikes in, we're getting Neon. Well, an opportunity for him in the early round. It's not going to get them too much.
It's a close defense from Leviathan. And the ult's going to be dodged to start, but right into all of the utility that NRG put into play. Neon ends up getting ripped out of the round by a rifle, but Spikescene fights his way back in ahead of the play. And Shadow's spam is sublime. Now the advantage suddenly with Leviathan for the moment, a 4 versus 2. With the ult of Phoenix being a second man, and King dropping Scubas pretty much cemented this lead for Lev. They've got the spike on back site, and a player unaccounted for now at least, so maybe a small chance for Brock. He is certainly filling in that space. He's made it through main, they don't know, but there it is. And now the rest of the squad comes. If he's not quick in closing this kill, he'll have no chance.
There was an opportunity for a second. But now the rest of the team are here. The flash has left him completely blind, and he's caught walking straight into a wall. King to close, but once again, Sato ending up as the hero. And it definitely seems like he's back. We look back at that previous map, and he was really in struggle city. And now 9-2 at the top of the board, and clearly an opportunity now for NRG where they're like, okay, we need to stem the bleeding a little bit. That momentum from this young, fiery squad is starting to take over a map that, as we said, coming in, looking at their performance versus XOG and the G performance versus Lev, it felt heavily favored towards NRG.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard to interpret that data in any other way. And then you think about the sort of turnaround for Leviathan. It's not like they've had a week. This isn't group play. In terms of fixing all of those issues, and there were a lot of issues. And then we go back to, again, a conversation on the desk. Not one I'm criticizing. NRG and GE, in terms of that prep-heavy style, it should be something that throws up those same problems for Leviathan. But the Coinbase win condition for Lev so far has been Sato. When he is online, this team doesn't look like they can win. They look like they can't lose.
Well, yeah, and it's been a good mix. Like, I think in certain maps, like I think back to the Fracture they played, he basically had to put them on his back. But now it's like, okay, there's certain positions you walk into Neon, that's been an issue. Other times, Spike Zine had that nice round in the corner. It hasn't been a one-man show. Sure, the man at the top is definitely like a little bit above the rest, but... And on the other side of things, well, it took Kiko dragging them, kicking and screaming through the last performance. Again, we're going to have that early util dump, trying to deny that OMEN control, and it has done so.
It'll be the same trap that we've seen from Lev before. Use the molly on A, set up on Art. With the Phoenix Flash, ready on contact from Neon.
Knocking them.
NRG stopped at the double doors, and Lev filling the space behind them. They're closing in the walls on this attacking side. And there's no read on the other side. There's no way for NRG to know what is coming around that corner for now. Only one man is watching it. It's Kiko, eyes on the door, and he'll find his shot. A crucial kill onto Sato. Great stun by Spike Scene! And to get two there is surreal. We're back to level playing field, and Blows has made it a little bit better for Leviathan.
Oh yeah, that single kill and duck away is just irritating. You want to try and find an immediate trade, but he's gone with the wind. Looking to just play that post, and unfortunately for NRG, you can't just do what you normally do, like try and sit back towards 8 main, because that Cosmic Divide is a problem, but the bigger problem is that that wraparound from Neon is slowly coming through. One already spotted, counter ultimate played in the Armageddon just to try and make sure they can't pincer off of this, and I like it. Ethan getting aggressive. He knows that maybe his back has been lost. He knows that there could be someone coming from behind, but even still, caught on the angle. Leaves Kiko to try and save them once again. But even still, that Cosmic Divide is going to lock him out. He's got to try and play around it. Nice shot on the first second as well. And he knows where the last is. Wants to try and take away the weaponry. No time to reload. A chance to pull off the clutch. And he goes in for the fight, and it's not quite there. But he'll get it on the time anyway. Another round that goes solely for Kiko. And a Red Bull clutch with it.
That is not a round that looked likely. He was surrounded, so many numbers against him. Runs into an op, and sure, he'll be denied the ace in the end.
Not ready yet.
But he still wins. Up against the entirety of Leviathan, denies that lead, extending even further, and keeps NRG within reach.
I'll be honest, from what we've seen so far at Masters, I'm starting to question maybe NRG aren't good at this map and just Kiko is. Like the fact he had to go 26-14 last time out for them to win. And now that they have 3 rounds and 2 of them are just him clutching versus multiple players. There needs to be someone else alongside him, and Marta getting that opener onto Neon might just be the step up they need.
They've got to be quick. If NRG are going to go back towards the B site, it'll have to be pacey. Leviathan are already realizing that the hit is not coming in through A main. And it looks like they're setting up to play late in the mid. 1 in Art, 2 coming towards the double doors. Leviathan want the fight, but maybe they should have left it. Sato falls. Spike Scene now to try to fill in that space, and 4 players are holding him when he walks out the double doors. NRG, the pack mentality working out, is now the B site wide open. for now, for the moment. But by the time they get there, it looks like it'll be a very different story. A good read by Leviathan, or a good guess. Either way, they're in the right place at the right time.
Even still, though, it's going to be so difficult to
30 seconds left.
get this. There's no lurk. There's nobody sitting behind. The smoke is going to make things a little bit more awkward, but already King is going to be spotted. He knows he has to leave the corner, and the spam out. That is at least going to be one. A second as well. King making things awkward, and it takes Scuba saving them. Oh, that was a little bit shaky. But it will be 4-4.
But that's the danger. When you have the drone to re-clear, you can spot the first player, and they do that in finding King. But expecting them both to be there, when moments ago there was a clear play to fight for mid, you saw from both duelists, it's that spanner in the works. Blows swinging in from elbow that really makes this a close round, and for a second it looked like he could even align them up to close it out. But Leviathan denied extending their lead 2 rounds ago, and now the lead is no longer theirs. It's up for grabs in round number 9. Neon in this position has been deadly, and he will be again for Mata. It's his full HP bar for Brock. It might as well be. He's left on 10 HP, and for a player who loves to spam, that is going to take away your ability to play the game. At least the way you want to.
Ready. Spot for blows. He's definitely the player on this side that seems to be the safer pair of hands at times, just getting the information. Drone is going to give the game away. He's at least spotted a couple, but he is being pushed. In fact, even the Spike was pushing it there for a moment, wanting that safe space, but there is no safe space to be had. The full defensive force
Spike planted.
is about to start rounding. And bear in mind, I think Blows falling back was partially because of the ultimate he has online.
As Hunter's Fury could definitely help them clear out this A site. The reveal fired in deep. We'll start with Sato finding one. Now the site only has Ethan up close. Cosmic Divide robbed him of vision just as he needed it, and Brock's got his knife out, shot in the side by a very patient King, and the body blocks. Oh, they've completely stolen the round with that, but I don't think Scuba was really on for the 1v5 anyways. Leviathan, 5 on the board, and the lead won't be taken by NRG just yet.
It really does just feel like a back and forth. The last round, although it came to 2 players, it felt controlled for the early part with that aggression. This time, it's a lot more patient from the side of Leviathan, just playing that retake, setting up nicely, even making sure that if there was going to be a wraparound and a backstab, they were completely ready and watching it. With the pistol on second round, going the way of NRG, the fact that Leviathan already have themselves in the lead, it is looking like a completely different performance.
Oh,
them versus GE. Now that is a lot of space garnered. In fact, both players have made it through. That might even sell the ruse that there's only one hit, because you've got, okay, Kiko was the one that sneaks his way past, Scuba now activates it. I don't think they'll have any idea that Mata is currently in the spawn.
They just need to wait. No peeks on B long, no pushes out to sight. Mata's got a freebie, and if he's patient, he could get so much more, but he wasn't. Neon ends up with 2 and gets out. That second kill could have been the round. It would have been rifles across the board for NRG. And instead, advantage for Lev as the plant comes in, and a retake they're more than happy to attempt together.
They've got so much in terms of ultimates to play with as well if they wanted to use them, if they felt like they were necessary. Instead, the run through from Spike Zine, he's almost trying to bait them. There goes that Hunter's Fury, but Sato has already found one. In fact, he's going to throw out the run it back. They really don't want this one to get out of control, and you can understand why. At a minimum, they'll go in even at the half on the defensive side, that side that they struggled with so desperately last time out. Solid stuff from Leviathan. And even still, they're going to come in with a few ults next round.
A very different game to what I was expecting to see if we went the distance. With NRG, as you said, yep, Kiko was a big reason they were able to put up rounds the last time, and a big reason here as well. But even still, it was that Lev were struggling so much when it came to that defensive side, and it is difficult to accept sometimes at face value the idea that, oh, it was just nerves, right? It's an easy excuse, and it's not always the real reason, but Lev are starting to inspire confidence that that is exactly what we saw down on that stage. The young guns needing a bit of time. Now they look like they belong.
This is a counter to that double man setup that we've seen over in towards Art, but luckily we've had the drone go through from the NRG side that will let them know that that setup is no longer there. Mada are about to take that space, but again, it seems like a setup in towards the retake. Immediately using that ultimate in towards the back of the spawn. A little bit of damage from the salvos, but all it's really garnered is some space.
That was a good kill setup, but now Lever floating back in. Mada's completely isolated, caught behind enemy lines, dealt with as Spike Scene is going ham on the site. NRG in a 2 versus 4. Spike still needs to be defused, but Spike Scene is taking it all on his back. The defuse tap now will draw Scuba out. He didn't win his 1v5, and the 1v4 will be no different. Big round from Spike Scene. And a big half from Leviathan, a team that struggled to put any rounds on the board on the defense, is guaranteed the lead at halftime.
No, they've been fantastic in these retakes. I've loved the adaptation we've seen from them, because when they were going for those all-in firefights, I think especially Blows was really struggling to hold that line as they had the execute from NRG. They are now allowing NRG the post-spawn. They're even allowing them aggressive positions. They're sitting all the way back and going, let's just play this one together. Let's send in the utility. Let's isolate the fights with smokes. This is a well-drilled team showing that, hey, we had the preparation to now adapt into these plays. And okay, maybe last time that didn't happen, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen again. 3 rounds in a row, 3 successful defuses. And while we mentioned some of those individuals, Sato may have been the man of the moment, but Spike Scene has been the man of the map. 15-7 right now at the top of the board. And for NRG, another chance for Wonka to try and maybe settle this for them, because they've had the hero of Kiko a couple of times, but other than that, it has mostly been blips on the radar. Just 2 rounds excluding that pistol and follow-up that have gone their way. And Leviathan, you can tell why they've tried to slow this down. They are slowly climbing their way towards the playoffs. A team that is known for a top 3 at the last event, a Champions victory up against the youngsters. Maybe the new face of Americas. We'll have to wait and see.
I was curious about this matchup because NRG, especially on this map, I love the composition they're bringing. You saw it even in the last round. Convergence path put in deep towards the spawn on that right side of A, and then a salvo behind it. We have a lot of trap plays on this attack side, a lot of really nice setups. But Leviathan have been doing a great job of sidestepping. We know they can take the gloves off and hit hard, but the question was, could they take their hits? And so far, they're avoiding any punches landing in the other direction, unless they're from Kiko. 7-4 and a chance to have double the rounds of their opponent moving into the next half. Hunter's Fury not landing for more than the tag. So at least a 5v5 in the post plan, but this lurk here, it's feast or famine for Scuba. And it looks like he's gonna have a feast on his hands.
Yeah, they've been very, very diligent at checking for these flanks. But this time, Neon should be dead to rights. That's 1 already gone. Weaponry reduced to tatters or so. It should have been. No, King manages to dodge the ult, and now he's won a fight back. Mada isolated out. In fact, they're trapped behind the wall. They don't know how much can come through, but that Armageddon should buy them additional time. The defuse isn't going to be halved. It doesn't even matter. Everybody dead on the other side. And now Blows just waits for them to swing! 3 quickly! The problem is he didn't get it to half. The half wasn't there earlier. So it will be a 5th round for NRG. They needed everything to get it done, but they will do.
It has been a struggle on the half that we thought would be easier for NRG. Leviathan showed us a very weak face to their defense on Pearl when they played it against GE, but now they look determined to win the regional matchup. We'll find out if they've got what it takes after the break.
1 enemy remaining.
Concentrate.
Welcome back, folks. 7-5 as we get into the second half. Leviathan have passed the test of their defensive side with flying colors. A big step up atop. We didn't get to see a whole lot of what they had planned on the attack, so we don't know if the best is behind us or yet to come.
Yeah, I think the positive sign is that those individuals have been there. We saw a lot go missing in the previous map. Struggle City after those first, 5 or so rounds. But now we've had Spikesy, Sato, Neon, King, Blows, everybody stepping up. And on the other side, some of those heroes from Lotus, Brock, Ethan, they've gone missing. But they're not that far behind. A pistol round and we're right back to a level playing field. And they had a relatively clean defense when they played against XLG. In fact, their defensive side of this map has always been fairly stellar. So it's definitely not a done deal just yet, of course, for Leviathan. Making it to playoffs over. NRG on the international stage has been that America's team to beat over the last couple. It would be a pretty big step forward into the top 8. And for NRG, definitely a surprise.
Well, we've seen the slow attack sides from Leviathan, and again, with that Phoenix in play, they'll go towards A, take the orb, and send the majority backwards. Will be a split. And then you look towards this position for NRG. Normally, this is where you'll see Ethan play the contact, fire the salvo through, and play that passive rotation. In fact, it will be the stun to start this off. No salvo just yet to cut them off. Leviathan making their way in towards the site. There it is finally, but this is covering off the plan for now. NRG can't really fight this. They're all back towards the spawn, maybe hoping that Leviathan fight for space, that they step a little bit too far forward. Good spams, great damage across the board. Leviathan with 3 players desperately low here in the pistol.
But no bodies just yet. There's the first, and it goes in their favor. Sato may be low, but he can never be forgotten. Sitting in that corner. And Mada has kind of become a non-factor in this round. He needs to try and make that move, and he's been dealt with. It's the swing out from Blows. Now the round is starting to tip in the favor of Leviathan. It's left all on to Kiko again, and although there was damage, nothing really converted off the back of it. They found that second pistol.
Well, I mean, NRG just didn't get to take a favorable fight there. They're ready for the A main play. Nobody comes as the round ticks on. Art gets pressured heavily, and everybody stuck down there in the pit. And the only alternative to it is, again, that angle of approach from Water that was very much on lockdown. That's wild considering how this started. NRG put players down to like... I think they had 3 players that were either 2 or 1 hits depending on what was coming their way. And yet they get out of there smelling the roses. NRG falling behind in this series, in this map. And now, an eco that they're facing off against. Leviathan are playing this passive. King given the space up. He's a man with a ghost in hand, and a few ghosts in front of him. He's taking 3 with ease. And a 4th walking right towards him. There's a 5th on offer, and he'll claim it! King with the ace to lock in 9-5!
Yeah, it almost seemed towards the end that Brock was like, you know, I'll just let him have it at this point. A clean round coming out from King, making sure that weaponry can be purchased up, and something I'm sure that The people watching will point out a 3.14, a pie for Brock. It's not the game of his life, that's for certain.
Well, that graphic's going to go a lot harder now. They had the stage 1 comparison to London. The stats drop off for Brock's going to be a little further when we take this game into account, unless there's a big pickup for NRG right around the corner, because that's exactly where Leviathan's victory seems to be. A wall going up on both sides, but it's NRG's wall that slows the play.
Straight in though. Already looking for that opener. Kiko's managed to hide in the backline. Still only an even trade and counter utility being expended. That run it back was likely the one thing that could pad the gap between these buys. Bear in mind, this is of course the bonus round for Leviathan, so expectations maybe not quite as high. But losing Spike Scene early, he has been fantastic so far in this match. And of course, this has left Scuba relatively alone, but the rest of the players on NRG noting that there's no longer that same presence. Looking to re-clear into mid.
Neon might be very low, but everybody on NRG, excluding Brock, is one hit to him.
30 seconds left.
No ult anymore on Sato, sure, but with numbers even, that HP on Neon's a little bit more deceptive than you might think. Sure, a stray shot can take him down. The well-placed one from him can do just the same. The play towards the A site. It'll be Neon trying to fight up top, but the flank comes in immediately from Art, and that's the end of the round. Brock picking up a few, a confidence builder. It's NRG closing that gap, but still a healthy lead for Leviathan.
Yeah, Kiko once again ends up getting the majority. I think even if he doesn't, it would have been that flank to close it from Brock, but they just had everything that they needed in that round. A perfect read on the rotation. And I think that's going to be an important factor. The fact that there was nobody on that B site towards the end from NRG, they knew exactly what their opponents were doing. The fact is, though, Neon is going for the same again. Expecting some light shields to still be in play. We know how deadly he can be. Is he going to go through this? He's still going. He's still holding the line. There's a lot of players on the other side, but as you saw mentioned, a bullet here might be enough to give them an advantage.
It was the same last round. It'll be the same this one. Brock, the only boy with full shields. You hear that outlaw ring out, you know you're in danger. Lev have been selecting it in a lot of the right rounds where their opponents have that little bit less money to spend, and a few credits shy of full shields allows Neon to build up a lot more money and still have, and arguably have even more impact than if he was on a rifle or an op. Fighting for double digits. But when you look at what Lev have to work with, just a cosmic divide in terms of ultimates, but that could definitely help out when push comes to shove. It will be towards the A site. Site already there. You can hear on NRG's side that drone's coming through, but no rotates. Very patient on that B side, much to their detriment, as we can see.
It could just be bait, of course. The single drone doesn't really sell the idea, but the cosmic divide does. Molotov into the back of the site. Marder just trying to play ahead, a kill and maybe just ducking out of there, but his teammates gets the kill first. They're going to play from that advantage. Spike Scene clearing that further control. But it will be a post-plant with
planted.
that retake coming, and in fact the attack looking to try and get a little bit more aggressive. They've spotted them going through, but they're winning all of the fights instead, putting them in a good position. Again, the trade's being expended and it's left down to just King. He manages to avoid the Steel Garden. His weaponry will still be in hand, and Kiko maybe not expecting it. Walks straight through. He now knows there's nobody on it as well. Sitting all the way back. Knows that Ethan could now potentially have it, but instead he's just going to play it to perfection. A Red Bull clutch from King. I don't think anyone could have done that better.
And unless I'm mistaken, he didn't hear a thing. There was no step. There was no indication that Spike wasn't being stuck. Balls of steel. Going to pay his dividends in this round to have him by your side. Double digits for the attackers. A 3-1 start to this half. And it seems like once Leviathan come out of the gates in that early half, it seems impossible to slow them down. We saw the same in the first half here. Once they got the ball rolling, it was a completely different game. And they've carried that momentum through to this half.
Again, all taken by Marder. Can have a few strays, but You have to look at the weaponry. This is the backbreaker round. This is a chance for Leviathan to make it to 11. And they are not shying away from a fight. Even with some of those weaker weapons in play, they are picking up the pace. In towards the side they go, but the fight's going the way of NRG, at least to start with.
They picked their fights so well. That salvo to slow and then a big swing to deal with the players there. Kings taking some space on the other side of the map. They're tapping the spikes so early because they don't intend to hit A. They're not intending to plant here. In fact, they're leaving already because look at the space the King has found. There is nobody here. It's wide open. That's going to entice the spike over to the B site and give King a very early flank. But with no more noise on A after a plant tap, I mean, NRG are not stupid. They know what's going on, or what likely is.
He's not been seen. And you can see how diligent Scuba has been so far.
30 seconds left.
With a man advantage. They may even want to just try and play this as a retake anyway. Now those smokes coming through, utility being destroyed. Hoping to maybe find something with a spam, but they just don't want to risk it. The problem is there's still another snake in the grass. Timing is going to be everything, though. Neon is looking the wrong way. 3 players coming through now. They're going to spot him, and that's where he's taken out a weapon upgrade as well for the side of NRG. And they're going to need a hero once again.
Well, King was the man that got them to plant.
Revealing
the snake in the grass that found all that space, but now the Hunter's Fury and post plant won't matter unless they can put the numbers back to even, and they've done just that! 2 quick kills! Blows following up on the damage with a shock dart, and now the Hunter's Fury pays dividends. It's a double tag! Death just around the corner with one more pulse, and Brock falls the round with them! Leviathan up to 11 with a sensational round!
So well played in that post plant. And everything went their way. I think it's the immediate swing through just a little bit early from Kiko. Again, it was the same in the last round. Gets pinged up, and that's enough to get him tagged. Then the shock dart takes him out. Then you see the strike. And once it gets to that point, both players being hit by the initial blast of that Hunter's Fury.
I'm out of here.
Blows has been so good
Go.
at just staying alive. And what could have been a chance to redeem themselves a little earlier ends with another clutch scenario and just 2 rounds needed for Lev to make it to the playoffs.
And they start with an opening duel. This is NRG with some weaknesses, you might say, but when you take a look at the credits, the investments have been made. Putting it all on the line here. Leviathan find the opening and face off against weaker weapons. Face off against Ethan with 26 HP. Gust of wind would take him down. And for Leviathan, with a man advantage, with the calls Kings had so far, it's going to be a tough round from the get-go.
Hunter's Fury used.
Nice.
A lot being expended. Sato gone. And a chance for a tag, but not quite met. They've still got that convergence path set and ready. The ults are kind of what could save them in this round, but even still, it ends up level for the moment.
They dodged it.
25 seconds left on the clock. The time starting to become another member of the NRG camp, and the cross is wonderful. Mana instantly connecting. Brook brings himself up on the scoreboard a little as well. And what was a desperately needed round goes the way of NRG.
Especially after that opening pick, NRG do well to read the play correctly, staying towards B with 3, having that convergence path that slowed them down, put a bit more pressure on, but it's the shots landing from Ada. And Brock spamming with the Bulldog.
I'm telling you, we're winning every round macro-wise.
Okay, well, let's hope that keeps up. 4 rounds in between them. For NRG, it's gonna have to be near flawless from this point forward. And again, starting with the same aggression we've seen from NRG. The shock dart right behind it, as before. Leviathan dodge all of the damage. And now they're closing in. And there's an ult on Spike Scene. This round, he's in their spawn! There's a player with a knife out, they don't even know where he is! The man is running riot in their backlines! And NRG, they're forced into a retake.
Thankfully, That ultimate is going to run out. King has been given a rifle, though. And with everything he's done in this game so far, it would be foolish to doubt him much more. Calm from the other side. The spray, though. There's King again. 22 kills already. And Scuba just cowering behind, but he's got a weaker weapon. The closer battle will help him, and that leaves it down to Neon. He had to teleport away and just look up the position. This might just be able to be stuck. Scuba could just sit all the way. Is he going to try and go the entire way? No, he's going to wait for the player to run through. Smartly played by Scuba. It's too close for comfort, but it's still a round.
Winning every round macro-wise. 3 more to put them even. And this started terribly. Spike Scene almost got 2. Almost got Kiko with his knife out in the spawn. King with that double as well. But the thing about this, Tom, is yeah, a round is a round, I'll give you that, but that round was somewhere that Leviathan didn't have a lot. That was just the ult of Spike Scene to get them the space, and the rifle picked up from his kill to give King a double. Making a round like that so close, with a 3-round advantage, NRG are far from out of the woods.
That push has finally been punished. Mada has been doing it a lot throughout the half. This time even with an operator. Brock is just waiting on the angle. This is a risk, there's no doubt about it. And yeah, I think the voice in the back of his head
Drone is down.
Eventually
Ammo out.
Goes for the safer play. The problem is it means they've given up pretty much all map control. They're passive within their own sites at this point, sure, and an Armageddon to help them, but with a tour de force, a run it back. Even the Cosmic Divide has been causing issues throughout this map so far. The advantage sits firmly with Leviathan here.
I wonder if Ethan put that salvo through, because it was a fairly pointless salvo. You weren't going to get damage with it. It's from so far away, but I think he wanted to let them know he was close by before then reinforcing the other side of the map. The problem is Leviathan don't seem to care. Sure, you can have 2 players A. We'll kill 2 players on A then. And Neon,
30 seconds left.
I would be surprised if he doesn't get this kill. Brock is in a lot of trouble. And luckily, Brock won't be pushing that way anymore. Spike Scene has sent him the other way.
Okay, looking to try and clear some of those closer angles. Instead, though, they've got a different problem to deal with. Sato makes sure they reclaim that space, and that tour de force is still dealing damage. A 2nd kill already. And with the credits in a pretty dangerous position, this might just be all in for NRG. Stun will force back Neon at least. Scuba's done well once again, but that time has been ticking. A Gravwell still to buy additional time. They had to tap it. Now surely the clock is gone, but there's no way out. A cleanup for Leviathan. Just 1 more needed, and they go through to the playoffs and leave NRG behind.
And 4 chances to lock in playoffs as well. 4 playoffs points for Leviathan, the number 2 team from Americas, showing NRG why they finished below them. This has been a masterclass. Ascent was clean, but for a young team like this to bounce back after the defeat that they were dealt on Lotus has got to be the most impressive for a team that already showed us on this stage that nerves can make a difference. But now it seems like those nerves are nowhere to be found. In fact, nerves of steel is all you'll find in the Leviathan camp. Spike Scene runs it down for the opening. Kiko and Ethan on very weak weapons, but everybody is close by. NRG with weaknesses, of course, overreactions often follow. Now stacked up on this A site, Leviathan will be running into numbers if they continue forward. And they don't have any space elsewhere, so they may well have to.
I think just the pause. The problem is, for NRG, they also don't have information other than outside that B site. You mentioned it. With the weaker weapons, they have to gamble. They have to take risks. But with nothing being spotted,
it's a good call.
In towards mid, they're in the right place at the right time, but they are being watched. Everybody waiting for the re-swing. Again, playing above their ages. They take them down. Leviathan will be making it to the playoffs over their American brothers. It looked doubtful after map number 2, but they have risen from the ashes teams of Lotus, they have learned from their previous power mistakes, and now they make it to the top 8.
We definitely had questions for Leviathan, especially when it came to Pearl. The first map may have been theirs, but we knew NRG, they were going to pose a serious threat on Lotus. And we thought the same of Pearl, but my God, a very different showing from Leviathan here today. The young guns have adjusted to the stage here in London, and they're looking to make it their own. What a display! As Leviathan lock in playoffs.
Yeah, we know that the teams coming up later in the tournament get a choice, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not choosing them. I don't think they're going to be anybody's first choice with how they have been performing throughout this tournament so far. Incredible resilience after big defeats in both series, but it seems to take 3 most of the time for Leviathan, but they are getting the dubs nonetheless.
It's the first step on a very long road to a grand final for this squad, but Leviathan have taken every blow in their stride. They defeated regional rivals NRG. The third place team stays third. And now over to the Verizon post-match interview with the man who stole the final map show. It's King.
I'm walking straight towards King, the captain of Leviathan. I am so sorry to interrupt the photo moment. King is such a pro, he's going to take it, and now you're going to talk to me, King. What's it like to top frag when you're leading a team of youngsters? You've still got it.
Honestly, I feel so happy. Every single time I say to the youngsters, like, okay, I'm the old guy now, I bring the experience, you guys scare me, you know? So whenever, I know how good I am, so whenever I just pop off, I'm like, guys, don't worry, this old guy's going to carry you now.
How does it feel to get an ace with a ghost?
I mean, it felt incredible. I feel like one tap every single one of them. So whenever that happened in my head, I'm like, okay, it's over. Like, I know it's over.
How did you feel about having to play Lotus today? We've seen you start to have to play it. The composition keeps changing. What are your thoughts?
Honestly, we practiced the comp. We had very good results on it. And yeah, I mean, it happens. I think it's only that we don't have that much experience, but I know for a fact, like, if we play it again, we're going to be way, way, way better.
Well, let's end on a high, because you've just led your team of international rookies to the playoffs. So final thoughts, how proud are you of this team?
I mean, I'm so proud. I know how good we are. I know there's many people saying that we don't deserve to be here, that we're not good enough. So I'm just happy that I know and my teammates know how good we are, and we are proving to everyone that.
Well, you know what we say to them, King? We say, and that's all we have to say tonight here in London.
Thank you.
The Hill today, the IGL of Lev, showing the rookies how it's done. That the Unk, and I want to say that in quotes, the Unk can shoot as well. And we're going to welcome Sata to the desk. Hello, and congratulations on making it to playoffs.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And King is very old, yes.
That's crazy. You had to get in there. Listen, Sato, I wanted to ask you about the feeling playing in front of a crowd. I have to shout out Liz, one of your interviewers over in Americas, because she was one of the ones cheering for you when you qualified to get here. So how does it feel to qualify to the playoffs now in front of such a great audience?
Oh, it feels amazing. I think most of all is the way that we were able to reset from map 2 to map 3. I think it's about the little wins that makes me really, really happy.
And I want to talk about King, your IGL. We just saw him frag out of his mind just now. And on the pistol of the second half, we're going to roll a clip. I want to know what you were thinking in that moment, watching your King get this ace. Were you screaming? Like, what do you even do in this moment where you hold your breath and
He's still
watch
alive. He wouldn't have even seen it until now.
Well, surely he's seeing people die on the minimap. Sato, tell us.
I mean, I was just like, we were going down B, and then King said they were gonna fight him, so we're like, guys, just run up and plant the bomb. B is free. And then the numbers started going down and going down and going down, and I was like, yo, wait, what's going on?
What's going on? King's killing people. That's what's going on. All right. You know, he's talked you up a lot. He said, you know, you're one of the hype men. You're so integral to this team. He's so excited to have you. But he played so well today as well. And, you know, one of your teammates, Blows, left you hanging for 19 seconds. Right. So for 19 seconds, can you give a King glaze
Oh, wait. Okay.
Just like a 19-minute speech, like how amazing he is.
He has matured so much since last year. Back in last year's roster when we had so many veterans, I feel like the responsibility that fell on him on this roster was so much bigger than before because it's like 4 little kids playing with him, and now he has to be like the older sibling, the big image of the team, and he's been doing that job so well that I don't even need to think about it. Like it just happens. But like sometimes I take some time and like, damn, bro, you're insane. Like how he's able to like organize everything inside the game. I feel like we're carried so much by his mid-round callings that it's kind of amazing. I feel like I don't even have to think much during the game because he just does everything for us. And obviously that doesn't hold him down because that guy can still frag out of his mind even when he has to do all of that.
Thank you so much. You did way more than 19 seconds. That was an amazing glaze and really touching. I think we spoke to your brother in interviews earlier, William, and he said he was technically your first IGL. What are the common good IGL traits that perhaps both your brother and King share?
I feel like it's really difficult for a person to be like a natural-born leader, like being able to stand up and take responsibility when things are good and even when things are bad. Like he's able to just be that kind of image for us where, okay, guys, something that we said like after the second round where he killed everyone, we were like, guys, calm down, just look to your side. This is the guy that's calling for us, and he just killed everyone in mid.
Almost got fined there. But yes, absolutely. I think that was appropriate feelings towards that. And now that you've qualified to playoffs, I mean, how did you feel coming into this match? Did you feel it in your bones you're going to be making it into playoffs? And looking forward, who do you want to face the most?
Okay, I didn't really think about like how if we win, we make playoffs. We're just trying to like be present in the moment, just play the rounds as it goes, and. Let's see who I'm excited to play against them. I mean, I'm just happy to be playing against like...
It could be the Seed 1 teams, we got 4 teams waiting there.
HyperX, HyperX, EDG.
Oh, I'm excited to play against HyperX. I think everyone is excited to play against HyperX in this event.
But why do you want to play HyperX?
Because we practiced against them a lot during Santiago. We had a boot camp that made us really stabilize as a team for stage 1. And I feel like we learned so much from HyperX. They have such a different style from other teams. And I just want to see how we match up against them now.
Oh, well, I think we're definitely excited to see how you match up against HyperX. You guys are a really fiery team. And, before we close things out, I want to ask you where you get your energy from. Because you are standing up, you are screaming from round 1, map 1, and you've gone the distance through map 3. Where does it all come from? And, I mean, is it Red Bull? Like, what are you doing?
No, I don't take caffeine because I get anxious after if I do. But, like, first map, it's... first map, everyone's hyped up. That was my energy. That's where my energy came from. Yeah. And then for third map, I couldn't stand up a lot in second map because we got rolled. But on third map, it was pure rage. I was very pissed off at how I played second map, so I just let it all out.
Oh, yeah, you definitely did.
Goldfish mentality not coming in.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Who was it that embedded that goldfish thing? Was that Coach Owner? Was that King? Or was that one of you guys?
It's because I forget a lot of stuff. And then they started calling me, Dory from Nemo? They started calling me a fish. And then it turned into something like, fish memory, let's just forget about the last round. I couldn't because second map just pissed me off. I couldn't do anything. I was just getting rolled like... Man, it was so unfortunate, and then things went back to normal at map 3.
On a positive note, though, your Phoenix has looked incredible. Do you think you're maybe one of the best Phoenixes in the world right now?
I'd like to think so. I'd like to think so, being able to play at a high level here. So I'd like to say that I'm one of the best in the world right now.
All right, well, you've earned a lot of fans here, especially in Global, here in Masters London. Quick message for your fans before we close out the show so they can come back to watch more Sato and Lev.
Thank you very much for everyone that's been supporting me, and let's get more excited.
All right, I'm definitely excited. Thank you so much, Sato. It's been an absolutely fabulous day. 6 maps, Lev coming out on top, going into playoffs. And that's it for today. I'm Victoria, Billy, Minnie, and Sato. Thanks for joining me at the end of the day today. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more Masters London.
Stinger player!